Year XX of the calendar. It was a historic year for trainers across the league. The World League tournament had reached its most intense season yet. From thousands of contenders, only 8 remained, the strongest of the strong. After weeks of fierce battles, a single name stood above all others. From that day forward, no one doubted who ruled the world. His reign inspired countless new trainers to begin their journeys, chasing the same dream to stand at the top. And in a quiet corner of the region, a sleepy boy in Pallet Town was about to take his first step toward that same dream. I'm gonna be late, Mom. Why didn't you wake me up? A 10-year-old boy with messy hair and Z-shaped cheek marks burst from his room, scrambling for clothes. Ash, you're already 10, his mother sighed, broom in hand. Shouldn't you be waking yourself up by now? Her words went unheard. Ash was already sprinting out the door, still wearing his pajamas and slippers. Professor Oak's lab was nearly 2 kilometers away, but the boy ran like lightning. A blur tore down the streets of Pallet Town, leaving townsfolk blinking in confusion as a gust of wind blew past them. But just as the lab came into view, Ash stumbled to his knees, clutching his head. A rush of voices and strange messages filled his mind, like 100 people speaking all at once. Chat group connection established, parallel worlds detected, ability inheritance system active. Then a single clear message formed. Welcome to the Multiverse chat group. Every member here is you from a different world. Work together and reach the peak of all trainers. Completing achievements such as earning gym badges, capturing special, or becoming a champion will grant lottery chances. Prizes, the unique abilities of other Ashes in this group. Ash froze, his heart pounded. What parallel worlds other me's? A glowing point pulsed in his mind. Instinctively, he knew if he touched it, he'd enter that strange place. He hesitated for only a moment. Am I possessed by a ghastly or something? He muttered, then clenched his fists. Whatever this was, he wasn't backing down. He focused on the light. In an instant, his consciousness drifted through a vast, endless space filled with floating screens. A massive chat window appeared before him. What is this? He gasped. Champion Ash, yo a newbie, which world are you from this time? Ash blinked. Champion Ash. Aura Ash, great, another one, let me guess, main timeline again. Breeder Ash, maybe this one's more like me, not every Ash is a battle maniac. The names left Ash speechless. Champion Ash, Aura Ash, Breeder Ash, they all had his name. He tried to think, and suddenly his own words appeared on the screen. Ash, how do I send messages? Wait, it worked. Who are you guys? Why do you all have my name? Champion Ash, relax kid, I'll explain. Every member here is you from a parallel world. Each time you make a choice, go left, go right, a new timeline is born. Every Ash in this group followed a different path and became something great. Champion Ash, I became the world's top trainer, the champion. Aura Ash trained his body and mastered his inner energy, strong enough to fight legendary head-on. And Breeder Ash, he's the world's best at raising and breeding. Champion Ash, so what about you? What's your specialty? Ash stared blankly at the glowing screen. His brain was still catching up. He wasn't great with studying, but even he got the idea. These people know these Ashes were him, each from a world where he'd gone on to achieve something incredible. And him, he was just a kid who'd overslept on the first day of his journey. He hesitated, then typed back. Ash, me, I don't think I'm anything special. I haven't even gotten my first yet. Pause then. Champion Ash, what? Just starting out? You're serious? Every other Ash here is already a top trainer or specialist. You're the first complete beginner we've ever had. Even Champion Ash, calm and confident as he was, sounded stunned. A total rookie had joined the Multiverse chat group. If the others were fully leveled legends, this one was the fresh start. Level 1 tutorial mode, still in pajamas. Ash could only scratch his head, forcing a nervous laugh. Well, guess I've got a long way to go. Ash, I haven't even gotten my first yet. What about you guys, was it? At that moment, Ash completely forgot he was late. His curiosity burned brighter than his panic. What kind of had his other selves started with? A champion Ash. Laura Ash, same. A breeder Ash, definitely. The replies kept flooding in line after line, all saying the same thing. Every Ash, no matter the world, had begun their journey with. Ash blinked stunned. So even though we're all different, we all started with the same partner. Ash, just wondering what kind of is. Oh, silence. Not a single reply for nearly half a minute. He even wondered if the chat had crashed. Tactician Ash, hard to explain, you'll see soon enough. Go get your starter first, you'll find out what really is. That was all it took to snap Ash back to reality. Oh right, my. Ash, how do I leave this place? Champion Ash, just think the word exit. Once you've got your partner, we'll fill you in on the rest. Ash got it. He thought the word exit and his vision twisted. His consciousness slammed back into his body. He was still kneeling on the ground, breathing hard. Up ahead loomed Professor Oak's laboratory. A crowd had gathered near the entrance, cheering and clapping. Ash sprinted forward and shoved through the people. At the center stood a boy with spiky brown hair, confidence dripping from every word. Gary Oak, his longtime rival and Professor Oak's grandson. Hey, if it isn't Blockhead Ash, Gary said with a grin. Still empty-handed, what's the plan? Battle with that thick skull of yours. Idiot, who are you calling that? Ash shot back, fists trembling. Everyone in Pallet Town knew Gary. He and Ash had both studied under Professor Oak, learning the basics of training. Ash was hopeless at theory, always near the bottom of the class, but when it came to strength and endurance, he left everyone in the dust. Still, Gary never missed a chance to rub his academic victories in. You're so slow you'll probably miss your own journey, Gary mocked. Try not to get eaten by a before you catch your first. Ash gritted his teeth but couldn't think of a comeback. Missing the starter ceremony meant waiting a whole month for another chance, and judging by the grin on Gary's face, he'd already claimed his. Oh, you got yours already? Ash demanded. Of course. Gary brushed his hair aside, smug as ever. I'm off to become the greatest trainer there ever was. If I were you, I'd run fast before it's too late. Ash didn't need to be told twice. He bolted past Gary and dashed into the lab. Inside, Professor Oak was hunched over his desk, scribbling notes beside a microscope. The door slammed open and Ash burst in, panting. Professor, I'm here, where's my... Oak nearly jumped out of his chair. Ash, you startled me. Honestly, on such an important day, how could you be this late? I know, Ash waved his hands. I messed up, just tell me there's one left. Oak sighed and pointed to a single ball sitting on a stand. Its red surface gleamed, marked by a bold yellow lightning bolt. Over there, you're lucky there's even one left. Any later and you'd have to wait for next month's batch. Ash's eyes widened. He snatched up the ball, a grin spreading across his face. No choice, no problem, maybe this is that they mentioned. He tossed the ball into the air. Come on out, my first. Light burst from the ball, filling the room. When it faded, a small yellow creature stood before him. Bright fur, black-tipped ears, a lightning bolt tail, red cheeks that crackled softly with sparks. Ash stared speechless. So this is. And just like that, his journey had finally begun.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Oh, Ash, you actually recognize this. Professor Oak raised his brows in surprise when he heard Ash call by name. It wasn't that Oak hadn't taught the children of Pallet Town about. On the contrary, he had given them lessons on nearly every known species in. But this was Ash, the eternal last-place finisher. When it came to knowledge, he barely passed, if at all. To be fair, Ash's love for burned brighter than anyone his age. But knowledge, that was another story. So the fact that he could correctly identify today was nothing short of miraculous. Ash puffed out his chest proudly, a smug grin spreading across his face. His nose might as well have grown an inch. Of course naturally I'd recognize it, and this is definitely a super powerful, with as my starter my path to becoming champion is already guaranteed. Professor Oak gave him a long, weary look. He considered correcting him, that was actually a fairly common in, but held his tongue. Better not crush the boy's enthusiasm, still to think he's boasting like this, if only he knew. Meanwhile had been listening. It normally disliked humans, but hearing Ash so confidently declare it super powerful stirred a faint warmth in its little heart. Not many people spoke about it that way. All right, since you've got no complaints about, take these and be on your way, Professor Oak said, handing over a shiny red and a handful of balls. Ash shoved them into his pocket without ceremony, then crouched down in front of, smiling brightly, he reached out and rubbed its head. Please take care of me from now on. Before Ash could enjoy the softness of its fur, its cheeks crackled with sparks and its expression shifted into a glare. Apika chu. A massive jolt of electricity coursed through Ash, frying him from head to toe. His pajamas turned black and smoke curled off his hair as he collapsed in a twitching heap. Oh, that reminds me, Professor Oak said belatedly, adjusting his lab coat as if nothing had happened. This has, well, a bit of a personality problem. It doesn't like balls, isn't fond of strangers, and resists most trainers. One of my more troublesome students here. Honestly, a perfect match for you. Why didn't you say that earlier? Ash groaned, smoke puffing from his mouth before he toppled over onto the floor. If his body hadn't been tougher than most people's, that thunder shock would send him straight to the hospital. But despite the shocking interlude, Ash's determination to choose as his starter didn't waver. Not that he really had any choice in the matter. Professor Oak left Ash with a few final words of advice for his journey before returning to his research. After Ash stepped outside, Oak quietly set down his microscope. He walked to a shelf, opened a storage case, and carefully removed a framed painting. It showed a young boy passionately commanding an electric mouse. Oak gazed at it for a long moment, lost in thought. Outside, Ash bid farewell to the villagers gathered to see him off. His mother was among them. She handed him a special spatial backpack, purchased just for his travels, stuffed with daily necessities. With her worried yet encouraging gaze at his back, Ash finally set out from Pallet Town. Of course, the sight was less heroic than it could have been, because Ash was now wearing rubber gloves and dragging a very reluctant behind him. The solemn farewell instantly turned into a comical one. It didn't take long for Ash to leave Pallet Town behind. On the way, he managed to change out of his scorched pajamas into his official gear. A red and white league-issued cap, earned after sending the league 1,000 emails, a blue jacket, and light jeans. For the first time, he truly looked like a young trainer ready to begin his adventure. Unfortunately, still refused to cooperate. Ash tried several times to talk with it, but ignored him completely. Even though Ash's earlier words had left a faintly good impression, its distrust of humans and its fierce independence remained unshaken. At a loss, Ash decided to seek help from his seniors in the chat group. Ash, everyone, I've got my starter now, but it's not exactly listening to me, where you're this stubborn at first. Champion Ash, more or less. I went through some rough patches too before, and I finally formed a real bond. Breeder Ash, I was different. Since I always wanted to be a breeder, I already had some decent skills when I started out. I made special food and bribed right away. So take my advice, newbie, become a breeder. It comes with perks. Aura Ash, bro, there you go again, trying to rope us all into your line of work. Let it go. Most versions of us want to battle, not spend hours mixing food in a pot. Breeder Ash, what's wrong with breeding? Breeding can raise powerful too. Don't look down on me just because I'm a breeder. In my world, even in battles, not many trainers can beat me. Ash, can we put the whole profession argument aside for now? What I really need to know is, how do I get to listen? He ignores me when I talk, and even after eating the food I give him, he turns around like he's never seen me before. He's impossible to deal with. Ash quickly cut off the debate about careers, dragging the conversation back to the most urgent problem: how to get to actually obey him. That was the key. Champion Ash, don't worry. And well, you are bound by a deep fate. It won't be long before something happens that brings the two of you closer together. Oh, right, I said I'd explain more about this chat group after you received your starter. Now's a good time. Ash, so this group can do more than just let me talk with other versions of myself. Champion Ash, of course, and it's a function you'll find very useful. Look in the upper right corner of the group screen. Do you see a glowing spot? Use your mind to tap it. Ash, floating in his mental form, immediately turned his gaze upward. Sure enough, there it was, a faint light glowing at the edge of the chat screen. Without hesitation, Ash reached out with his mind and touched it, first time receiving a lottery chance when acquired. Lottery entrance unlocked. That was all Ash saw after tapping the glowing dot. One message told him he'd earned a lottery chance, the other pointed to a lottery entrance. Ash blinked. Lottery? What kind of lottery? Is this chat group seriously handing out prizes now? Champion Ash, you saw it right, you've got a lottery chance. Ash, yeah, it says I got one for receiving my starter, but what can I even win in this lottery? Champion Ash, our abilities. Ash, your abilities. Champion Ash, exactly. This lottery includes everything except physical items. For example, my battle experience, Breeder Ash's breeding knowledge, Tactician Ash's tactical skills, and so on. Ash's jaw dropped. He couldn't even wrap his head around it, but the idea that he could just draw knowledge and skills from other versions of himself was already ridiculously overpowered. Champion Ash, and it's not just experience. The lottery also contains our special powers. Some of us developed them fully, others never did. Take Aura Ash, for instance. He's almost completely mastered the power of Aura. With it, he can actually stand against Legendary using his own strength alone. Ash, what are Legendary? Champion Ash, what exactly have you been learning all this time? You don't even know. Ash Nob. The Champion Ash. Champion Ash went silent. He'd spoken with almost every version of himself across countless worlds, but never had he met an Ash this blank. Not knowing was one thing, but not knowing Legendary at all, especially the 3 legendary birds of this, went beyond newbie. This was uncharted territory. Aura Ash, put simply, Legendary are the most powerful in existence. They're top of the top tier. Ash, really? And humans can actually fight against like that? You're not pulling my leg right. If they weren't all supposedly him, Ash would have assumed this was some kind of cruel prank. Humans competing with the strongest in the world? That sounded like the biggest joke he'd ever heard. Champion Ash, we've got no reason to lie to you. Anyway, just try the lottery. Let's see what your first draw gives you. Champion Ash, abilities are ranked S, A, B, C, D, and E, S being the highest. The odds of pulling an S rank are less than 1 in 10,000. Most of us have drawn 100 times or more, and only 1 or 2 have ever landed an S. Unlike the brand new Ash, every other Ash in the group had joined as a finished account. The moment they entered the chat, they were showered with more than 50 lottery chances at once. Of course, most of what they drew turned out to be useless. After all, in their own worlds, they already stood at the very peak of their fields. General knowledge and low-level abilities didn't mean much to them anymore. Ash, the odds are that bad. By the way, who were the one or two people who actually pulled an S rank? Breeder Ash, that be me, but this broken system might as well have not given it to me. What use is a breeder like me having the battle experience of a tactician master? I laughed myself sick when I drew it. Breeder Ash was still bitter just thinking about it. To finally pull an S rank, only for it to be completely unrelated to his specialty, it was cruel. And yet he had to admit those tactics were fascinating. He even tried putting them into practice against Champion Lance, who was so by the experience he swore he would never battle Breeder Ash again. The S rank wasn't just raw experience. It also transmitted Tactician Ash's keen observation skills, predictive instincts, and ruthless thought processes in battle. That was why the ability was valued so highly. In fact, if a complete novice got their hands on this ability, they'd instantly leap to the level of a top champion, able to read opponents, strategize, and execute battles like a veteran. It was just a shame it had landed in the hands of a breeder. Tactician Ash, hey, what's with the attitude? My ability is top class. Even the champion himself couldn't draw it if he tried. You should be grateful you got it. The difference between Champion Ash and Tactician Ash was stark. Champion Ash leaned on overwhelming force, his team packed with powerful train to their peak. Tactician Ash, on the other hand, specialized in toppling stronger opponents with less than honorable strategies. When Champion Ash first saw the kind of methods Tactician Ash employed, he was floored. This actually counts as battling. Toxic spikes, a wall that stacked defense boosts and just sat there while the opponent slowly keeled over. Was that even human? And that wasn't all. There was substitute toxic. There was serene grace flinch. There was minimize plus soft boiled that refused to faint no matter what you threw at it. Even Champion Ash admitted he never wanted to battle Tactician Ash. It wasn't a battle, it was torture. Whether he could win was one thing, but the sheer frustration of it was maxed out. Champion Ash, anyway, rookie, go ahead and draw. You should see the lottery entrance in your notifications. Just head in and spin it. Ash set aside his urge to keep chatting and pulled up the notification page. With a deep breath, he entered the lottery entrance. The moment he clicked in, a giant roulette wheel materialized before him. It was divided into 6 colored sections, the 6 ability ranks Champion Ash had mentioned. The S-rank slice, however, was so ridiculously tiny it was practically invisible. Just as Champion Ash had said, it couldn't have been more than 1 in 10,000 of the wheel. Honestly, if the wheel weren't this enormous, Ash would needed a microscope just to find it. No wonder the probability is so low, Ash grumbled. With a section that small, how could anyone possibly land on it? Still, he willed his mind to give the wheel a spin. The wheel whirled wildly, the colors blurring into one dizzying spiral. Ash couldn't tell where it was going and could only slam it to a stop at random. Gradually, the spinning slowed. The pointer ticked across the rim slower, until it inched toward that near-invisible S-rank slice. And then the click. It stopped. Dead center. The pointer perfectly overlapped with the microscopic S-rank section. Ash froze. His instinct was to rub his eyes, but as a floating consciousness, he had no eyes to rub. That made it even clearer it wasn't an illusion. He had actually hit the S-rank. The wheel instantly shattered into sparks, replaced by a glowing prompt box. Congratulations, you have drawn the S-rank ability, Aura Power. The aura power within your body has now been fully awakened to an S-rank state. Countless techniques and methods of aura usage have been infused into your mind. You may access them at will. Aura Power? Ash muttered, then quickly realized this must be the very same aura power Champion Ash had mentioned, the strength said to let a human clash directly with legendary. Back then, he doubted it. Even now, he was still half skeptical. Could a human body really stand against the most powerful in the world? Sure, Ash's physical condition was already impressive for his age. In Pallet Town, no one his age could match him in stamina or speed. That much felt like his natural talent. But even so, when faced with an adorable-looking beginner, he'd already been zapped into helplessness. Even wearing rubber gloves, one thunder shock from had nearly fried him to ashes. If he couldn't handle a starter, how could he possibly imagine fighting those world-class at the peak of power? Wouldn't a single breath from one of them be enough to send a human flying? And yet, the ability he had once questioned had just landed in his lap. Champion Ash, well, how'd it go? What rank did you pull? B? C? Even a D rank would be a huge boost for you right now. Right now, newbie Ash was basically a blank slate. For him, even the lowest ranked ability would be like a helping hand from another self, instant improvement, no matter what it was. Ash, I think I drew an S rank. Fishing enthusiast Ash, hold it. What do you mean, I think I drew an S rank? Did you even look at the wheel? The chance of S rank is 1 in 10,000. You only had one pull, either you did or you didn't. A new Ash had joined the chat. His title was Fishing Enthusiast Ash. Ash didn't know what fishing enthusiast meant in detail, but he could tell from the tone alone that this guy carried a lot of resentment. Ash, it really is S rank. The prompt said I drew aura power. It awakened mine to S rank and passed down all the related experience. I'll need to check the details later, but it's definitely there. Even as he spoke, Ash could already see a glowing sphere of light floating in his mind. That must be the inheritance of aura power experience the chat group had mentioned. Since he was still mid-conversation, he hadn't tapped into it yet. Fishing enthusiast Ash, no, impossible, there's no way. How could anyone pull an S-rank ability on their very first try? This defies science, I refuse to believe it. Ash, what's wrong with that me? He seems kind of unstable. Champion Ash, cough, don't mind him. His original title was Lucky Ash. He spent so many fishing trips reeling up nothing but trash that his mood soured. But don't underestimate him, his fishing skills are top-notch. He even once hooked though he couldn't capture it. Champion Ash, after joining the group, he's always prayed for some kind of battle ability so that if he ever hooked another legendary, he could actually fight it. But the best he's ever pulled is B rank. His record draw streak was 10 in a row, 5 D ranks and 5 E ranks, and all of them were household skills. Alas, what a tragic story. If Ash remembered correctly, the wheel's A and B rank sections together might have made up about 10%. Add in the C rank slice, and it should reach nearly 30%. And yet, after 10 consecutive draws, fishing enthusiast Ash hadn't even managed to land a single C. That was too pitiful to believe. Aura Ash, in the end, he got so angry he changed his name to Fishing Enthusiast Ash because his luck was just that atrocious. He's basically the unluckiest one in the whole group. Ash learned something new. Apparently, fishing was slang here for terrible luck. Ash just asking, how do I change my name, and what would I be called if I had really good luck? Aura Ash, if you're super lucky, the nickname is European Emperor. But don't even think about changing your name to that. If you do, Fishing Ash might actually try to fight you. If you want to change your name, look at the upper left corner of the chat screen. There's a settings icon. You can change your nickname and profile, but only once a month. Hearing that, Ash immediately dropped the idea. Even if the other Ash couldn't cross worlds to smack him, provoking himself seemed pointless. Aura Ash, anyway, the ability you drew, my aura power, is a good one. As a beginner, pulling this is practically the best you could hope for. Out in the wild, you'll run into all kinds of danger. Normally, you'd have to rely on your to protect you, but beginners only have a few, and usually weak ones at that. Aura Ash, that's when the trainer himself needs to step up. As the saying goes, a trainer who can't battle alongside isn't a real trainer. This S-rank ability basically passes on all of my power to you. With it, even against champion level, you won't fall behind. Aura Ash, and once you fully master it, even a legendary would give you a wide berth. So with Aura Power, you don't need to worry about your safety while traveling anymore. Aura Ash's words left Ash wide-eyed and speechless. Aura Power is really that strong. Champion Ash, for now if nothing else, log out and test it. Aura Power isn't just useful in battle, it's also great for understanding and bonding with. You'll know what I mean once you return to reality and start using it. Ash finally realized what log out meant. It was just another way of saying go back to the real world. Why do all the other Miis use such trendy language? He muttered in his head and then let his consciousness slip out of the chat group. The Pika. In reality, Ash's body had remained frozen in place the entire time he was inside the chat. At first, ignored him, but after a while he noticed that Ash was sitting there with his eyes closed, utterly motionless. Tilted his head, then trotted over, ears flicking nervously. He checked Ash carefully. This wasn't some dumb trick to get his attention. Ash really wasn't moving at all. Panic flickered across eyes. He didn't like humans, true, but that didn't mean he bore malice toward them. His nature was gentle otherwise, no matter how thick Ash's gloves were, would blasted him long ago and walked away free. Now seeing Ash so unresponsive, thoughts scattered. Should he run back to Pallet Town and bring help, or try some sort of chest-pounding revival like he'd seen other do? Or maybe a light thunder shock would wake him up. Just as cheeks began to crackle with sparks, ready to try the world's most questionable form of CPR, Ash's eyelids twitched and slowly opened. For one long, dramatic second, boy and stared at each other. Ash blinked, Pika, are you alive? This worried cry reached Ash's ears, and though it was still in the usual tongue, Ash somehow understood every word. Wait, I understood that. Is this aura power at work? Ash whispered, his eyes widening. For the first time, the parallel world selves in the chat group didn't feel like some crazy fever dream. Up until now, part of him still thought this whole Multiverse Ash Club was too ridiculous to believe. But after drawing aura power and experiencing this miracle firsthand, his doubts melted away. He hadn't even used aura power yet. Its passive effect alone was already life-changing. One of the biggest barriers between trainers was language. Could understand humans well enough, but for humans to truly understand, that usually took years of trust and training, and even then, only a rare few could achieve it. Yet now Ash had skipped straight to the finish line. For a trainer, this was practically a divine skill. Ash puffed out his chest proudly. I'm telling you, I've become super strong now. Leading you to the top of the world will be a piece of cake. If you decide to get along with me, it's still not too late. Squinted at him with an unimpressed look, tilting his head like he was staring at a complete fool. Pika, are you crazy? Oi, how dare you, I heard that. You just called me crazy, didn't you? Froze, his eyes going wide. Pi, how did you understand that? Ash smirked, folding his arms with all the smugness of a kid who just discovered a cheat code. Haha, surprised, aren't you? That's my true strength. Admit defeat already. His tail bristled as he took a step back, sparks jittering across his cheeks. Pika, what kind of sorcery is this? What do you mean sorcery? Ash snapped, stomping a foot. This is aura power, it's a super special ability. Excited, Ash shifted his focus inward, opening the user manual of aura power within his mind. The glowing light sphere pulsed, then burst open, knowledge pouring into him in a dizzying flood. His head spun as countless fragments of information rushed by: combat techniques, perception skills, empathy, communication, even telepathy. Just as Aura Ash had said, this wasn't only the power to rival legendary in battle. It was a power versatile enough to sense, to soothe, and to connect. Just as Aura Ash had said, this power was said to rival that of a legendary, and its versatility was even more astonishing. Combat, perception, communication, healing, telepathy, the list went on. Aura existed within everyone's body, but only a rare few could awaken and control it. What's more, aura was tied directly to life force. Push it too far, and the user could burn themselves out, sometimes fatally. That meant if one's inner aura reserves weren't strong enough, even touching the power recklessly could leave scars no ordinary human could endure. Ash's current aura, however, was different. The chat group had gifted it to him through the lottery. His natural aura potential remained untouched, still dormant. In other words, this world's Ash actually had greater aura potential than Aura Ash himself. As for mastering it, the user manual in his mind contained every technique imaginable. But the knowledge was massive, too massive. Right now, Ash only grasped the rough outlines. To fully comprehend it all would take time. Still, for the present, it was more than enough. At the very least, tamming was no longer a dream. I'm even more amazing than you now, Ash puffed out his chest and pointed straight at him. You don't recognize me as your trainer? Then let's battle. Whoever wins, the other has to listen deal. In the world, a battle was the foundation of forming bonds. Beat a wild and it would acknowledge your strength, allowing you to capture it. But no one had ever applied this rule between human and humans ordered, not the other way around. No human would actually fight one. So when Ash challenged him like this, his face was one of pure disbelief. Ash, are you serious? Huh, you just called my name? Ash's eyes shone, convinced he'd already won him over. If you're acknowledging me as your trainer, then I'll let the fight slide. No, don't get the wrong idea. I'm just giving you a way out, that's. Wagged a tiny finger with smug playfulness, his cheeks sparking brighter. Since Ash wasn't taking the hint, then fine, time to get serious. Then let's see who's really unappreciative, Ash snapped back, fire in his eyes. On the grassy path just outside Pallet Town, a boy in a squared off. His body blazed with golden electricity, while at the same time a brilliant blue aura burst forth from Ash's frame. Pika. The sudden glow rising from Ash's body made freeze. He even rubbed his eyes with his tiny paws, wondering if he was seeing things. Humans weren't supposed to glow like this. Humans weren't supposed to use moves. That kind of power belonged only to, could it be, what Ash said about having aura power was actually true? Ampaika CHU. But when in doubt, blast it first. Gathered golden sparks in his cheeks and fired a bolt of electricity straight at Ash. Ash braced himself, thrusting his hands forward. Blue energy surged out, condensing into a shimmering barrier of aura power. His thunder shock slammed into the barrier, only to be completely absorbed, leaving Ash unharmed. When Ash's eyes lit up, it worked. And then, grinning ear to ear, he clenched a fist. All right, my turn. Blue light swirled in his palm, shaping itself into a perfect sphere of aura. Aura sphere. The glowing orb shot forward and struck head-on. A boom. In an instant, the little mouse toppled over with spirals in his eyes. Then Ash's jaw dropped. Are you okay? Panicked, he rushed over and scooped into his arms. Closing his eyes, Ash let the gentle flow of aura power pulse from his hands into his small body. Aura wasn't a healing move, not exactly. But as the very essence of life energy, it could strengthen vitality and stabilize the body, enough to count as a form of recovery. A few tense moments passed until twitched, his eyes blinking open. Pika, sorry, I just got this power and couldn't control it properly. How are you feeling now? Ash asked, his voice heavy with regret as stirred. He truly hadn't expected it. That aura sphere had been less than 10% of his strength, yet it had knocked out in a single blow. Ash had imagined all sorts of strategies, a back-and-forth clash filled with tactics, but the battle ended before it even began. He didn't know if it was just too weak or if he had suddenly become too strong. Pika, are you really even humans? What kind of question is that? Ash shot back immediately, puffing his cheeks. Of course I'm human, 100% genuine human. I just happen to get a little special ability, that's all. Pie, a little, that's way too outrageous to call a little. Ash scratched his head with a grin, gave him a long, unamused look, then sighed. Pika, fine, I'll honor my bet. Though unruly by nature, was honest. Since Ash had beaten him fair and square, he had nothing left to say. And so Ash had finally truly gained his very first. Other trainers could use their starters as soon as they got them, but only Ash had to literally battle his own into submission before earning its approval. Since you're my partner now, back into your ball you go. Everyone else's goes inside, so you should too. Ash held out the ball with a smile. Pika shook his head violently, refusing with all his might. Even without aura, Ash could feel the stubbornness in that protest. With aura, he understood perfectly, just didn't want to go inside. Normally, trainers didn't allow that. Sure, could stay out sometimes, but keeping one outside all the time was considered impractical. But Ash was different. He paused, then nodded decisively. All right then, if you don't want to stay in the ball, you don't have to. I'll just patch you up first. Good thing Mom gave me some potions. At those words, his tense expression eased. His sharp eyes softened, carrying a touch of surprise. Not many trainers would do this. Not many would let their walk free, let alone respect their wishes from the start, and somehow Ash was that kind of trainer. For the first time, didn't feel quite so resistant to the idea of following Ash. Ash carefully sprayed the potion across a small body. The potion had given him was specially formulated for. Though it stung a little at first, its effect was remarkable. His condition recovered quickly. Once was back on his feet, Ash finally set off down the road toward the next city. As he walked, he reopened the mysterious group chat. He had already set his ultimate goal, defeating the unbeatable champion, but he had no idea where to even begin. Champion Ash, if I remember correctly, the first stop after Pallet Town should be Viridian City. You'll need to register there for the league. If you want to measure up at all, you should aim to win the Indigo League. Only then will you have what I'd call basic battle power. Newbie Ash, huh? I need to win a whole league championship just to count as basic. Isn't that way too strict? By now, Ash had figured out how to change his name in the chat group. Surrounded by so many powerhouse versions of himself, he decided to pick a new title he'd overheard from them, Newbie Ash. It meant pitiful, weak, and clueless, which honestly felt about right. Even though he'd pulled Aura Ash's power, he was still green as grass when it came to being a trainer. He had far too much to learn. Champion Ash, well, in my experience, the Indigo League is one of the weaker leagues. It only accepts trainers who've been traveling for less than 2 years, so it's basically a beginner-exclusive league. Champion Ash, but that's how it worked in my world. The exact rules in your world might vary. Still, the league is real, and if you want a short-term goal, aim for champion of the Indigo League. Once you've done that, then you can think about the next step. Breeder Ash, if you've got downtime, you should also study breeding techniques. Don't understand something? Ask me, I'll teach you. Grand Festival Ash, you're really desperate to recruit newcomers, huh? Aura Ash, let him be. Hardly anyone here talks breeding with him, and those who could rarely log in. Finally, a completely clueless newbie shows up. Of course, he's going to reel him in. Tactician Ash, but to be fair, he isn't wrong. If you really want to stand at the top, breeding is essential. Unless you've got a dedicated breeder partner, you'll need to learn at least the basics yourself. Newbie Ash, got it, then I'll head straight to Viridian City first. See you guys later. Champion Ash, hold it, one last thing. On the way, you'll run into Wild. Whether you plan to catch them or not, don't just ignore them, battle them. Besides daily care, as growth mainly comes from accumulated battle experience. The more fights they have, the faster they'll grow stronger. Champion Ash, but remember, battles aren't everything. They're only part of a trainer's duty. Feeding, care, companionship, and guidance are just as important. You can pick up a lot about those things just by checking in on the group regularly. Newbie Ash got it. Ash burned those words into his heart, then closed the chat. At first, he'd planned to use to catch 2 more before reaching Viridian City. But after hearing his other selves, he realized something. His bond with was still shaky, and his level wasn't particularly high. It would be smarter to train first, earn his trust, sharpen his strength, before adding more partners to the team. Let's go, time to grind some levels, Ash announced with fire in his eyes. Pika tilted his head, ears twitching. From his perspective, Ash had just closed his eyes for a minute, opened them again, and suddenly started shouting about leveling up like a completely different person. Maybe this human had 2 personalities. Still, since Ash could understand him, decided to just file it under incomprehensible human behavior. Level up, challenge gyms, stand at the peak of the world, charge. Ash said, rushing out ahead, showed a bewildered expression behind him, then followed closely, used thunder shock. Ash swung his arm forward dramatically, like a general sending his ace onto the battlefield. Golden electricity burst from his cheeks, ripping through the air and slamming into the before them. The bird screeched as its feathers smoked, then toppled helplessly to the ground, twitching once before going still. Ash pumped his fist high. Yes, that makes 10. He crouched down, grinning, and slapped tail in a high five, twitched at the weird gesture but accepted it anyway. 10 down, and with each victory, Ash could feel its aura was growing, sharpening like a blade being honed. Aura represented vitality, but according to the instruction manual in his mind, it also represented strength. The stronger one's aura, the stronger one's raw power. The problem, there were no clear standards, no levels spelled out. Ash had no clue what rank had reached. He just knew that every win nudged strength upward bit by bit. But he also noticed something troubling. The gains were shrinking. By the time they'd down their 10th wild's growth was barely noticeable. He quickly opened the group chat to ask about it. The answer was unanimous. Champion Ash, that's normal. When your level goes up, weak opponents don't give much experience anymore. Think of it like a game. You're level 20 fighting level 5 mobs. They're basically just air. Aura Ash, if you want real growth, you need to fight stronger opponents. Even if you lose, the challenge itself sharpens your aura. Ash scratched his head. So, like grinding bosses instead of wasting time on slimes, got it. Resolved, he decided to hurry to Viridian City and check out this gym challenge the others had mentioned. But fate had other plans. Just as Ash was thinking it, the air filled with an ominous beating of wings. A whole flock descended, shrieking angrily. At first it was just a dozen, then another dozen, and another. By the time Ash counted properly, there were easily more than 100. And among them, Ash spotted the very same had knocked out earlier. Ash's eyes went wide. Wait, they brought the whole family for revenge? That's a grudge squad if I've ever seen one. He clenched his fist and pointed forward like a shonen hero ready for battle. All right, it's up to you. Pika Pai yelped, darting behind Ash and shaking his head violently. No way, absolutely not. Are you kidding me? I'm just a little who's just starting out. Making me fight 100, how is that different from asking me to die? Pika, Ash, I choose you. What's that supposed to mean? I'm human, you expect me to fight 100. Pika tilted his head innocently. Aren't you the one who's good at fighting? Now's your chance to prove it. You little, Ash's voice cracked into pure gibberish, and percent. Osbir. The flock of who had been watching the bickering do like an annoyed audience finally lost their patience. With a chorus of screeches, they tightened formation and dived as one, a storm of wings and talons raining down on the boy and his mouse. Ash froze mid-argument, then yelped, Nope, time to run. He scooped into his arms and bolted. Pika, why are we running? Let's fight them. Fight them? Can't you count how many there are? You fight them. Ash shot back, panting as his legs blurred beneath him. Aura power surged through his body, amplifying his speed far beyond what a normal human could manage. Though we're flying types with sharp agility, Ash was leaving them behind as if his sneakers had sprouted rockets. He clung to Ash's shoulder, gripping his jacket tight. His eyes darted to the shrinking flock behind them, disbelief plain on his face. This isn't human speed, is he secretly? Then again, this was the same human who had blasted him across a field with a glowing blue ball. Maybe outrunning birds wasn't that strange after all. Untwisted around, puffed his cheeks, and made a silly face at the furious flock. He'd only knocked out one of them, and yet they'd called in 100 cousins for revenge. That kind of pettiness deserved mockery. If he couldn't beat them, he could at least annoy them. The screeched even louder, wings beating frantically as they chased. But no matter how hard they pushed, the boy ahead only widened the gap. The realization made them flap harder, rage boiling. Suddenly, several larger at the front gave sharp cries, their bodies blurring as they shot forward like arrows. A quick attack. The dozen elites slashed through the air, their boosted speed cutting the distance in seconds. Pika and Ash faster, they're catching up. What? Ash risked a glance back, and his heart nearly leapt into his throat. The high speed were already right on top of them. I'm warning you all, don't force my hand. I'm not running because I'm scared, I just don't want to fight you, Ash shouted over his shoulder. The screeched and drew closer, 50 meters. You can still leave now, last warning. They came closer, 20 meters. Ash's forehead twitched. Fine, you asked for it, Aura Sphere. He thrust his hand forward. In an instant, blue light gathered in his palm, swelling and swirling until it condensed into a pulsing, dark blue sphere. Untake this. The Aura Sphere shot out like a comet, straight into the center of the charging flock. They who had thought Ash was just bluffing suddenly realized the human was actually firing some kind of move. Too late to dodge. BOOOM. The explosion ripped through the air, a blast of black smoke and feathers rising from the lush green field. Ash skidded to a stop, sneakers scraping the dirt, turning back to gauge the results. That was 50% of my strength, he muttered, half proud, half nervous. If it takes out at least 5, then fine, no more running. You like chasing? Then today I'll play until the very end. As the smoke thinned, Ash and leaned forward with bated breaths. Ash had guessed that maybe 5 or 6 would be down, the rest injured, and that alone would have been a great result. But reality blew past all his expectations. Every single in the front line, all 12, were lying flat on the ground, knocked out cold. Ash's jaw went slack. He slowly raised his trembling hands and stared at them. That was only half of his strength. What would a full power Aura Sphere look like? Could this really be what Aura Ash meant by power on par with a legendary? I should listen to Professor Oak's lectures more carefully, Ash muttered, half in awe, half in regret. Pika Pie monster gulped. He suddenly realized, when Ash had used this skill on him earlier, that had been Ash holding back. If it had been this level, he wouldn't just have fainted, he'd have seen heaven's golden gates that very day. All right, let's split them up, half for you, half for me, Ash grinned. Pika, you take 80%, I'll take 20. Ash rolled his eyes but didn't argue. After all, right now, he was clearly the stronger one. With that, Boy and Mouse launched their counteroffensives. Ash flung Aura Spheres like a living artillery cannon, each one detonating in the flock and clearing space for, darted along the sidelines, zapping stragglers with precise thunder shocks, proud of every he clipped out of the air. Ash stood tall at the center of the chaos, one hand firing aura, the other holding a shimmering blue barrier. In under 5 minutes, the skis were clear. The once furious flock of now lay scattered across the grass, twitching but not seriously harmed. Huff, huff, I told you not to force me, Ash panted, hands on his hips, face full of smug triumph. Pika, his pose with tiny paws on his hips, looking just as self-satisfied. First day out as a starter, and he had already helped wipe out an entire flock. If other heard about this, he'd be a legend among rodents. Even if okay, Ash did 90% of the work. When the dust settled, Ash pulled out his map and squinted at it. Thanks to the chase, they had been carried far off track, but in a good way. We're almost at Viridian City already. At this pace, we can make it by tomorrow morning. Ash folded the map and stretched. Guess we should thank those. If not for them, we'd still be miles back. Nodded sagely at his side. Then, side by side, Boy and Mouse prepared to continue their journey, leaving behind a field of fainted who were probably reconsidering their life choices. Although they had all fainted, Ash knew they'd be fine. Bodies were tough. Unless there was a serious injury, they bounced back quickly on their own. Otherwise, the League would have banned wild battles ages ago. Satisfied, Ash dusted his hands off. All right, let's wait. He suddenly turned his head toward a nearby tree, eyes narrowing. You over there? Yeah, you come out, I already found you. The path they were on was like a countryside lane, surrounded by tall grass, flowers, and the occasional tree. Ash hadn't noticed anything earlier, but during the battle, his aura had picked up on a presence behind that tree. It didn't feel like a aura, which meant a person. They had seen everything, him, the aura spheres, the whole Ash the War God act. And yet, instead of stepping out and clapping like a normal person witnessing greatness, they just kept hiding. Ash frowned. Excuse me, I just pulled off the coolest scene of my life. Where's my audience applause? Still not coming out, don't blame me if I make a move. No, a flustered voice squeaked from behind the tree. Ash blinked. Wait, that's a girl's voice. Sure enough, a figure timidly stepped out. It was a girl with a ponytail, wearing a sleeveless yellow crop top that clung just a little tightly to her chest, paired with denim shorts. Her face was round and cute, almost doll-like, with sparkling green eyes. The girl, Ash tilted his head. Why were you hiding back there? See, cough, I was just passing by. I didn't see anything. Nope, didn't see a thing. Ash folded his arms and squinted. Liar, you've been by that tree this whole time. The girl flinched like she'd just been crit hit. I didn't mean to see anything. Don't kill me to silence me. The girl blurted, clutching her hands together and bowing her head like Ash was some kind of mob boss. Ash froze, blinking in confusion. Kill you? What the heck is wrong with your head? After a few minutes of awkward conversation, Ash finally pieced together why this girl had refused to come out earlier and why she was acting so strangely now. Her name was Misty. When she first saw Ash and surrounded by a huge flock of, she had been ready to step in. After all, how could a rookie with just a single possibly survive against that many flying types? But then she witnessed the truth. The real star of the battle wasn't, it was the human trainer himself. Blue spheres flying, barriers shimmering, Ash charging into the flock like a one-man army. Watching the scene unfold, Misty's imagination went wild. Was this guy an android, a top-secret government weapon, a runaway experiment from some shady organization? And that was why she hadn't dared to step out until now. Of course, Ash had to shut that nonsense down fast. Listen, I'm just a normal human, okay? A perfectly normal rookie trainer. I just happen to have, a little special ability. That's it. It took a lot of awkward reassurance and waving his arms around, but eventually Misty calmed down. Her shoulders relaxed, and she let out a long sigh of relief. At least now she no longer looked like she was waiting to be silenced. Aura power, never heard of that. The only special ability I know is psychic. Once Misty was convinced Ash wasn't some secret cyborg, she finally calmed down and started talking normally. Aura power wasn't just rare it was rare everywhere. A handful of could use it, sure, but humans, almost unheard of. Psychics, on the other hand, were a different story. Plenty of people with psychic ability existed. In alone, the Saffron City gym leader was famous for it, and Misty had even heard of gifted individuals in other regions. Different from aura or not, in her mind, the two powers fell into the same category: weird, special, and dangerous. That said, even if you've got some special ability, one guy fighting off a flock of is still outrageous. Misty crossed her arms, half lecturing. Ash puffed out his chest proudly. Pretty cool, right? I wasn't exactly complimenting you, Misty sighed, then glanced away. But fine, maybe it was kind of impressive. Ash's smug grin grew wider, which only made Misty groan inwardly. Despite how terrifying his strength was, the boy's mentality was pure child, easily pleased, quick to brag, and impossible not to read like a book. And the kicker, the only reason he called her out from behind that tree was because she hadn't come out to praise him after his heroic performance. What kind of person was so desperate for applause? Answer: a 10-year-old boy who still had the brain of a kid. Are you a rookie trainer? She asked, finally softening her tone. Yep, just got my first in today. I only left Pallet Town this morning. This is my partner. Pika Pika waved from Ash's shoulder, cheerful as ever. Your starter is, and you have a— Misty frowned in surprise. Who's the league envoy in your town? Normally, every city had league envoys who handed out starters to kids their age. But those were rare. Only top-level envoys could provide them, and they usually paired them with strong, reliable starters like— giving out something like, cute, yes, but difficult for rookies to control, wasn't the kind of choice she'd expect from a high-ranking envoy. The envoy in Pallet Town is Professor Oak, Ash said casually. He's pretty famous. Professor Oak, Misty practically jumped, emerald eyes wide. You know Professor Oak too, Ash blinked. Of course, how many people don't know Professor Oak? Misty huffed, as if Ash had just asked whether water was liquid. Besides being a world-renowned professor, he was also the legs champion. Ash and Oak. The boy and the froze in unison. That kind, scatterbrained old man who forgot where he left his own slippers was the league's very first champion. Ash swallowed hard. You're sure you're not mistaken? It's one thing for Professor Oak to be famous as a professor, but the champion of that's impossible, right? Misty rolled her eyes so hard Ash thought they might get stuck. How could I mistake something that important? I may not look like it, but I know what I'm talking about. Ask any gym leader, every single one of them respects Oak's record. Then tell me about his past, Ash pressed, eyes gleaming. Misty hesitated, then smirked. Fine, but let's talk as we walk. You're heading for Viridian City, right? Oh yeah. Then let's go. She wheeled her bike alongside Ash, slowing her pace so she wouldn't outstrip him. Along the way, she told him about the part of Professor Oak's life that most rookies had never heard. Decades ago, back when the idea of a champion was still new and uncertain, Oak appeared, young, fiery, and unstoppable. He not only won the Indigo League, but kept climbing higher, defeating every famed trainer in. His power, Misty said, was so overwhelming it was comparable to the current unbeatable champion of. Back then, Oak had been the shining pillar of the trainer everyone else measured themselves against. But those days were different. There was no internet, no televised battles, not even fast airships. Outside, Oak's name didn't travel far. And after he retired from battling to focus on research, his legend slowly faded, buried under the shadow of his academic fame. Today, most people only knew him as the kindly professor of Pallet Town. Only gym leaders and those who cared about history remembered he had once been strongest champion. To this day, the region hasn't produced another champion like him. Even Lance, the so-called invincible Dragon Master, couldn't seize the title. He holds his place among the Elite Four, but not the champion's throne, Misty said with a sigh, pushing her bicycle along. Her tone carried a faint regret, as though she wished she'd been alive to see Oak's glory days firsthand. Ash blinked stunned. Wait, are you saying's that weak, no champion at all? Misty let out a sharp laugh. Weak, huh? Maybe rookies here start slow, but if you're talking top-tier strength, go ask the other regions if they think's weak. You'll get laughed out of the room. She smirked, emerald eyes glinting. If someone says lower ranks are shaky, sure, no one will argue, but if someone doubts our top trainers, that's just ignorance. Then why doesn't even have a champion right now? Ash asked, scratching his head. Do you even know how champions are chosen? Ash shook his head, tilting its ears beside him. People think becoming champion is simple, but it's not. You'd have to face the entire Elite Four, and hardly anyone even makes it past the first. Those four are legends. Around here, they're the peak of strength. That's why nobody ever talks about a champion and no one's ever gotten far enough to claim the title. Ash and froze. Their jaws practically hit the dirt road. So doesn't lack a champion because it's weak, it's because it's too strong. Misty chuckled. Exactly. Our Elite Four aren't gatekeepers, they're four champions standing side by side. That's why the champion's seat stays empty more often than not. Ash gulped, his ears twitched, both boy and shivered at the thought. Four champions in a row? That sounded less like a challenge and more like a cruel joke. Before Ash could ask more, the clear blue sky above suddenly darkened. A drizzle. A light rain began to fall, pattering against the leaves. The bright day soured into a gloomy downpour in an instant. Misty tugged her bike toward a tall tree for shelter. Ash and hurried after her, both dripping wet. This weather's crazy. Sunny one second, pouring rain the next. Did some wild just use rain dance or something? Misty muttered, brushing damp strands of hair out of her face as the two huddled under a giant rock. Rain dance, what's that? Ash asked with wide-eyed curiosity. Misty turned to him slowly, her emerald eyes narrowing. You're kidding, you seriously don't know what rain dance is. Ash laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Oh well, I might been a little distracted in class, so now I don't remember a lot of that stuff. Misty groaned, clutching her forehead. Unbelievable. Aside from being ridiculously strong, you're basically a kid who doesn't know anything. If you didn't have that weird aura power thing, you'd already be face down in a ditch. The jab wasn't far from the truth. Without his lucky draw of aura power from the chat group, Ash probably wouldn't have even convinced to stay with him, let alone survived the flock. Ash tried to laugh it off. Yeah, my bad for spacing out in class. Anyway, how about you join us? Join you, Misty blinked. Yeah, travel together. Don't you have some kind of goal you're working towards? Misty's eyes softened for a moment, her voice carrying a hint of longing. I want to become a water-type master, the best water-type trainer in the world. Someday I'll be known like Lorelei. She may be an ice-type Elite Four, but her mastery of water types is legendary. I want to surpass even that. Lorelei, the ice-type specialist of the Elite Four, was famed for her mastery of both ice and water type. To Misty, she was the ultimate role model. Ash clenched his fists, fire in his eyes. A water-type master, huh? Sounds cool. As for me, I don't care about specializing in types. My dream is to become a master. First stop, beating and proving I'm the strongest trainer. He's the strongest trainer in the world, and you're saying you'll beat him first. What are you going to do after that? Fly up and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Misty shot back, exasperated. This boy didn't know much, but his dreams were bigger than anyone's. Beat just like that? Even with 10 years of training, she doubted Ash could topple's unbeatable champion. Of course, if it were a real fight, human versus human, then maybe Ash's ridiculous new power might give him a chance. Either way, I'm going to defeat, so Misty want to travel with me? Ash said brightly, making his first official invitation. Misty hesitated but finally nodded. All right, I don't really have anywhere to go, so I might as well. Yeah, we've got a new companions. Pika chirped happily. Since opening up to Ash, he was no longer so resistant to humans. And after spending some time with Misty, he didn't mind her either. Just like that, Ash's journey gained a new member. He hadn't expected his first addition wouldn't be but a human. Truly, life was full of surprises. Misty's presence was important. No matter how strong she was in battle, her knowledge far Ash's. He could finally ask someone about all the basics he'd missed in class. If she didn't know, he still had the big shots in the chat group. Either way, he'd patch up his weak spots somehow. Outside, rain continued to drizzle. The gloomy sky and steady patter made the air heavy and drowsy. Though sheltered, the ground was too damp to sit. Misty leaned against her bicycle while Ash rested against the tree, eyes closed, though in truth, his consciousness had already slipped into the chat group. Newbie Ash, seniors, I've got a new companion. Breeder Ash, oh, you caught a new. Newbie Ash, nope, a person, her name's Misty, and she knows a ton. I don't have to bug you guys with every daily question anymore, I can just ask her now. Champion Ash, oh, Misty, as in the gym leader of Cerulean Gym. Newbie Ash, Cerulean Gym? I don't know, she didn't say, but she's really knowledgeable, so maybe she is a gym leader. Harem King Ash, Misty, she's a good one. Newbie, you'd better not miss this chance. Newbie Ash, chance, what chance? Aura Ash, don't mind him. He's the only one in the group who's completely obsessed with romance. Harem King Ash, hey, how can you put it like that? Don't people get married? Don't people have kids? What's so wrong with me knowing a thing or two about love? Aura Ash, sure, but most people only marry one partner. How many are you juggling again? Newbie, listen, learn from anyone here, but don't learn from him. Follow his advice and you'll end up on the wrong paths. Harem King Ash, aw, come on, I finally found a fresh-faced rookie. You two aren't even dating, so don't ruin a teenager's chances before he's had any. Champion Ash, well, the Harem King does have a point. It's not bad to pick up a few tips from him about finding a partner. Just don't go overboard like he does, balance is important. Anyway, since Misty agreed to travel with you, you should have some new draw chances. Check your notification bar. Newbie Ash, okay. Ash had no idea what the rest of their bickering meant, but he did understand the part about checking his draws. He glanced up at the top right corner of the group chat. A glowing icon flashed new notifications. Ash tapped it open, and sure enough, several fresh messages popped up before his eyes. First time defeating a reward, 1 lottery chance. First time inviting a companion to join the team. Reward, 1 lottery chance. 2 glowing messages sat in the notification bar, each neatly stamped with a time. One had popped up when knocked out, the other when Misty agreed to travel with him. Ash scratched his chin. So every first gives me a lottery spin. I wonder what other firsts count. Guess I'll have to ask the veterans later. Without further hesitation, he focused his mind and tapped the roulette icon. This time the wheel looked different. There was now a double draw option. Ash's eyes lit up, 2 in a row, don't mind if I do. The wheel burst into motion, 2 glowing pointers spinning wildly in opposite arcs. Stop, Ash shouted. Both pointers slowed, clattering across the colored sections until they clicked into place. One pointer landed squarely in a razor-thin slot, the rank section. The other pointer slid into a broader area, the C rank section. Ash blinked, 1A and 1C. Somewhere out there, fishing enthusiast Ash, the unlucky variant who had rolled over 100 times without even pulling a B, was probably howling at the sky. Meanwhile, this newbie had done just 3 spins and already an S, an A, and a C. Ash rubbed the back of his head, sheepish but secretly thrilled. Even I can tell my luck here is kind of broken. Congratulations, you have obtained a rank ability, Insight IA. Congratulations, you have obtained C rank ability, Speed Limit Break C. Unlike Aura Power, no glowing tutorials or visions appeared in his mind this time, just plain text. And how am I supposed to use these things? Ash did what he always did when clueless. He opened the group chat. Newbie Ash, guys, I pulled Insight IA and Speed Limit Break C. Which of you veterans owns these? Fishing Ash, what? How many times have you drawn already? Another A rank? Did you just blow through 100 spins at once? Newbie Ash, no, I only drew twice. Fishing Ash, %2. Someone else pulls an A rank in 2 spins while I can't even get a C after 10 in a row. How is that fair? Is this rigged? Who made this busted chat group? I'm gonna hunt them down. Fishing enthusiast Ash howled into the void of his own world. If leaving the group were possible, he'd have rage quit ages ago. Breeder Ash, your luck is downright divine. Is this what they call beginner's blessing? Aura Ash, honestly, it tracks. The rest of us joined as finished accounts. The only true newcomer is the freshly arrived me, so all that newbie luck pooled into him, didn't it? Champion Ash makes sense. For us, anything below A rank barely moves the needle. But still, the rookie's luck is insane, and that C rank he pulled, it's one of the best in the C tier. Newbie Ash, so what did I actually get? Breeder Ash, the A rank is mine. As a top breeder, I've trained my eyes to be unmatched. One look at any and I can read its data, sometimes even detect the moves it knows. Breeder Ash, since yours is A rank and not S, it won't be my full ability. I'm not sure exactly where the cap is at A, but at minimum you should be able to see us potential ceiling for each stat. Newbie Ash, potential ceiling. Breeder Ash, strength has tiers, but even within a tier there are big differences in stats. Using the group's S2E grading, I map each stat's potential the same way. Breeder Ash, example, say two are both champion tier. If one's speed potential is A and the other's is S, then the S rank will be much faster in normal conditions, like noticeably. Breeder Ash, levels can rise through care, training, and battle. Given time and proper raising, most partners can climb high, some even to champion tier. Breeder Ash, but stat potential is different. Its upper limit is largely fixed from the start. I might reach champion tier overall, yet its speed or attack, etc., could still top out at, say, E in same tier comparison. That cap is what people mean by potential. Ash's head spun a little, but he got the gist. In short, in theory, most can push their overall strength very high through training and experience. But each individual stat has its own built-in ceiling, its potential. Some are born with higher caps in certain areas, like an A in strength, while others might top out at B or C, and even a one-rank gap at the same tier can create a big difference on the battlefield. Breeder Ash, but nothing is absolute. Nature is full of mysteries, and themselves are creatures of infinite potential. More than once, my insight eye has shown me with stats capped at C rank, only for them to break through and reach B rank anyway. Breeder Ash, and almost every time those breakthroughs came from raised with extraordinary care, partners whose trainers treated them like family. That bond can create miracles. As potential may have a ceiling, but themselves embody limitless possibility. When the power of bonds takes hold, so-called limits become nothing more than walls waiting to be broken. That's why people say there are no weak, only weak trainers. Newbie Ash, I think I get it. So the inside eye basically lets me see us aptitude in terms of stats, right? Breeder Ash, that's just the surface. At my level, one glance can tell me a strength, its stat ceilings, its breeding condition, its known moves, even its fighting habits. Breeder Ash, my ability is really S rank. Since you pulled only the A rank version, you don't have everything I can do, but trust me, it's plenty for daily use. Ash felt his heart race. First aura power, now this. The aura power alone could stand against legendary, and now he had another ability from one of his future selves. Even if this insight eye only did a fraction of what Breeder Ash described, it was still incredible. Having predecessors pave the road for him, it felt amazing. Newbie Ash, so how do I use Insight Eye? Do I activate it like a move? Breeder Ash, do you think it's Thunderbolt? It's instinct. Just look at A and the data will surface on its own. Think of it as a passive skill. You'll understand the moment you try. Newbie Ash, but I don't even know the level system. When I just see numbers I don't get. Breeder Ash, if you'd gotten the full S rank, the chat would directly implanted the knowledge into your head. With A rank, you'll still see levels, champion, elite, gym, whatever, but you'll have to compare them against the guide I'll send. Ash scribbled notes in his head. He'd never been this serious even when Professor Oak was lecturing. Breeder Ash, for reference, the scale goes novice, normal, advanced, superior, professional, gym, elite, champion, god tier. When you use Insight Eye, the rank will pop up clearly. Newbie Ash got it noted. Ash pumped his fist quietly. At this rate, he might actually become a real pro. Newbie Ash, then what about that C rank ability? Is it just running faster? Breeder Ash, no, that one's for, remember how I said stat aptitudes go from S down to E? With this, if your speed aptitude is below C, it instantly rises to see if it's already higher, the effect stacks, and it can even break through its natural ceiling. Champion Ash, which is why we said your luck's insane. That C rank is one of the most practical draws in the whole pool, way better than stuff like the optimal condiment combo for dinner. Newbie Ash. Ash nearly tripped. Wait, useless abilities like that exist? Don't tell me it was that unlucky Ash who pulled that one first. Unlucky Ash, who was fishing quietly in his own world, suddenly sneezed. He looked around suspiciously, rubbed his nose, then decided the sea breeze must be too cold and pulled on another jacket. Champion Ash, have you reached Viridian City yet? Newbie Ash, not yet, but I should get there tomorrow. Champion Ash, that's already pretty fast. One warning, don't challenge the Viridian gym, don't ask why. Only when you've reached gym level strength should you even think about it. Newbie Ash, okay, I understand. Ash tilted his head, puzzled. He hadn't even known Viridian City had a gym until now. If Champion Ash hadn't mentioned it, he might have marched straight over after registering. But if the strongest version of himself was warning him away, then fine, he'd shelve that plan for now. After giving his farewells in the chat, Ash exited the group and returned to reality. Although the conversation had felt long, only about 10 minutes had passed. Outside, the rain had just stopped. Misty, still leaning lazily against her bicycle, yawned without noticing Ash, who had been sitting with his eyes closed like he was meditating. Honestly, with this kind of damp, chilly weather, a bed and blanket sounded way more appealing than more walking. Ash shook his head and turned to. At once, strange lines of information shimmered into his vision. A species. Gender male. Level normal advanced. Ability static. Moves quick attack, thunder shock, XXXXX. Base stats range, attack DBA, DBA defense ECA, def ECA, HP DBA, speed DB plus A. Looking at six-dimensional attributes, Ash's head almost had tangible question marks appearing above it. What kind of weird six-dimensional attributes were these anyway? DB, did that mean stats fluctuated somewhere between D and B? Did regular's ability values really swing around that much? And then there was the kicker, every one of upper limits sat neatly at A rank. Ash blinked, wait, A rank. According to the lottery wheels grading, A was already an extremely rare aptitude, second only to the mythical S rank. Did that mean his was actually a hidden gem? The problem was those stat swings, fluctuating by 3 whole ranks. A single rank already made a huge difference in battle. How could his partner be bouncing up and down like a yo-yo? Or maybe was just special. Unfortunately, with no other to compare against, Ash couldn't confirm anything yet. Still, this ability was ridiculously convenient. Not only could he see base stats and potential, but also species, gender, ability, moves, and level all at a glance. It was like having a living wired straight into his brain. Of course, like Breeder Ash had said, his insight eye was incomplete and the cracks showed. For example, ability. Ash could clearly see it listed as static. But what exactly was static supposed to be? He stared at the word for a moment, scratching his cheek. Electrostatic, is that like when you rub a balloon on your head and your hair stands up? What kind of battle effect is that supposed to be? Ash was slowly starting to grasp the difference between A grade and S grade. An S grade ability wasn't just stronger, It practically held your hand, transmitting every detail and explaining how to use it step by step. But an A grade, that was like being handed the manual with half the pages missing. Take stability, for example. Insight Eye told him it was static, great, but what did static actually do? The ability itself gave him no clue. Ash vaguely remembered Professor Oak once lecturing about abilities, that every had one, and mastering it was often the key to winning battles. But there were so many abilities, and even of the same species could have different ones. It was complicated so naturally, Ash had tuned out halfway through. Now he regretted it. If he ever got the chance again, he swore he'd sit up straight and listen to every word of Oak's lectures. Moves were another issue. His insight eye could only show him the attacks had already used in battle. 2 moves so far, definitely knew more, but unless they'd been revealed in action, they didn't appear. According to Breeder Ash, the full S-grade version could instantly display every move a might know or could potentially learn. Compared to that, his A-grade insight eye felt like a demo version. The gap between A and S wasn't small, it was a canyon. Still, there were good signs. Strength was already normal advanced. According to Champion Ash, most starter given out by professors began at novice, with only a lucky few at normal. Yet his not only had all its ability value limits at A grade, but was already sitting in normal advanced. By all rights, this made him a first-rate starter. As expected of the partner I picked myself, Ash puffed up proudly. Tilted his head at him, ears flicking. What's he mumbling about this time? Possessed again. Above them, the heavy rain clouds finally broke apart, spilling out the warm glow of dusk. The fading sun washed the grasslands in gold, turning the field into a vast, shimmering sea. The afterglow painted Misty's face as she stirred, frowning slightly before slowly opening her eyes. Is it morning already? She yawned. Ash laughed. Morning, not even close. Look, Misty, over there, a rainbow. He pointed to the horizon where a faint arc of colors stretched across the fiery sky. Her drowsiness vanished instantly. Where? It's real. What a beautiful rainbow. The golden sunset and rainbow light blended together, tranquil and breathtaking. For a moment, everything felt calm and perfect. But then Ash, ever sharp-eyed, squinted. Inside the rainbow's colors was that a figure moving. Ash, what are you staring at? Misty followed his gaze, blinking against the light. Misty, is there something in that rainbow? No, wait, the rainbow's moving. Misty scoffed, don't be ridiculous. Rainbows don't move, they just. Her words froze in her throat. It's moving. The shimmering arc of colors began to ripple like flowing paint across the sky, each streamer of light swirling as if guided by an unseen brush. That's Ash gasped, his eyes widening, a rainbow. The figure emerged slowly from the golden dusk, its body radiant, its wings crimson as flame, crest and tail feathers gleaming gold. It looked less like a bird and more like the phoenix of legends, carrying the very light of the rainbow itself. Ash's insight eye activated on its own, flooding him with information. A species Hoa. A gender female. Level beyond champion. Ability regenerator. A classification rainbow. And known moves. Overall aptitude all stats S rank. Ash's mouth went dry. Ho-Oh, he whispered, barely believing the name that appeared in his visions. According to the level system Breeder Ash had explained, the Divine Realm God tier stood above even champion class, an unreachable peak in the world of. He hadn't gone into detail about how Divine Realm differed from champion, but Ash didn't need anyone to spell it out. Just standing here, staring at Ho-Oh, was enough to make his knees weak. Not only had Ho-Oh reached the very peak of that realm, but every single one of its abilities registered at S rank, the absolute maximum. The insight eye showed numbers and ranks, but Ash didn't need those. What really hit him was the aura. If's aura was like a small basin of water, then Ho-Oh's was an entire ocean, endless, overwhelming, suffocating. And the scariest part? Its presence made Ash realize that even with the aura he had inherited from Aura Ash, he was still leagues below this rainbow. On top of that, there was something the insight I couldn't even name. An unknown, sacred title attached to Ho-Oh, something far beyond his comprehension. Ash clenched his fist. Ugh. This has to be the kind of legendary the group was talking about. Ho-Oh, is this real or a dream? It looks just like the Ho-Oh from the legends. I can't believe it, I actually saw Ho-Oh with my own eyes. Misty gasped, covering her mouth with trembling hands. Her emerald eyes sparkled in awe. The legend of Ho-Oh had long drifted through both and paintings existed, old scrolls too, but almost none. The story went that long ago, Ho-Oh turned its back on humankind after being disappointed by their cruelty. Since then, centuries had passed without the rainbow ever showing itself. And yet here it was, soaring above them in a blaze of crimson and gold, trailing a rainbow across the twilight sky. Some even whispered that those blessed enough to see Ho-Oh would gain eternal happiness. No one had ever proven it, but that didn't stop dreamers, trainers, and scholars alike from chasing its light, hopping for a glimpse. And now Misty, who had only just run away from home to start her journey, had seen it. For her, this moment felt like a miracle. Ash looked at the excited Misty, wanting to speak but hesitating. He actually really wanted to ask, what exactly is Ho-Oh? Even though Ash's insight eye had spelled the name out clear as day, Ho-Oh, he still didn't understand what those two syllables meant. Just like with Ability Static, the name alone told him nothing of its true meaning. His mouth itched to ask Misty, is Ho-Oh some kind of legendary? Why are you so worked up? But the words stuck in his throat. The other Ashes in the chat group had warned him again and again, never expose the existence of the group. There were too many people in the world with greedy hearts, and even telling someone you trusted could cause disaster. The safest secret was the one only he knew. So Ash kept quiet. Instead of blurting out his ignorance, he decided to wait and ask the veterans in the group later. For now, all he could do was let the rainbow bird's presence wash over him. The awe, the weight, the thrill, it was like nothing else. Oh, you've got to become as strong as her someday, Ash blurted, clenching his fist. Pika Pi jabbed a paw at his own chest, giving Ash a look that clearly said, are you serious right now? He didn't know much about Ho-Oh either, but the sheer pressure rolling off her was terrifying. To compare him to that, it was like asking it to outfly the sun. But Ash only smiled, eyes blazing. You can do it because you're my partner. This time he wasn't joking, his voice rang with absolute trust. His cheeks sparked as he puffed up proudly. They'd only been together for less than a day, but to already receive that kind of faith, it stirred something deep in him. He thumped his chest with tiny paws. Someday, no matter how long it took, he'd become a thunderclad giant, a super electric mouse who could rival even Ho-Oh herself. Misty, watching from the side, blinked hard, her lips twitching. She wanted to say something, maybe remind them that comparing to Ho-Oh was ambitious, to put it lightly. But seeing the boy and the mouse gazing at each other with such fiery determination, she bit her tongue. She'd let them have their dream. Still, the thought crossed her mind anyway. Making as strong as Ho-Oh, that's about as likely as evolving into Ho-Oh. But looking at the ambitious rookies, Misty ultimately held her tongue. If you don't have dreams, you're no better than a flopping on land. Even if Ash's dream was wildly impractical, it was still a dream. Misty, look at that. Misty, lost in her thoughts, nearly jumped out of her skin when Ash shouted. She followed his pointing finger and gasped. Ho-Oh's radiant form had already vanished into the clouds, but from the heavens, a rainbow seemed to descend straight down to earth. Come on, let's go check it out. You take the bike, Ash called, scooping onto his shoulder and sprinting off without another word. Wait up, Misty yelped. She scrambled onto her bike, pedaling hard, but when she looked up, Ash was already a blur in the distance. Good grief, how is he that fast? I can't even ride this fast. Meanwhile, Ash tore across the fields like a gale. The place where the rainbow touched down was nearly a kilometer away, yet he covered the distance in less than a minute, shattering his own personal record. It clung desperately to his shirt, fur flattened by the wind. His round eyes narrowed in disbelief. Seriously, if you had this kind of speed when we were running from those, we wouldn't have had to fight them at all. Don't tell me you slowed down on purpose just for the battle. Ash skidded to a halt right beneath the rainbow's end. The golden light poured over the grass, and in an instant, the weeds around him grew like they'd been fed a bucket of rare candy, sprouting 10 centimeters taller in the blink of an eye. And in the center of that glow, nestled within the rainbow's radiance, lay a single feather. Is this a feather? Ash breathed. The plume gleamed with shifting, prismatic colors, each hue flowing into the next like liquid light. Its shape was unmistakable, Ho-Oh's feather, but its coloration was unlike any on the bird's body. Ash reached down with trembling fingers. The moment he lifted it, the rainbow light began to fade, leaving behind a gleaming core of pure brilliance. The rainbow-colored feather, a rainbow wings. Words etched themselves into his vision, the insight eye flaring to life once more. It seemed anything tied to, even their relics, triggered the ability. But aside from the name, no other details surfaced. Ash frowned, staring at the treasure in his hand. A feather shed by Ho-Oh itself, even just a single plume from a legendary, was leagues apart from anything ordinary. Egregious. The furious sound of pedaling echoed behind Ash. A second later, Misty skidded to a stop with her bike, tires squealing like a using tail whip. She nearly toppled over, her fair face flushed, sweat dripping down her temples. Huff, I said you ran too fast. I couldn't even catch up on a bicycle. She panted, chest rising and falling as if she'd just finished a gym match. Before Misty could continue scolding him, Ash lifted the rainbow wing right under her nose. Her eyes widened instantly. Is this Ho-Oh's feather? It's so beautiful. She gingerly took it from his hands, holding it up against the dusky light. The prism of colors shimmered for an instant, then, shockingly, drained away, leaving the feather dull and gray in her grasp. What, Ash? I didn't do anything. Misty panicked, clutching the lifeless feather as if it might crumble apart. Ash scratched the back of his head just as bewildered. I don't get it either. It was glowing fine before. Maybe once it's away from Ho-Oh too long, it loses its shine. Misty quickly shoved the rainbow wing back into his hands. The moment Ash touched it, the drab gray exploded into radiant color once again. The feather pulsed with a faint rainbow aura, casting warm light over them. His ears perked up, his little body relaxing as if the glow itself soothed him. Ash and Misty stared in unison. So it only shines when you hold it. Ash blinked at the glowing feather, then puffed out his chest, trying to hide his own confusion behind a grin. Guess Ho-Oh just likes me better afterward. Ash and Misty tested the rainbow feather several more times and finally confirmed the truth. It only recognized Ash and his. Whenever Ash or held it, the feather shone brilliantly, but the instant Misty touched it, its radiant glow dulled. There could only be two explanations. The first was that the rainbow feather somehow rejected Misty, but she immediately dismissed the idea with an indignant huff. No way, I'm a kind-hearted, super invincible girl. Why would it repel me? Impossible. That left only the second explanation. The rainbow feather acknowledged Ash and his alone. Anyone else who touched it would dim its light. Misty thought about testing with her own, but quickly realized none of them had hands. Ash only had, so the idea had to be set aside. Regardless, the conclusion was clear: the rainbow feather had chosen Ash. That thought made Misty recall a certain legend. The legend of the rainbow hero, she murmured. Umpika tilted his head curiously. Misty nodded with unusual seriousness. That's right. According to the story, Ho-Oh chooses a trainer of pure heart and great potential as the rainbow hero. She gives them a token like this feather. When that trainer has grown strong enough, Ho-Oh uses the token to find and challenge them. If they can defeat her, Ho-Oh willingly becomes their partner. That's the legend. Ashen's eyes sparkled with excitement. So once we get stronger, this feather will guide us to Ho-Oh and we'll be able to challenge her, Ash asked eagerly. I don't know, Misty said, then frowned. And hey, why are you calling Ho-Oh her? Ho-Oh's a legendary, basically a deity. Don't call it her, just say Ho-Oh, okay? Fine, I get it, Ash replied after a pause, giving in with a helpless smile. In truth, he already knew Ho-Oh was female. Inside, I couldn't possibly be wrong about that. But there was no way he could explain it to Misty, so he simply played along. All right then, let's head for Viridian City, Ash declared, punching the air with enthusiasm. Today's been amazing. We've met new friends, seen Ho-Oh, and now I've got the rainbow feather. It's a sure sign I'll become a master, don't you think? He gave a long-suffering sigh, as if to say, whatever you say. Then he tugged on Ash's hair, reminding him with a small grumble that it was hungry. Hungry? I've got some snacks here, want a few? Ash asked, rummaging in his bag. I don't like eating it. You want tomato-flavored ones? You're way too picky. Pika just stared at him flatly. Ash and bickered as they walked ahead, their voices rising and falling like playful siblings. Behind them, Misty watched quietly, her emerald eyes filled with thought. Though they had only known each other for less than a day, Ash had already shown her things that ordinary human limits. He had fought off a whole flock of barehanded, run as fast as a speeding car, and now, with the rainbow feather in his hands, might even be chosen as the legendary rainbow hero. Yes, Ash sometimes acted clueless and childish, but none of that diminished the sheer potential she could see in him. From her perspective as a rookie gym leader, Misty was certain that Ash would carve out a place for himself among the strongest trainers in the world. Perhaps even reaching the level of himself wasn't out of the question. After all, when first set out on his journey, he certainly hadn't encountered a legendary, let alone Ho-Oh, a being seen once in centuries. Misty let out a small sigh and smiled to herself. Well, no matter what, I've already gained so much just by meeting him. Without him, I might never have seen Ho-Oh in my lifetime. Traveling with him might be the choice I've ever made. With that, she quickened her pace to catch up. By the time the clock struck 2 in the morning, the two of them finally reached Viridian City. At that hour, the streets were dark and quiet, with only scattered casting pale pools of light along the road. They should have rested earlier, but Ash was far too excited to stop, pushing them to travel through the night. Soon they arrived at the center. Nurse Joy was asleep, and Onlia was on night duty behind the front desk. Normally, a center had only one Nurse Joy, so the night shift often fell to the staff. Otherwise, even the most tireless Nurse Joy could never endure the workload. The drowsy perked up immediately at the sound of footsteps. Recognizing travelers, she hurried forward, bowing politely and greeting them with a gentle, "Hi, are there any empty rooms? I'm a new trainer and here's my trainer ID." Ash handed over his. It wasn't just a digital encyclopedia. It carried trainer identification, recorded the date a journey began, and doubled as official ID. Carrying one meant no other papers were needed when traveling, a privilege granted only to a small number of new trainers. What's more, the league had a rule. Trainers in their first year of travel could stay in centers for free, with meals and lodging included. It was the league's way of encouraging young people to set out on their journeys. Though it cost the league heavily, the steady emergence of new talented trainers each year proved the investment worthwhile. Adi inspected Ashes carefully, then smiled and motioned with her arms, signaling that there were still rooms available. "Oh, and this is my friend Misty. She's traveling with me," Ash added, pointing at her. "Would she qualify for free lodging too?" The pink wagged her fingers, trying to explain something. Most people would have been stumped, But Ash didn't even blink thanks to his aura. He could understand as clearly as human speech. I see, as long as we share the same room, it's fine. 2 bunk beds. Got it, thanks, Ash said cheerfully, waving. It had to be said, the insight eye ability was incredibly useful. Without it, he'd probably be fumbling with his just to confirm's name. Instead, with a glance and a thought, the world's details unfolded naturally before him. Led by, Ash and Misty arrived at their assigned room in the center. It was simple but comfortable, 2 bunk beds with a narrow walkway in between, and a small bathroom equipped for showering, washing up, and other necessities. In short, modest but complete. Thank you, sorry for troubling you so late at night, Misty said apologetically. As soon as they entered into the room, Ash and had already collapsed onto one of the beds, both letting out sighs of relief. You two keep it down, you'll wake everyone else. Misty turned with a pout, glaring at them. Sorry, Ash said quickly, sitting back up in a sheepish carp jump. It's just it feels like forever since I last slept in a real bed. I know it's only been 1 day since I left home, but still, this is what traveling's all about. Pika echoed, scratching his head awkwardly as if apologizing too. Misty crossed her arms, shaking her head. Honestly, what am I supposed to do with you two? Fine, you and take that bed and I'll sleep over here. But listen, don't get any funny ideas. Even if I am the girl in the world, I know a little martial arts. If you try anything sneaky while I'm sleeping, my fist will be waiting for you. She raised her tiny fist in mock threat, her pretty face scrunched into what was meant to be a menacing glare. Funny ideas, what's that supposed to mean? Ash asked innocently. You, Misty froze, pointing a trembling finger at him. Anyone else, and she'd assume they were mocking her, but Ash, he really didn't know. After just a single day together, Misty already understood his personality. When it came to boys and girls, Ash was completely clueless. That was the only reason she even agreed to share a room. The real reason she felt safe, though, was something else entirely. Ash had been chosen by Ho-Oh. A trainer acknowledged by the rainbow couldn't possibly be a bad person. That was more trustworthy than anything else in her eyes. So the tough words she had just thrown out were nothing more than a reflex. Ash's confused reply nearly made her lose her temper. It was almost like she hadn't said anything at all. I'm going to sleep if that's all. I'll explain league registration tomorrow, Misty yawned, waving him off. Earlier, Ash had been pestering her with questions about how to sign up for the league conference, but after a long day on the road, she was too exhausted to answer. That would have to wait. But just as she flopped onto her bed, Misty suddenly shot upright, her tired face twisting in panic. Wait, I haven't showered yet. This is the worst. As a self-proclaimed super beautiful girl, there was no way Misty could go to bed without showering. If there truly hadn't been the facilities, she might have endured it, but with the bathroom right there, she couldn't possibly tolerate sleeping with dust clinging to her skin. Ash, you wait outside. You can come back in after I finish. Her tone left no room for argument. Even though she knew Ash wasn't the type to peek, the thought of a boy she'd only known for a day being right outside while she bathed made her uneasy. All right, Ash said with a shrug, clambered onto his shoulder as he stepped out. Honestly, he wasn't even tired yet. His mind was buzzing with questions he'd been saving for the chat group. Now that Misty was showering, he finally had the chance to check in. He opened the chat and quickly typed, Newbie Ash, hey everyone, urgent question. Do you know what kind of Ho-Oh is? Is she really a legendary? What's special about her? Almost immediately, a reply came back. Rainbow Hero Ash, you met Ho-Oh on the very first day of your journey. Newbie Ash, yeah wait, your name, you also met Ho-Oh on your first day. Ash froze, Rainbow Hero. That was exactly the title Misty had mentioned earlier. Did that mean this other Ash had also been chosen by Ho-Oh? Rainbow Hero Ash, actually quite a few me's in this group have encountered Ho-Oh. But meeting her on the first day, that's rare. Did you get the rainbow feather? Newbie Ash, I wanted to ask, what exactly is this thing for? When Misty held it, the colors faded, but when I held it, it shone bright again. Rainbow Hero Ash, you actually obtained the rainbow feather, incredible. Plenty of us have seen Ho-Oh, but aside from me, you're the only other one to be given the rainbow feather. Ash's eyes widened. Out of all the countless Ashes in the chat group, only this rainbow hero and himself had the feather. No wonder the guy wore the title proudly. Newbie Ash, what? None of the others got it. Then what does this feather actually do? Is it really for Ho-Oh's trial like Misty said? Rainbow Hero Ash, your Misty's sharp. Yes, the rainbow feather is Ho-Oh's trial token, but that's only part of its power. Rainbow Hero Ash, you've probably already noticed it. Wherever the rainbow feather is present, life thrives. That's because it carries Ho-Oh's life force. If a human carries it long-term, it strengthens the body, boosts vitality, and even extends life. By my estimates, it can add at least 50 years. Newbie Ash. 50 years just from a single feather, was this for real? But Rainbow Hero Ash wasn't done. Rainbow Hero Ash. If it carries it, the rainbow feather enhances stamina, helps push past natural limits, and even grants minor healing over time during battle. It also boosts the power of fire-type and flying-type moves. In short, it's a super support artifact. Ash stared at the chat window, speechless. Newbie Ash. He hesitated, then muttered to himself, "Is your rainbow feather really just a feather, or is it basically a cheat code?" Ash had never imagined that such a tiny feather could possess such overwhelming power. It could extend a person's, help shatter their natural limits, restore stamina in battle, strengthen fire and flying-type moves, and even serve as the key to the Rainbow Hero's trial. With all these effects combined, wasn't this basically a cheat device? Newbie Ash, isn't this just a feather? How can a feather possibly do all that? Champion Ash, yes, it can, because it's a feather from a legendary. Trainers pursue legendary not only for their rarity, but for the immense power they embody. Champion Ash, legendary are born with staggering strength and potential. Even without serious training, many can easily reach Elite 4 level. Their natural talent is almost always A-grade or higher, and combined with racial abilities far beyond ordinary, they dominate any battle among peers. Champion Ash, and their very bodies are treasures. Scales, feathers, crystals, tears, every fragment has enhancing properties for other and often amplifies the legendary themselves. When one reaches the legendary level, their whole being undergoes a complete transformation. Newbie Ash, legendary level, what kind of level is that? Is it really so far beyond a champion? Tactician Ash, let me put it this way. Against a champion, tactics can still work. With 6 Elite 4 level, I can fight 6 champion level teams and still have maybe a 30% chance to win. But give me 6 champion level against just 1 legendary, my odds drop below 20%. Ash's eyes widened. If even Tactician Ash, who prided himself on strategy, admitted that 6 champions were almost helpless against 1 legendary, the gap was unthinkable. Champion Ash, exactly. Legendary are sometimes called gods. Not every legendary earns that title. Ho-Oh is one of the greatest of these, which is why even a single feather carries such tremendous effects. Gods, Ash repeated the name silently. He asked a few more questions about Ho-Oh's legends, then finally exited the group chat. Back in the real world, Ash turned his attention to another prize he had nearly forgotten, the speed limit boost he'd drawn from the lottery earlier. The Insight Eye had taken all his focus at the time, pushing this reward to the back of his mind. As the name suggested, the speed limit boost could raise a speed potential ceiling. If speed talent was already high, this could push it even further. If he'd drawn an S-grade boost, speed potential would instantly max out at S. Even in a grade boost might raise it another tier, but a C-grade boost, it would help, though not by much. According to the experts in the group, if a had a grade potential, it might take hundreds of C-grade boosts to break through to S-grade. Since was the only partner Ash had for now, he gave the speed limit boost directly to him. Little by little, Ash believed his abilities could all be raised to S grade. After absorbed the item, he didn't feel any different, but when Ash checked, the speed stat had shifted from D, B plus to C, B plus. Ash hadn't expected the boost to also raise lower fluctuation limit. He remembered asking the group earlier about odd ability fluctuations. The various experts had all assured him it was normal. According to them, every in every world carried this strange quirk. Their ability values would keep fluctuating until they reached champion level. Mood, battles, even the surrounding environment all influenced it, making the swings difficult to control. The result, his power could jump wildly between battles. One moment he might hit as hard as a gym-level ace, the next he might slump to elite-level performance. This made damage calculations, defenses, and battle planning a nightmare. Tactician Ash had even admitted that nearly ruined his strategies at the start. Sometimes was the key to victory, other times he was dead weight. Only once he stabilized at champion level did the fluctuations finally settle. But now the speed limit boost seemed to be doing more than raising potential, it was also smoothing out the fluctuations. That was an unexpected bonus. Just then the door creaked open. Misty, dressed in pajamas and towel drying her hair, called casually. "I'm done, you go wash up." "Me, do I really have to? I can wash tomorrow," Ash grumbled. "No way, you've still got dust from the fight, mud from the rain, and dirt from leaning against the rocks. Go take a bath." Ash rolled his eyes, sighing helplessly. All right, you sound just like my mom." "Oh, what was that?" "And nothing, you must misheard," Ash squeaked, bolting into the bathroom with. A second later, he darted back out, rummaged through his spatial backpack for clean clothes, then rushed back in. Misty held her breath for a long moment before bursting into laughter. "I think this journey is going to be pretty interesting," she murmured, plugging in a dryer and fluffing out her flowing orange hair. Not long after, Ash emerged freshly showered. Both of them collapsed into bed almost immediately, falling into the kind of deep, dreamless sleep only total exhaustion can bring. For Ash, this one day had been more thrilling, more exhausting, and more life-changing than all of his past 10 years combined. Morning came quickly. After washing up, they returned to the center front desk, where Misty began explaining the rules of the League's grand tournament, the Indigo League. "The League is the grand tournament of every region," Misty explained patiently. "It's held once a year, though the exact timing varies by region. For example, herein the Indigo League starts in about 6 months. Meanwhile, Silver Conference is nearly ready to begin." She leaned forward a little, emphasizing her next point. "The day before the league begins, every participant has to register. To qualify, you must have at least 8 gym badges. More is fine, but fewer isn't allowed. If you show up without them, you'll have to wait until next year, and the badges you collected this year will expire. You'd need to start over completely." Ash blinked in surprise. "So even if I get 7 badges, I can't enter?" "Exactly, 8 badges are the bare minimum. The league's rules are strict on purpose. And remember, not every trainer has a full year to earn them. Most of us start our journeys at different times. If you happen to begin right after the last league ended, you're in luck, but if you started late, you might only have a few months to collect all 8. Ash scratched his cheek, thinking hard. "So I only have 6 months to get them all." "Right," Misty nodded. "Otherwise, you'll miss this year's Indigo Leg." Ash tilted his head. "Are gyms really that tough?" Misty smiled faintly. "It depends. Gyms are meant to be both a test and a training ground. Gym leaders are way stronger than ordinary trainers. If they battled every challenger with their full power, hardly anyone would ever win. That wouldn't be much of a test, it'd be impossible." She went on, "That's why gym leaders usually scale their battles. They look at how many badges you already have and how long you've been on your journey, and then they decide how much of their strength to use. The further along you are, the stronger they'll battle." Ash nodded slowly as it sank in. Think about it, Misty continued. If a brand new trainer from Pallet Town with only their starter and maybe a wild or went straight up against a gym leader's full power, they wouldn't stand a chance. Even if you had a champion coaching you, the gap would be way too big. Her tone grew more serious. So gym leaders hold back unless a challenger proves themselves worthy of their full strength. And if a trainer can not only force out that full strength but actually win, that's proof they have the makings of a champion. Ash's eyes shone. Champion. Not the league champion, Misty corrected quickly, shaking her head. I mean the champion of the league conference itself, the one who wins the whole tournament. Generally, the strength of a league champion was around the level of a strong professional trainer or a gym leader. Only a very small handful of conference champions ever reached the power of the Elite Four. If you ever run into an Elite Four level trainer in the conference, then you can only consider yourself unlucky, Misty explained, twirling a finger in the air for emphasis. Trainers that strong don't compete for the conference champion title, they enter because they're aiming for an Elite Four seat. You see, the conference champion earns the right to challenge the Elite Four. If they manage to defeat even one member, they can take their place. By now, Ash had learned most of the rules of the league conference. For a beginner like him, who hadn't even earned his first badge yet, the gym trials suddenly didn't feel quite as intimidating. He finally let out a small sigh of relief. At the league's registration desk inside the center, Ash handed over his and successfully registered as a participant. Nurse Joy, as thoughtful as ever, offered him a detailed map with all the regional gyms marked. Then she tilted her head, as if remembering something. Oh, by the way, you're the second trainer from Pallet Town to reach Viridian City with a second. Ash froze. Who was the first? The only reason he and Misty had made it so quickly was because of the attack and their non-stop traveling through the night. He could hardly believe someone had beaten him here. The first was a young man named Gary, Nurse Joy said with a smile. He arrived yesterday in a bright red sports car, no less. The noise and the crowd it drew were hard to miss. A sports car, Ash grit his teeth, his expression darkening. That Gary really knows how to live it up. While Ash was trekking across muddy roads and sleeping rough, Gary was cruising from city to city in luxury. The gap felt like heaven and earth. The meaning of a journey lies in what you experience along the way, Misty said gently. Even if Gary gets here faster, he misses the scenery and the challenges that help a trainer grow. Speed isn't everything. Exactly, what good is being fast? My experience is way better than Gary's. I even met. Before he could finish, a pair of small hands clamped tightly over his mouth. Misty's eyes widened in alarm as she quickly wrapped one arm around Ash's neck, dragging him away from the desk while bowing her head apologetically at Nurse Joy. Only once they were safely down the hall did she finally release him. Ash sucked in deep breaths, scowling. Misty, what was that for? Were you trying to choke me to death? With Ash's strength, he could easily have broken free, but he held back. Deep down, he guessed Misty had a good reason, even if her grip had nearly crushed his throat. Misty rolled her eyes, looking exasperated. You idiot, do you really want to blurt out in public that you met that on your very first day? Do you have any idea how many people would chase you if they knew? You'd have bounty hunters, poachers, and ambitious trainers on your back before you could take 2 steps. Ash froze, then scratched the back of his head sheepishly. All right, I didn't think of that. Sorry, Misty, you're really cautious. Just as Misty had warned, if word spread that Ash had seen Ho-Oh, absent from the world's eyes for centuries, his journey would no longer be peaceful. Ho-Oh was a being coveted by both the forces of light and the shadows of the underworld. Unlike other legendary, Ho-Oh's allure was unmatched. The legend said that those who merely glimpsed her would be blessed with a lifetime of fortune. And if someone were to gain her recognition, or worse, capture her, there were rumors that it could even extend one's. For humans, the pursuit of longevity, even immortality, was a desire shared by almost everyone. That alone was reason enough for Ash to keep Ho-Oh a secret. Fewer people who knew, the safer he would be. Just like his mysterious chat group, some things were better left hidden. Seeing Ash bow his head in genuine apology, Misty finally sighed in relief. On one hand, he hadn't gotten upset over her rough handling earlier. On the other, he now understood why Ho-Oh couldn't be mentioned casually. That alone saved her the trouble of a long lecture. Oh, right, Ash suddenly clapped his hands as if struck by inspiration. I should call my mom and let her know I'm safe. Misty, don't you want to phone your family too? Misty shook her head, her expression calm but distant. No need. My family's always busy. They don't really have time for my calls. What do they do? They perform, a bunch of sisters who'd rather be on stage than do anything serious. Don't ask so many questions. Oh, okay, Ash wisely dropped the subject. He hurried to the center's public video phone and dialed home. Soon's face appeared on the screen, and Ash cheerfully reassured her that he was safe. Afterwards, he placed a second call to Professor Oak, reporting that he had already made it to Viridian City. Professor Oak raised an eyebrow in surprise. You've arrived already, but Ash, you haven't caught any yet. Gary, on the other hand, has caught more than a dozen. Ash met his words with unexpected maturity. Are our partners? When you catch one, you need to be ready to take full responsibility for it. A trainer can have many, but each usually only has one trainer. If I can't give them proper care, then I don't want to just capture them for no reason. The words struck Oak silent. For a boy who had always lagged behind Gary in his classroom studies, this sounded profound. And there was truth in it. Gary had indeed caught a number of already, but most were common ones. To Gary, they were more trophies than partners captured for the sake of his collection. Training them, given his personality, it was doubtful. Instead, the responsibility fell to Oak's lab, where Gary's were kept fed and housed. Their needs were met, but they lacked freedom. More importantly, they had no certainty of when or if their trainer would ever call upon them again. To us, such a fate was almost pitiful. I didn't expect this from you, Ash, Professor Oak admitted at last, his voice filled with surprise. Such thoughtful words, they're completely different from the Ash I remember in class. For so long, Ash had lagged far behind Gary in academics. Yet here he was, only one day into his journey, already showing insight and maturity far beyond what anyone expected. This kind of reflection, treating as true partners, wasn't something even many seasoned trainers ever considered, let alone a boy who had just set out on his journey. What are you saying? Why can't I think about things like that? Professor Oak, you're being way too prejudiced against me. Ash puffed out his cheeks in protest, though inside he felt a twinge of nervousness. If it hadn't been for Champion Ash's words in the chat group, he probably would have already caught several, any that crossed his path. But now he understood. A true trainer wasn't defined by how many they captured or how strong their tactics were, but by whether they could genuinely care for and respect the they caught. Catching just to fill out a team or serve as tools in battle wasn't responsibility, it was negligence. Well, since you've arrived in Viridian City safely, I can finally relax, Oak said with relief. Then he adjusted his glasses. By the way, Gary's already signed up for the league. Ash, are you planning to participate, or do you even know what the league is? Of course I know, Ash shot back immediately, puffing out his chest. I've already signed up. If Gary calls, tell him not to get too comfortable. I'll be waiting for him at the Indigo Plateau. With a clenched fist and a blazing grin, Ash's spirit was undeniable. Very well, I'll pass that on, Oak said, sweat beading on his forehead. He was about to end the call, but suddenly his face grew grave. Wait, one more thing, Ash, listen carefully. You may challenge any gym first, but under no circumstances should you choose the Viridian Gym or the Saffron Gym. Do you understand? Ash blinked. Why not? The Viridian Gym again? Even the veterans in the chat group had warned him not to pick it. Could it really be that dangerous? The Viridian Gym is the strongest in all of without question, Oak explained gravely. Its gym leader, his strength is said to rival that of the Elite Four themselves. His specialty is ground type, and even his weakest team is far beyond the reach of beginners. For a novice trainer with only a who is at a natural disadvantage against ground types, it would be hopeless. Challenging him now would only shatter your confidence. Ash swallowed, eyes widening. Yes, Oak nodded firmly. Many young trainers from Palette have made that mistake, heading straight to Viridian since it's the nearest gym. The results have always been the same, crushing defeats that ended their journeys before they even began. Ash nodded quickly, showing he understood. Got it, I won't go to Viridian Gym. Good, now listen about the Saffron Gym, Oak continued, his tone dropping even lower. That gym recently changed leaders. The new gym leader is severe. The reports I've received are troubling. Trainers who challenged her walked away broken, shaken in ways I cannot even describe. The only thing they can say to newcomers is this: unless you have no other choice, never set foot in the Saffron Gym. Oak's face loomed close to the video phone, his stern features filling the screen. In the dim light, his expression was almost ghostly. The effect was immediate. Both Ash and Misty, who stood beside him, shuddered instinctively. I won't go, Ash blurted, hands waving in protest. Misty nodded quickly as well. After hanging up the phone, Ash wiped imaginary sweat from his forehead and muttered, "Is Professor Oak exaggerating? Are those two gyms really that terrifying?" "I don't know much about Saffron Gym," Misty replied, tapping her chin thoughtfully. "But Viridian Gym's reputation really is as Professor Oak said. The gym leader there is, besides being a gym leader, he's also a businessman. They say he's invested in balls, storage technology like backpacks with extra space, and other trainer gear. His true strength is completely hidden, unfathomable. But from the glimpses he's shown, he's at least Elite 4 level. On top of that, everyone who's challenged him says is kind and gives advice. No matter if you win or lose, as long as the strength gap isn't too big, you walk away having learned something. There are even rumors that he donates to charity and supports trainers from poor families. To the public, he's practically a perfect man." Ash and blinked in unison. From Misty's words, wasn't just a gym leader, he sounded like a flawless role model. For a brand new trainer, going up against someone like that for a very first gym match could leave a serious scar. "Well, in that case, let's go for a different gym." Ash opened the map Nurse Joy had given him. "The closest gym after Viridian is Pewter City Gym. Misty, do you know anything about that one?" "Pewter Gym, huh?" Misty tilted her head. "That gym specializes in rock type, and most rock types are also part ground type, or at least no ground type moves. Ash, you only have, right? Challenging Pewter Gym like that would put you at a huge disadvantage, you know." Her tone was casual, but her knowledge was sharp as always. Ash didn't know where she got all her information, but when Misty spoke about gyms, she was rarely wrong. Also, gym battles are usually 2-on-2 or 3-on-3. If you only have one, unless it's strong enough to handle multiple opponents on its own, you'll be in trouble. Ash frowned in thought. Strength was already way beyond that of an average starter, so in a one-on-one he might be fine, but against 2 or 3 foes, that was pushing it. And if one of them was a ground type, electric attacks would have no effect at all while ground moves hit him super effectively. It was a total mismatch. The old Ash never really understood type matchups, but thanks to his seniors in the group chat, he now at least knew the basics. Electric types couldn't hurt ground types, and in return, ground moves hit electric hard. "Then what about this gym?" Ash's finger slid across the map to Cerulean City. "Cerulean Gym is pretty close too. What type do they specialize in?" He was so focused on the map that he didn't notice Misty stiffen beside him the moment he said Cerulean Gym. "Cerulean Gym," she exhaled slowly. "It's a water-type gym, but I don't recommend you go there." "Why? For water types should be perfect, right?" Ash tilted his head in confusion. With only by his side, a water-type gym sounded like the best matchup possible. Pika thumped his little arm proudly as if to say, "Leave it to me, I'll zap them all in one go." Because there's no challenge," Misty blurted out, then nodded firmly as though trying to convince herself. That's right, no challenge at all. Think about it, Ash. You're on a journey to face the unknown, to battle stronger opponents. What's the point of going after an easy win? If you're going to test yourself, you should battle a gym where the type matchup puts you at a disadvantage. Pewter Gym is perfect for that. Ash squinted at her, suspicion written all over his face. Something about her excuse felt clumsy, almost like she didn't want him anywhere near Cerulean Gym. But didn't you just say Pewter Gym would be too hard for me?" "Hard? Did I say hard? I never said hard." Misty's voice jumped an octave. "I only said it would be a little disadvantageous since you only have, but if you're heading to Pewter City, you'll pass through Viridian Forest anyway. You just need to catch one or two that counter rock types and you'll be fine." "Alash, but you just said going up against the wrong type would be more of a challenge." "Can't one gym be a challenge and the other be too easy? Why are you so stubborn?" Misty huffed, puffing out her cheeks. "In short, I don't recommend you go to Cerulean Gym. Whether you do or not, that's your choice." She turned away with a sharp, leaving Ash and to exchange bewildered looks. Neither of them understood why Misty seemed so annoyed all of a sudden. "All right then, Pewter City it is," Ash said, hoisting his backpack with renewed determination. "Let's head out." But before he could take 2 steps, Misty yanked him back. "Hold it, didn't I just say we have to pass through Viridian Forest? That place is huge. No way you'll cross it in a day or two, you'll need camping gear." She planted her hands on her hips. "Tell me you at least have some." Ash rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I've got a sleeping bag, some instant noodles, and universal food, but that's about it." Misty groaned. "That's not nearly enough. We need proper supplies, especially bug repellent." Her voice quivered on the word bug and she visibly shuddered. "There are way too many of them in the forest." "I get it," Ash nodded seriously, "so we'll stock up at the Viridian Mall." "Exactly," Misty said quickly, falling into step beside him. Just as the two of them stepped out of the center, Ash brushed past 3 figures bundled tightly in heavy coats. 2 were tall, 1 short, their faces hidden completely beneath hats and scarves. Ash paused, instinctively turning to watch them. "What's wrong, Ash?" Misty asked, following his gaze. "Do you know those 3?" Her brow furrowed. From head to toe, the strangers were disguised so well that even their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. For Ash to act like he could, unless he had eyes sharper than us, it didn't make sense. Ash shook his head at Misty's question. "Those 3 were bundled up from head to toe. How could I recognize them? It's just when I walked past them I got this strange feeling, hard to describe, but it only lasted a moment. Maybe it was just my imagination." "A strange feeling?" Misty tilted her head, puzzled. After a moment, she dismissed it with a shrug and followed Ash toward the shopping mall. Viridian City wasn't particularly large, but because it housed most powerful gym leader, its facilities were well developed. The city mall carried nearly everything you'd expect to find in a metropolis. Ash stocked up on food and supplies, special for a few wilderness survival tools and plenty of instant cans. Misty, meanwhile, bought a small arsenal of insect repellent, anti-itch cream, and sunscreen. After shopping, they strolled around Viridian City and even stopped by the Viridian Gym, not to challenge it, but out of curiosity. Ash wanted to see what kind of trainer the gym leader really was. He'd only ever seen trainers of that caliber on TV. Of course, thanks to the mysterious group chat, Ash had already brushed shoulders with people whose skill matched or exceeded the champion level. But witnessing a real top-tier trainer battle in person, that was something else entirely. Unfortunately, the gym was built like a fortress. The massive, castle-like building had only one entrance, reserved exclusively for challengers and their companions. No spectators allowed. With no way to watch, Ash and Misty could only leave disappointed. By the time they finished exploring, the sun was already dipping. Misty suggested staying another night at the center and heading out in the morning. Ash hesitated, then agreed, not for the extra rest, but for the extra meal. The center's food was leagues better than instant cans and far more nutritious. For Ash, that was reason enough. After dinner, Ash leaned back, stretching with a grin. I'm stuffed. Let's go work some of this off. Misty, you have a right. Let's battle. I haven't had a match all day, and my hands are itching for a fight. Misty tilted her chin up proudly. Of course I have. How could I travel without them? But you wouldn't stand a chance against mine. To spare you the trauma, you'd better not challenge me. Ash twitched at her smug tone, opening his mouth to reply. Waito. The center's alarm suddenly blared, red lights flashing across the lobby. What's going on? Trainers all around them froze in panic. Waddled out, waving its stubby arms to calm everyone down, while Nurse Joy grabbed the phone with a grave look. Misty's eyes widened. Someone's breaking into the center. Who would dare? Even international crime syndicates wouldn't have the guts to attack a center. This alarm was one that almost never rang. In fact, Nurse Joy herself had once said it was just for decoration. A center was considered sacred ground. The Joy family were pillars of the league, the ones who carried the most advanced healing knowledge in the world. No one in their right mind would ever attack a center. Which meant only complete idiots would. Since you're begging so sweetly, we'll answer ever so nately. Yes, that infamous chant. At this point, everyone in probably had it memorized by heart. I'm Jesse. And I'm James. Together we're Team Rocket, blasting off at the speed of light. White holes, white tomorrow. Oh, that's right. Three figures descended dramatically through a puff of smoke, striking poses in the middle of the center lobby. Red warning lights flashed, and thick black haze spread out, filling the room. The crowd gasped, coughing as they accidentally inhaled. More than one trainer slumped against the wall, dizzy. This isn't just smoke, it's poison gas, Misty choked, covering her nose and mouth, but she'd already breathed in a little too much, her head spinning. Ash, however, stood straight, fists clenched. Poisonous? I don't feel a thing. More importantly, what's a Team Rocket, and why are you invading a center? His voice rang out loud and clear in the haze. Jesse, James, and froze mid-grab as they reached for balls. Oh, wait, he's not poisoned, James blinked, baffled. No way, he doesn't even have a gas mask, Jesse scowled. Forget it, he's just some brat. Take care of him, use poison sting. The purple serpent snapped its jaws wide, firing a volley of glowing purple spikes straight at Ash, and thunder shock, Ash's voice was sharp and sure. For a brief moment, his body shone with a faint blue aura. The poison gas around him rippled, then vanished in an instant, freed from the haze, bristled with electricity. Apika. Bolts of lightning burst out, colliding with the rain of poisonous needles. The clash erupted into a loud explosion that rattled the windows. Smoke and haze mingled, swallowing the whole battlefield. But Ash's eyes glowed blue, his aura spread outward and his eyes glowed to match. Even in the thick haze, they could see. Quick attack. Pika darted forward, a white streak slicing through the smoke. A loud crash echoed a moment later and then flew out of the haze like a rubber band, snapping, slamming back into Jesse, James, and a WAIH. The trio tumbled across the tile floor in a heap, arms and legs flailing like rag dolls before coming to a groaning stop in the corner, as Jesse, James, and were sent flying finally stopped spewing poison gas. The toxic haze that had been choking the center began to thin. What's with that brat? He's so weird, Jesse growled, hair frazzled. And that's no ordinary either, James added, twitching from leftover static. Exactly, agreed. Ash froze mid-step, his eyes widened as he jabbed a finger at them. Wait a second, that it just talked, like actually talked in human words. Earlier, during Team Rocket's motto, Ash hadn't noticed. Thanks to his aura, speech usually translated automatically in his mind. He had assumed his voice was just another illusion of that effect. But now he heard it clearly. This was speaking real human language. Misty's jaw dropped. That can talk, no way, but she quickly shook her head, snapping back to the moment. Forget it for now, Ash focus, press the attack before they recover. All right, Ash clenched his fist, his eyes burning with determination. Thunderbolts. Apaika ca chuyoyo. A dazzling storm of golden lightning erupted from his body, brighter and fiercer than his earlier thunder shock. Bolts crackled across the lobby, filling the entire center with blinding light. Jesse and James tried to order and to counterattack, but speed left them no chance. Tangled in each other's limbs, the trio could only shriek. It's too much, I'm numb. A boom. Thunderbolt smashed through the trio and blasted them sky-high, ripping open the center's ceiling. The electric shockwave rattled every wall and window, showering debris from above. Look out. Chunks of plaster and wood came tumbling down. Trainers tried to run, but their bodies were heavy with lingering poison. Some closed their eyes, bracing for impact, and nothing hit. When they cracked their eyes open, the debris lay scattered harmlessly on the floor, as if pushed aside by a sudden gust of wind. What just happened? One trainer stammered. I don't know, maybe the wind blew it away, another muttered, trembling. Man, I thought I was gonna get flattened. Well, if you do, at least you can check in right here for treatments. Don't be ridiculous, centers are for not people. A few of the unlucky trainers who had almost been crushed by falling debris now sat on the floor, trading jokes and laughing nervously to release the tension. From a distance, Misty stared at Ash, her emerald eyes wide. Her expression practically shouted, "You can do that." That's right, the debris hadn't been blown aside by the wind at all, it had been blocked by Ash's aura. Misty had already seen Ash use some kind of barrier to fend off the flock, but she never imagined he could extend that protection over an entire crowd. Her understanding of aura was refreshed yet again. This ability wasn't just comparable to psychic powers, it might even surpass them. As the chaos subsided, the azure glow faded from Ash's eyes, and who had been sparking with boundless energy moments ago slumped weakly to the floor. Ash crouched, lifting his partner into his arms. You worked hard, you did amazing. Paika Paika gave a wobbly grin and raised one tiny paw in a shaky V sign. The crisis at the center was over. Aside from the poisonous mist and the hole blasted in the ceiling, there was no lasting damage. Nurse Joy attended to those who had inhaled too much gas while the crowd showered Ash with thanks. No one knew how this boy had stood firm when everyone else was dizzy, but the fact remained he had saved them. Some expressed gratitude with words, others with gifts. No, really, you don't have to. Protecting a center is every trainer's duty, right? Ash insisted. That may be so, said one middle-aged man with teary eyes, pressing money into Ash's hands, but you saved me. Please accept this. Ash tried to refuse, but in the end he accepted the 1,000 poke dollars, scratching his head awkwardly. For a trainer, 1,000 poke dollars didn't stretch far. A regular ball cost 200 and specialized ones ran up to 1,000 each. But for a family's groceries, that was a week of food. It hit Ash then, raising really was a money pit. By the time had recovered, Ash had been given over 10,000 poke dollars in thanks. Not only had his earlier shopping expenses been covered, he even had extra left over. Well, look at you, the great hero of the center, Misty teased, propping her chin in her hand and smirking. It wasn't that big a deal. Ash rubbed the back of his head, embarrassed but clearly pleased with himself. He was only 10, of course the praise made him a little smug. By the way, Misty asked suddenly, didn't the poison mist affect you at all? You don't feel dizzy or sick? Ash thought for a moment. At first, no, but after breathing in too much, I did feel a little off. Still, if I circulate aura through my body, I can push the poison out. Misty blinked. Wait, aura can even cure poison? That's way too convenient. Aura, the word was spoken like a simple term, but the power behind it was absurd. Translation of speech, barriers, attacks, and now purification of toxins. Ash laughed, puffing up a little. Haha, that's nothing. Aura has way more uses than just that. Her eyes widened. More uses like what? That Ash leaned in with a mischievous grin. Is a secret I'll only tell you when we battle. What? Tell me now. Nope, gotta save my secret weapon for our match. Misty pouted and turned away. Aura resides within my heart. Ash spoke the phrase like an incantation. It wasn't just for show, this was the command that allowed him to push Aura beyond its normal limits, even channeling it into his. When had fought, Ash's aura flowed into him. Strength surged, and along with raw power came new instincts, the ability to sense an opponent's aura. That was why, even in the middle of choking smog, struck true. His body flashed white as he tore through the haze, slamming out into the open. And later, that same aura elevated thunder shock into something greater. Electricity blazed brighter, hotter, thunderbolt. It was the finishing blow that sent Team Rocket flying. This was Ash's secret weapon, the trump card he'd mentioned to Misty. A move meant for battle, meant to surprise. Tactician Ash had once said, "The biggest factor in battles is the gap in information. When there's a difference in strength, tricks and surprises are the keys that turn the tide." That was why Ash never told Misty about it. She had looked down on him and before. When the day came that they battled, he'd use this trump card to wipe that smug look off her face. A sudden strength in the middle of battle, surprising, isn't it? Unexpected, isn't it? Ash grinned just thinking about it. By the way, Misty, he asked, glancing back at the still bustling center, what kind of group is Team Rocket? Why would they dare to attack a center? Even Ash, with his shallow book smarts, knew how important centers were. They were the backbone of the Alliance and the world. Attacking one made no sense unless there was some injured legendary inside, but Viridian City's center had neither rare nor anything special. What could Team Rocket gain? Misty crossed her arms, frowning. Team Rocket is an international criminal syndicate. They've got members everywhere, you'll find traces of them in every region. But their main bases are in and, that said, even Team Rocket shouldn't be reckless enough to attack a center. She looked unsettled herself. Yes, Team Rocket was powerful, but even villains had lines. Centers treated everyone equally, heroes, criminals, it didn't matter. Even the most wanted outlaw could bring their here and receive care. That was the compassion of healers. And that was why the underworld rarely provoked them. Team Rocket's actions tonight weren't just bold, they were senseless. Ash yawned and waved it off. Who cares? They were blasted away anyway. Once Officer Jenny takes our statements, we can get some sleep, just a small interlude. He wasn't about to waste brain power on why Team Rocket acted crazy. What mattered was that he shone, and for once, he was the hero of the story. For a 10-year-old boy, that was satisfaction enough. What Ash didn't realize was that last night's spotlight moment would earn him a lifelong follower. After Officer Jenny finished taking statements, everyone returned to their rooms. The incident was serious enough for the League to treat it as a breach of security, but whatever punishments or measures would come next were far above Ash's pay grade. Early the next morning, Ash and Misty packed up and headed toward Pewter City. The first golden rays pierced through the misty veil of dawn, sweeping across the forest like spotlights on a stage. The shifting tree shadows danced with the rising sun, and the crisp chirping of cicadas filled the woods in a constant chorus. The moment they stepped into Viridian Forest, Misty latched onto Ash's jacket, her whole body leaning closer as her eyes darted nervously from side to side. "I say, Misty, what are you so scared of? There's nothing here," Ash said helplessly. His movements were stiff and awkward, being pulled by the back of his jacket like a stubborn shopping cart made it hard to walk, let alone hurry. There are so many bugs." Misty's voice rose an octave as she clung. Half a day later, Ash glanced at the map. They had covered less than a tenth of the distance. At this rate, it would take at least a week to reach Pewter City. Didn't you buy half a bag of bug spray? Just use it and the bugs won't come near you. That spray works on normal bugs, not bug type. Who knew this forest would be crawling with them? Misty stomped her foot, her eyes wide with disgust. She wasn't exaggerating, had already battled over 30 bug types, and that didn't count the swarms they had avoided. After so many fights, power had climbed all the way to the peak of the trainer class, one step away from the advanced level. Misty had expected Viridian Forest to be buggy, but not this buggy. It's normal for a forest to have bugs, and bug type are actually kind of cute. What's so scary about them? Ash countered. And cute? Forget it, I just hate bugs, Misty snapped. Ash shrugged, then scanned the trees for more. And there it was, a large green bug with red antennae nibbling happily on fallen leaves. Pika tilted his head. Another battles. This time, Ash grinned, we're not just battling, we're catching it. What? Misty's voice cracked. Catch it? Ash, are you out of your mind? Of all things, the mere thought made Misty shiver. What's wrong with? Ash blinked. Everything's wrong with, Misty groaned. And evolve quickly, sure, but their potential is terrible. If your goal is to become a champion, like that will fall behind. You'll just end up leaving them at home. She wasn't wrong. Bug types evolved fast, but they plateaued just as quickly, and could reach their final forms within days, but once they hit the higher tiers, progress slowed to a crawl. That's why, among all the Elite Four and champions across the world, only one elite specialized in bug type. So now you get it, right? Misty said firmly, arms crossed as she stood her ground. Catching it can give you quick strength in the early game, sure, but once you hit the higher leagues, professional level and beyond, bug types fall behind. Unless you specialize in them, only a trainer who dedicates themselves to bug types can bring out their true potential and maybe even push them beyond their limits. Her tone softened just a little. That's why most people leave bug types to bug catchers and a handful of specialists. Without focus, they'll never keep up. Ash smiled back at her with an easy confidence that made ears perk. I hear you, Misty, but this is different. And if I want to take down my first gym, I need more. Besides, his eyes gleamed. No matter what kind of they are, I believe I can train them to be strong, really strong, trust me. That grin of his, reckless, childish, but unshakably determined, caught Misty off guard. The words she had lined up to scold him with vanished. For some reason, she believed him. Ash crept closer to the little green munched happily on leaves, oblivious. As Ash's insight eye activated, data shimmered before his vision. A species. A gender male. Level novice intermediate. Ability shield dust. Stats XXX. Attack DC. A special attack CB. A defense DC. A special defense DB. A HP DB. A speed DA. Ash's eyes widened. This talent is amazing. Aside from its physical attack and defense, all its other stats capped at B rank, with speed even reaching A rank. Along the way, he'd passed on dozens of, none of them breaking past E rank potential. In a forest this big, Ash had gambled that he'd eventually find one with at least C or B level talent, and here it was. For most, C rank potential is already considered decent. B rank is 1 in 1,000 rare. A rank, that's 1 in 10,000, sometimes 1 in 100,000. And S rank, forget it. Unless you're looking at a legendary, you might never see one in a lifetime. After fighting and scanning more than 30 bug types and encountering nearly 100 in total, Ash had realized something else too. Bug type tended to have lower natural caps than other. That, more than anything, explained why they were harder to raise in the late stages. But this was different. Not only was it overall B rank, it had an A rank speed, perfect for quick strikes and fast evolutions. Ash clenched his fist. Yeah, this is the one, I'm catching him. Let's battle, Ash pumped his fist, eyes blazing. The little green paused mid-munch, tilted its head curiously at him, then went right back to nibbling its leaf. Ash, use Thunder Shock. Pika Pika bounded off Ash's shoulder, cheeks sparking before releasing a crackling bolt of lightning. The electricity struck the ground right beside, kicking up dirt and making the bug hop in surprise. It wasn't an attack, but a warning, a declaration of challenge. Blinked its large eyes. Then, with a wiggle of its antennae, it finally squared up, determination shining in its gaze. That's more like it. You can finish your meal after you join my team. Quick attack. Pika blurred forward, a golden streak tearing across the grass. Pi countered by spitting a sticky string shot, but tapped the ground lightly and veered aside, slipping past the white silk. With another push, slammed shoulder first into. Bang! The bug type tumbled across the dirt. Ash pumped his arm, now thundershock. Pika chu, lightning arced through the air, zapping squarely. The little bug squeaked in pain, then collapsed, too stunned to move. Now's our chance, go ball. Ash hurled his very first empty ball with perfect aim. The capsule struck, popped open, and sucked it inside with a flash of red light. A shake, 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 click. Ash dashed forward and scooped it up, eyes wide with joy. I caught. Pika cheered, punching the air. Ash grinned so hard his cheeks hurt. Ever since he left Pallet Town, he'd dreamed of catching all sorts of, but he'd held back, following the advice of the veterans in the group chat. Focus on first, don't rush. And now, after waiting, this was his first partner. Meanwhile, Misty stood off to the side, her lips twitching. Of all things, she hugged her arms tightly, trying not to shiver. Bug types weren't her problem. It was crawly, caterpillar-like bodies she couldn't stand. Maybe once it evolved into a she'd survive being near it, but until then, she'd keep her distance. Ash, however, held the ball proudly, remembering Tactician Ash's words from the chat the night before. Tactician Ash, for pewter, gym, grass, or water types are the best. They completely counter rock types. But if you can't find one in time, then I recommend catching. Newbie Ash, why, isn't considered weak. Tactician Ash's suggestion left Ash scratching his head. Even as a beginner, he knew that bug types, especially and common sights in, were notorious for being fragile. Sure, they evolved quickly, but just as quickly they were outclassed. Tactician Ash, weak, tell that to my focus sash, compound eyes, sleep powder, and tailwind. Newbie Ash, what are those? Champion Ash, dirty tricks, that's what. Its final form has the ability Compound Eyes. It boosts accuracy by 30%. Normally, sleep powder is unreliable, but with Compound Eyes, it hits much more consistently. Champion Ash, and those stats aren't stellar, its speed is impressive. With Compound Eyes, sleep powder and tailwind support, plus a focus sash to guarantee survival, can swing the pace of an entire battle. It's an incredible setup. Newbie Ash. Ash stared blankly at the chat. The explanation sounded brilliant, but the actual tactics went way over his head. Tactician Ash, anyway, first catch preferably one with good potential. Bonds between trainer and can break natural limits, but if it were that easy, it wouldn't be called a miracle. Tactician Ash, after you evolve into, I'll show you how to unleash its tactics. Trust me, nothing feels better than turning a hopeless battle into victory with a newbie Ash. All right, then I'll go look in Viridian Forest. That conversation from last night replayed in Ash's mind. Catching hadn't been random, it was a deliberate choice guided by the veterans. Of course, the group had a principle, don't catch weak just to abandon them. But Ash was different, he had breeder Ash's insight eye. With it, he could see us potential before even throwing a ball. Why waste time on poor prospects when he could invest in one that truly had promise? This, with its rare talent, was likely one of the strongest in the entire Viridian Forest. Though still small and timid, Ash believed it would shine brilliantly with the right care and with guidance from the experts in the chat. After the capture, Ash released and gently sprayed a potion over its bruises. Its attacks hadn't been too severe, but without treatment would needed a couple of days to recover. With medicine, it would bounce back within the hour. From then on, Ash wasted no time. Determined to evolve quickly, he sought out every battle he could. Wild bug catchers with nets, even the classic short pants kids who challenged anyone passing through the forest. The battles weren't tough. Most of these trainers were only marginally stronger, but they gave the experience it needed and gave Ash his first taste of proper trainer battles. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, whenever they were tired, they rested. When they were hungry, they ate instant food and thought longingly of the meals at the center. They chatted about future plans, about training directions, and even squeezed in battles against wild and wandering trainers. For Ash, these days were incredibly fulfilling. For Misty, not so much. Her had been tested beyond endurance. After 3 days in Viridian Forest, she was almost numb. Her biggest regret was leaving her bike back in Viridian City and agreeing to walk with Ash. She had imagined enjoying the scenery, savoring the fun of traveling. Instead, every moment here felt like torture. She had even grown somewhat used to the sight of ashes, somewhat. Besides screaming at bugs, Misty still gave Ash advice during battles. Ash was secretly impressed. She seemed to be his age, yet her knowledge and commanding skills were sharper than his. Even with the daily influence of the group chat veterans, he was still behind her. Just how strong was Misty, really? "How much longer until Pewter City, Ash?" she asked weakly. It was nearly noon on the 4th day, and her feet felt like they were about to give out. "Let's see, we're already past halfway, faster than I expected," Ash said after checking the map. "Of course, didn't you notice I'm not clinging to your clothes anymore? I've forced myself to ignore the bugs so we can get out of here faster." "Ignore, you still scream when gets near. He actually likes you, you're hurting his feelings." "Don't joke with me. Just tolerating him within a meter is already because he's on our team, okay? Any closer and I'd drop dead." Ash chuckled. "By the time you accept him, he'll probably have evolved anyway. He's close to it now. Any day he'll be ready to cocoon." "Wait, are your feet hurting?" "What do you mean hurting? Don't make it sound weird. My feet are just sore. Not everyone's a monster like you who never gets tired." She stopped and rubbed her toes through her shoes. Before she could ask for a break, Ash crouched in front of her. "Get on." "Get on what?" "My back. If you're this sore, walking won't help and it'll just delay us 2 or 3 days. I'll carry you." Misty's face flushed. She couldn't tell if it was from exhaustion or from embarrassment. "Don't hesitate. What worried you're too heavy, even if you were." "Who are you calling heavy? I don't even weigh 90 pounds. She snapped, cutting him off. A moment later, Ash felt a soft weight settle on his back. Just as Misty had said, she was feather light. Ash's physical fitness was already extraordinary. With the S-rank aura flowing through him, even trainers who specialized in body conditioning were left behind. Compared to the man hailed as the world's strongest in raw strength, Ash might not lose in a pure contest of endurance, and that was without any special training. So carrying Misty's weight, less than 90 pounds, felt no different from carrying a backpack. Because Ash's hands were occupied, his real backpack was strapped onto. The little mouse tottering along with a pack almost taller than himself looked comical, but no one could laugh for long. A single thunderbolt from could drop a tree. Size didn't decide strength. Still, carrying Misty would have been a bit too much to imagine, so that job fell to Ash. Misty lay against his back, her arms lightly looped around his shoulders. Ash's palms supported her thigh to steady her, and if he had turned his head just then, he would have seen her cheeks as red as a ripe tomato. Her parents had passed away when she was young, and she had almost no memory of her father. This was the first time she had ever been so close to a boy. Ash's earlier provocation had tricked her onto his back before she could think, but now that she was there, her mind had gone completely blank. So this is what it feels like. To her surprise, it actually felt good. Ash carried her the whole afternoon without slowing. Misty asked several times if he was tired, but Ash only grinned and said carrying her was like carrying a ball of cotton. He wasn't exaggerating. The only inconvenience was not being able to free his hands, otherwise he could still battle comfortably, calling commands for and as if nothing had changed. Had finally evolved into that morning, his strength advancing from novice to normal rank. One step away from, Ash was certain evolution would come before they left Viridian Forest. Misty's heart fluttered at Ash's cotton remark. At her age, girls were painfully self-conscious about their weight, and being called light was as good as being called beautiful. And now that was Misty no longer recoiled in fear. She could even stand near him without flinching. It wasn't bug types she hated, after all, only bug-shaped ones. Look, Misty, we covered a lot of ground today. At this pace, we'll leave Viridian Forest in 3 more days. How are your feet? Misty rubbed her toes, then smiled. Much better, I can walk on my own this afternoon. You sure? If you push too hard and injure them, it'll only slow us down later, Ash said, frowning in concern. Ash's biggest worry wasn't just Misty's sore feet. If she really injured herself, their journey would be delayed, and he was itching to test what he had learned against Pewter Jim. These last few nights, Misty had gone to bed early, while Ash stayed awake, soaking up lessons from the experts in the group chat. Battle tactics, capture strategies, breeding methods, theory on types and abilities, each came from someone at the peak of their field. Professor Oak was a great scholar, but whenever he lectured Ash, sleepiness always crept up on him. Strangely, that problem never happened in the group. For the first time, Ash was wide awake, absorbing knowledge faster than ever. In just 3 days, he had learned more than in the past 10 years. That was why he couldn't wait to put theory into practice. Bug catchers and youngsters were too weak. What he needed now was the test of a real gym battle. Misty, however, thought his concern was purely for her. Thanks for worrying about me, I'm fine, she said with a bright smile. It's past 1 o'clock already. If we rest now and head out after 2, we'll only be walking until evening. I can manage that. If she knew what was really on Ash's mind, she might have smacked him with her mallet. All right, let's eat first. Come out. Ash released his new partner and took out universal food. Breeder Ash in the group had explained, generic kibble could fill a stomach, but nothing compared to specialized food. High-quality meals made with care didn't just nourish, over time they boosted growth, and preparing it yourself deepened the bond between trainer and... At first, Ash thought Breeder Ash was exaggerating, trying to lure him into becoming a breeder. But then Champion Ash and the others backed him up. If not for their own established styles, they admitted they might have studied with Breeder Ash themselves. He wasn't just good, he was the world's top expert in raising. That left Ash still a blank canvas open to paint in any color. The older Ashes had already discussed it among themselves. This new Ash could become what none of them ever had been, a true all-rounder. Ash in the group chat stood at the pinnacle of different fields. Each version of him in their own world was already extraordinary. But that also meant they were set in their ways. They had reached the top in their chosen paths and could only remain there. If they wanted to branch out into another specialty, it would only be possible if there was overlap, like Tactician Ash and Champion Ash. Otherwise, even if they dabbled, they could never truly stand at the summit of that new field. The new Ash, however, was different. He didn't know much of anything yet, but that also meant he could learn anything. The Ashes in the group chat represented all the different possibilities a parallel world Ash might grow into. In other words, theoretically, newbie Ash carried the potential of every parallel Ash. He could become a breeder, a tactical master, a top trainer, a fisherman, a mechanic, a chef, anything. So after much discussion, the group unanimously agreed on one thing. They would cultivate this Ash into something unprecedented, an all-rounder Ash. If that really came true, his impact on the world would be terrifying in the best possible way. Maybe he could achieve what none of them had managed, defeat the creator god of the world. Of course, that was all speculation. Whether it could happen depended on how much potential newbie Ash could unlock and on his own willingness to learn from the others. Fortunately, even with so much to absorb, he wasn't thinking of quitting. To become a true master, he was ready to give it everything. The group members didn't tell him about their expectations or grand ambitions for him. They didn't want to crush him under the weight of pressure. For now, he was making steady progress and everything was moving in a good direction. After preparing food for and Ash turned to Misty. Hey Misty, why don't you let your out to eat too? Besides, Misty carried two other, ones that could survive on land for short periods as long as they didn't dry out. Letting them out for a meal would be fine. Come out, my darlings, Misty called sweetly as she released her. A brown with a small gem at its core and a sky blue with a dazzling red gem materialized before them. Was the evolved form of. Ash had just learned that tidbit from the group, and he found himself puzzled. How did Misty end up catching two of the same species? Still, it wasn't the important part. This was the first time Misty had released her in 3 days. Balls could sustain themselves on minimal energy, so going without food for a week wasn't dangerous. But now Ash saw their strength for the first time, and he was stunned. A late peak. Elite high. One was just a step away from professional level, and the other was already near the top of elite. No wonder Misty had sounded so confident back then. If had battled these two when Ash first met her, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But now, who knew? Misty opened a pouch of food, but it wasn't any brand Ash recognized. The packaging carried a water droplet logo. Misty, where'd you buy this? This logo, I've never seen it before. Ash tilted his head, curious. He knew all the major brands stocked in marts, but this wasn't one of them. This is made by a small water-type food supplier. It's not very well known, so it's normal you haven't heard of it. Is that so, Misty? Are you hiding something from me? What could I possibly be hiding? You're just being too suspicious. Really? Ash leaned closer and closer, his face almost pressing against Misty's. A bead of sweat ran down her temple. Just when their faces were less than 5 centimeters apart, Ash suddenly pulled back. Forget it, we've only been traveling together for a few days, so it's natural you wouldn't tell me everything yet, but I believe the longer we're together, the more you'll trust me. Ash put his hands on his hips, smiling. Together, you mean traveling together. Isn't that the same thing? I know it's not. After that little scene, the two of them and theirs shared a pleasant lunch. Bellies full, they packed up and prepared to rest before moving on. But before they could, a streak of light tore across the clearing straight at. Ash reacted instantly. He lunged and snatched the attacker right out of the air, gripping it by the scruff of the neck like a hunting cat pinning its prey. What the? Now that he had it in hand, Ash saw clearly. It was the evolved form of. We're everywhere in, compared to were docile, the kind of rookie trainers love to raise. But once evolved into, their temperament changed completely. Fierce, fast, and proud, they were a serious handful for any beginner. But even the fiercest bird couldn't maintain its dignity when a human caught it mid-dive and immobilized it by the neck. Misty's jaw dropped. Was this even human? Ash raised the struggling bird to eye level, a mischievous glint in his gaze. So, what were you planning to do to my A few nervous beads of sweat rolled down's forehead. It squawked something like, I wasn't gonna eat him, honest. I just thought he looked friendly and wanted to say hello. Oh, really? Then let's settle this properly. A battle. If you win, I'll let you go, but if you lose, you'll become my. What? Misty nearly fell over. Why are you suddenly challenging it to a capture battle? Over the last few days, Ash had seen plenty of wild. Aside from catching, he hadn't thrown a single ball. He'd even passed up chances at, and why was he suddenly so eager now and for no less? Didn't he say before he wanted to raise one from a. But Misty couldn't know the truth. Ash wanted this because of what the experts in the group chat had told him, and because his insight eye told him this bird's potential was worth its species. Gender male. Level normal advanced. Ability keen eye. Moves XXXXX. Stats attack CB, special attack CB, defense CB, special defense CB, HP CB, speed CB. All 6 stats capped at B rank, balanced, no glaring weaknesses. At present, most were already at C rank, making this easily 1 in 1,000 among its kind. No, it didn't have the A rank potential but unlike, this growth was steady, consistent, a solid foundation for a true battle partner. And more importantly, every Ash in the group chatted hammered home one lesson. If you're going to travel the wild, you need a flying type that can carry you. No matter the crisis, flood, fire, ambush, if you could take to the skis, you had a chance to escape. The 2 doorstep birds were everywhere, and both were common, both could evolve into mounts strong enough to carry a trainer. Ash had seen plenty of them already in Viridian Forest, but they'd all been mediocre. And now, as if answering his prayers, a with exceptional potential had landed right in front of him. So Ash said, "Do you agree to a capture battle?" Pied. "You're saying only can battle, not trainers? Isn't that obvious? Should fight, I'm just the trainer." Ash shrugged like it was the most natural thing in the world. Both misty and twitched. Then let go of him before you say that." Ash opened his hand and beat its wings hard, soaring up into the air. For a second, it considered fleeing, but honor won out. Hovering high above, it spread its wings and screeched a challenge. Most weren't like humans, they didn't scheme, they kept their word. "All right," Ash's eyes lit up, "I choose you." Pika leapt forward, cheeks sparking. A thundershock. Golden lightning crackled from its body, streaking upward, but banked sharply, riding the air current. The bolt sliced harmlessly past its tail feathers. Tucked in its wings and dove, riding the air current's thunder shock had left behind. A white streak of light trailed behind it. Quick attack. "We'll use quick attack too," Ash shouted. Pika cut off the thunder shock, then bolted forward, body glowing with speed. The 2 flashes of light streaked toward each other. Its acceleration was sharper, a hair faster, but when you're rushing head-on, that didn't matter. Wham! The 2 collided midair, sharp beak against skull. A dull crack rang out and was knocked back, tumbling end over end, wings flailing to catch itself. Ash's eyes lit up, had the clear advantage, was strong for the wild but was already a whole tier higher. Unless something strange happened, this was match. Don't let up, Thunderbolt. Pika CHU. Golden electricity burst forth, thicker and faster than before. The bolt lanced through the air and slammed into before it could recover, the flying type screeching as lightning engulfed its wings. Finish it, quick attack. Pika sprang off the ground like a launched arrow. In a blur, it slammed headfirst into his chest. Already smoking from Thunderbolt, the bird plummeted like a stone, smashing into the dirt with a boom. Without hesitation, Ash hurled a ball. It struck true, opened in a flash of red light, and swallowed whole. Shake, 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 click. Yes, Ash sprinted forward, scooping up the ball. I caught. Pika cheered beside him, sparks of pride crackling on his cheeks. Finally, another teammate. Maybe wouldn't have to shoulder all the heavy lifting alone. Ash raised the ball high, grinning ear to ear. Now I've got 3, even if Pewter Jim requires 3, I'm ready. Misty, however, didn't share his excitement. She crossed her arms, lips twitching. Ready? Let me get this straight. You've got who's helpless against ground types. That just evolved into, and now a flying type that's weak to rock. Congratulations, you've assembled the ultimate team of type disadvantages. Misty walked up with her hands on her hips, her eyes drifting to the ball clipped at Ash's belt. Her expression was a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Ash indeed had 3 now, but all 3 of them were completely countered by the Pewter Gym, the first gym Ash wanted to challenge. Even as an experienced trainer, she couldn't figure out how to defeat a gym with these 3 type disadvantaged. Did Ash think a gym was as easy to beat as a shorts kid? Ash stiffened at her words, then quickly put on his trademark grin. Don't worry, I've already thought of a strategy to deal with the pewter gym, just watch. He released again and crouched down, carefully spraying potion over its singed feathers. The bird shuddered, then gave a soft coo as the medicine took effect. Misty, however, raised a skeptical brow, suspicion written all over her face. To her, the situation looked hopeless. A rookie trainer, three stacked with type disadvantages, and an experienced gym leader waiting in Pewter City. Even with Ash's boundless confidence, she couldn't imagine how he planned to win. After that, Ash didn't catch any more. He had everything he needed to begin his journey and face the upcoming gym battles. The next step wasn't about capturing new partners, but about training the ones he already had. 3 more days passed. A somewhat disheveled Misty and Ash finally stood at the edge of Viridian Forest. 7 days, 7 whole days in the forest. By now they felt like wild people. If Ash hadn't carried Misty on his back more than once, with her stamina they probably would have been stuck in the forest for another 2 or 3 days. In all that time, Misty had only managed 2 quick wipe-downs by a pond. The water had been freezing, and even with the blazing sun, plunging into cold water wasn't something she was about to do. For a girl, it was unbearable. So the very first thing Misty thought of upon reaching Pewter City was simple: a shower, a long, hot shower. Otherwise, she was going to lose her mind. Ash, on the other hand, wanted to march straight to the gym. He was itching to test the training results from their week in the forest. But at Misty's urging, he made a quick stop at the center first. And the others needed rest and recovery, and Ash himself took a hot shower to wash off the fatigue of their travels. Even if Ash felt fine, his certainly needed the break. Misty had spent the whole forest trek in awe of Ash's stamina. His physical and mental endurance were beyond human. He was like a monster compared to most trainers. By afternoon, the two of them stood at the looming entrance of Pewter Gym. Ash rubbed his palms together, excitement glowing in his eyes. All right, June 17th will be the day I win my first badge. Misty rolled her eyes behind him. If you lose, I'm definitely going to say June 17th was the day you failed your first gym battle. Whether this day became a running joke or the start of Ash's rise would all depend on the battle ahead. As they stepped inside, the overhead lights flicked on one by one, illuminating the rocky battlefield until the whole gym was aglow. At the far end, standing tall with arms folded, was a young man with tanned skin and spiky black hair. That's Brock, the Pewter City gym leader, Misty explained softly. Brock, huh? Ash muttered. He looks really serious. Brock's stern gaze fixed on them. Are you the challengers? Ash stepped forward, thumb to his chest. That's me, Ash from Pallet Town. I've come to challenge Pewter Gym, echoed him with an enthusiastic cry from his shoulder. From Pallet Town, a rookie trainer thens. Ash scratched his cheek. Well, counting today, I've only been traveling 9 days. 9 days, Brock nodded slightly. Normally, I'd tell any newcomer with so little experience not to challenge a gym so soon. A gym battle isn't child's play, but Pallet Town is different. Ash blinked. Different? Why? Because before you, another boy from Pallet Town came to challenge me. He won the beginner's level match beautifully. His commands, his strength, they didn't seem like a rookie's at all. Since you're also from Pallet, I doubt you're ordinary either. Ash's eyes narrowed. Gary. Who else could it be? Always one step ahead, driving his flashy sports car, even through Viridian Forest somehow. Ash clenched his fists. I'm not like him. I'll beat you even faster and cleaner. Oh, Brock's expression didn't change. I'll be looking forward to it. His gaze shifted past Ash to the redhead standing a few paces back. By the way, the girl behind you looks familiar. Misty stiffened, her head tilted as if she weren't paying attention. Then she blurted out in a rush, Nope, absolutely not. You must be mistaken. A world-class beauty like me is one of a kind. You've never met me before, so it's impossible. Is that so? Brock's eyes, perpetually squinted, betrayed nothing. His tone was unreadable. Misty forced a laugh, a bead of sweat rolling down her cheek. The truth was simple. Gym leaders knew of one another even if they hadn't met in person. Brock may not have exposed her identity, but Misty could tell he probably knew exactly who she was. Then the rules of the challenge are 2-on-2, Brock announced firmly. The side whose are all unable to battle first loses. Since you've been traveling less than 10 days and don't yet have a badge, this will be the lowest difficulty gym challenge. Any questions? Ash shook his head. Nope, I got it. Oh, good, then let's begin. Brock pulled out a small remote and pressed a button. With a deep rumble, the side walls of the gym opened up. Heavy slabs of rock slid forward and locked into place with a grinding thunk. The once flat battlefield transformed into a rugged rock arena, jagged boulders dotting the field like a miniature canyon. Whoa, Ash gasped, his eyes sparkling. That's amazing, it changed the battlefield in an instant. As the gym leader, I'll send out my first, Brock continued, voice steady, and I won't be switching during the match. My first is go. With a flash of red light, a squat Rocky appeared. Its massive arms flexed as it floated above the ground, eyes narrowing with determination. Ash quickly scanned it with his. The rock, its body is made of rock. With strong resistance to physical attacks, it can withstand most blows without flinching. Ash's insight eye also confirmed the data. Incredible physical defense, this was no ordinary opponent. All right then, Ash said, plucking a ball from his belt. Time for our first battle partner, go. Free. With a glittering flash, a butterfly with delicate patterned wings fluttered into the air, gracefully hovering above the rocky terrain. Oh, Brock's usually calm voice carried a note of surprise as he watched the butterfly flutter gracefully above the field. You managed to raise a fully evolved in just 9 days? That's truly remarkable. Even though was a bug type, for a rookie trainer to nurture all the way to its final evolution in such a short time was almost unheard of. And from Brock's trained eye, this wasn't just evolved, it was in pristine condition. Its wings glistened in the gym lights, its movements were steady and powerful, and its eyes shone with focus. Nothing about it suggested a rushed evolution. Instead, this was a raised with genuine care and patience. Brock, who secretly aspired to be a top breeder, couldn't help but acknowledge it. This is exceptionally well raised. Whoever this boy is, he didn't just force his forward, he guided it naturally. Ash, basking in the praise, grinned. Didn't you say rookie trainers from Pallet Town aren't like the others? Having already is totally normal for me. His chest puffed out in pride, but after catching himself, he quickly forced the smile away and clenched his fists. Not now, save the celebration for after the win. Brock's expression hardened again. It is impressive, but don't forget the basics. Is bug and flying. That means it's 4 times weak to rock. If lands even one solid hit, your battle ends right there. And cracked its rocky fists together with a heavy thud, eager for the fight. Ash's eyes narrowed, voice brimming with determination. Type and level matter, sure, but the most important factor is the trainer's command. Watch this. Use sleep powder. His wings glowed as it beat them rapidly, scattering a glittering rain of powder that floated down toward the battlefield. Sleep powder, huh? Not bad for a rookie. Brock extended his arm sharply. Rollout. Oh, dude. Tucked its arms in, curled into a tight ball, and spun with incredible speed. It shot forward like a living boulder rolling across the rocky terrain. The sleep powder drifted harmlessly in its wake, falling too slow to catch the charging. Ash grit his teeth, heart pounding as thundered closer. And now a hit with rollouts. Brock commanded. Rollout's power builds the longer it goes. With its higher level, boosted momentum, and a quadruple type advantage, a single hit could knock out instantly. Dude, the rock spun faster and faster, rolling straight across the rocky terrain like a runaway boulder. Stay sharp, Ash clenched his fists. But then something was off. Instead of bouncing forward at as Brock commanded, spinning slowed. Its trajectory wobbled, and then with a dull crash, it rolled headfirst into one of the rock pillars jutting from the battlefield. It stopped cold, slumping against the stone, its eyes drifted shut. Brock's jaw dropped. What's asleep? That's impossible. It dodged sleep powder just now. Indeed, sleep powder was infamous for being slow and unreliable. Even novice trainers knew a rolling should have been able to avoid it with ease. Ash smirked, touching his nose with a fingertip. That's because my has the ability compound eyes. A compound eyes. Ash nodded. With compound eyes, can see every tiny movement in slow motion. Even if rolled at full speed, already knew exactly where it was going. All it had to do was scatter powder right in its path. Brock froze, stunned. So it wasn't luck. He actually aimed sleep powder into his future landing point with ability synergy no less. This boy isn't fighting like a rookie. All right, whilst asleep, use string shot. Free. Opened its mouth and fired streams of sticky silk. White threads coiled tightly around the sleeping, wrapping its arms and pinning it to the ground. Nice one. If we can't boost our speed, we'll just slow them down, Ash declared. Brock crossed his arms, but a small smile tugged at his lips. Sleep powder, then string shot, chaining status moves like that. For someone who's only been on the road 9 days, your tactics are shockingly advanced. His eyes narrowed, studying Ash carefully. Who exactly is this guy from the sidelines? Misty couldn't help parting her lips in surprise. Lay bound in silky threads, breathing softly in sleep, and for the first time she understood why Ash had been so insistent on catching. She had always dismissed as fragile, too frail, too little stamina, and hardly any defense. Sure, its special attack was respectable, but what good was that if one solid rock-type hit could send it crashing down? But Ash's battle showed her something else entirely. Wasn't meant to be a bruiser. It was a tactician's, a disruptor that could cripple foes with status conditions and open paths for its teammates. So that's why, Misty thought, eyes narrowing. This isn't about raw power, this is about strategy. On the field, Ash raised his ball. Nice work, come back and rest. With a flutter of wings, vanished in a flash of red light. Ash's gaze dropped to the yellow mouse waiting at his feet. Crouched low, sparks flickering across his cheeks, then dashed forward with a cry. I choose you. Pika. Brock blinked, taken aback. Then bug flying electric. Ash, are you trying to lose on type matchups, or do you really not understand the basics? He almost laughed. First a bug flying with a quadruple rock weakness, and now an electric type that couldn't even scratch ground typing. This boy had talent, sure, but his choices looked like madness. Ash just grinned, thumping a fist against his chest. Of course I know electric moves won't work on, but doesn't only rely on electricity. Watch closely, this is the secret technique we've been training for days. Pika straightened proudly, planting his tiny hands on his hips. Then to everyone's shock, he closed his eyes. Ash mirrored him exactly, hands on his hips, eyes shut, posture calm and steady. Manon stood side by side in perfect sync. What are they doing? Misty muttered, sweat beading on her forehead. She'd traveled with Ash these past days, watched every bit of training, and she had never seen this before. The only thing that came close was those odd moments after dinner, Ash sitting cross-legged with eyes closed as if meditating, snoozing peacefully on his shoulder. She'd brushed it off as resting, but now... Could that have been training all along? Seconds ticked by. The opening created by his hypnosis was being wasted by Ash, but Brock didn't interrupt Ash. He didn't know if Ash was bluffing or truly had some astonishing trump card, but if the time dragged on, it would definitely be to his advantage, as was currently asleep and could only be targeted. As a beginner starting, besides electric-type moves, it should only be able to use normal-type moves. Although those wouldn't cause much damage too, if accumulated, they shouldn't be underestimated. Brock's heart leapt when stirred, its rocky arms flexing against the silk that bound it. I wake up, use rollout. Dude, with a sudden jerk, the rock snapped the sticky threads like brittle twigs. A few strands still clung to its body, but against it already so slow, the drag meant nothing. Curled into a ball and began to spin, its momentum building into a dangerous roll. Ash's eyes snapped open, now aura sphere. Paika paika. In that instant, stark pupils flared into a luminous blue. Between his tiny paws, light gathered, swirling faster and faster until a radiant orb of pure energy blazed into existence, so large it dwarfed himself. Misty's breath caught in her throat, that's Aura Sphere. Before could charge forward, thrust out his paws, and the glowing sphere shot like a comet across the battlefield. In panicked, accelerating his rollout to swerve away from the incoming attack. But to Brock's horror, the sphere curved midair, pursuing like it had a will of its own. Boom. The aura sphere struck true, detonating in a thunderous blast. Smoke and dust billowed across the rocky field, rattling the stone pillars. Stood with arms lowered, chest heaving as he exhaled sharply, his blue eyes dimmed back to black. Behind him, the explosion raged, casting his silhouette in golden firelight. He didn't even glance back. Misty and Brock gaped, jaws slack. What the hell was that just now? Aura Sphere? Never heard of such a move. Is that a move can learn? Brock expressed his incomprehension and was greatly shocked. Misty's thoughts whirled. She knew exactly what Aura Sphere was. It was the attack Ash had awakened through his aura training. But why could able to use it? Moments ago, Ash and had moved as one, eyes shut, bodies aligned. The technique hadn't just looked synchronized. It was as though Trainer and had fused their will, channeling the same aura into a single strike. But that's impossible, isn't it? Misty shook her head, quickly dismissing the thought. That kind of thing is impossible, right? It was more believable that had somehow learned Aura Sphere directly from Ash. But she hadn't seen Ash teaching anything like that during their travels. And even if had learned it, why did Ash mimic's pose just for dramatic effect? No way. In truth, Misty's guess wasn't far off. The reason could unleash Aura Sphere was because he and Ash had entered a state of perfect unity, one heart, one mind. One of the most advanced applications of aura is the principle aura resides within my heart. By merging his aura with his partner's, a trainer can strengthen their power and even grant them temporary aura-related abilities. That was why he had been able to pierce smoke with detect, sense hostile aura when Team Rocket attacked, and now perform the unthinkable, firing an aura sphere in a real battle. On his own, could never have done it. Aura sphere is a technique requiring aura control far beyond that hadn't even awakened its own aura. But with Ash guiding him, that was another story. Ash carried the legacy of Aura Ash from the group chat, inheriting his mastery of aura. While he still lacked complete control, he was already a natural at manipulating it. By entering that fusion state with, sharing his consciousness and will, Ash could channel his own mastery into his body, letting the little mouse summon Aura Sphere. It wasn't easy. That was why every night in Viridian Forest, when Misty thought Ash and were simply dozing off with their eyes closed, they were actually deep in fusion training. Meditating, syncing their breathing, practicing calm mind, and weaving aura together until their hearts beat in unison. The idea had come from Aura Ash in the chat. When Ash reported his team and their levels and their moves, the veterans immediately judged the situation. Even with sleep powder tactics, you'll struggle against Brock, Tactician Ash had said. Rock and ground types have sky-high defense. Normal bug and flying moves will barely scratch them, and electric moves won't work at all. Sure, it wasn't impossible to win, but the only path was to drag the battle out endlessly, swapping again and again, slowly wearing Brock down while praying he didn't land a single decisive blow. But that was the problem. Ashes were still too low-leveled. In a war of attrition, one mistake, one opening, one clean hit from Brock's rock types would end everything. That's the cruel truth of battling with type disadvantages. You can unleash combo after combo, but to the opponent it's only a scratch. Meanwhile, one counterattack from them flips the entire fight. If you want to play the underdog, you have to shoulder the risks of being the underdog. And unless you are leagues above the opponent, type disadvantage is a wall that can't be ignored. So Aura Ash had given his advice. Teach a fighting type move, Aura Sphere. It's super effective against rock. If can pull it off, you'll have the breakthrough you need. By normal theory, it was absurd. Couldn't possibly learn a move like Aura Sphere. Most fighting types can't even master it, but Aura users were exceptions to every rule. As long as Ash and could synchronize their aura deeply enough, might wield that forbidden technique. The result was plain for all to see, had unleashed Aura Sphere and dealt massive damage to. What are you standing there posing for? Ash nearly tripped over himself, veins popping. Finish it already, use quick attack. His ears twitched with a sheepish pica. He spun around and darted straight into the fatting smoke. A muffled crash followed and a battered rolled out, hit the ground twice, and finally lay still. Ash exhaled, patting his chest in relief. To be honest, he'd assumed Aura Sphere would end things in one shot, but the moment his insight eye brushed over his fatting aura, he realized the truth. Sturdy. Brox had the ability Sturdy. No matter how overwhelming the blow, if was at full health, Sturdy guaranteed it would survive with a sliver of endurance. His aura sphere, fueled by their aura fusion, carried power that could have knocked out in an instant, but Sturdy had let it cling to life. Fortunately, the sheer force of the attack left dazed, and quick attack sealed the deal. Silently, Brock recalled, he hadn't landed a single hit. Compared to Gary's earlier challenge, this was even more frustrating. His had been status-locked, slowed down, and finally nuked by a move he didn't even recognize. It was downright suffocating. What was that move just now? Brock finally asked, not sending out his second right away. As a gym leader, he prided himself on recognizing most moves at a glance. But this, he had never seen anything like it. Yet the attack had dented its defense so hard that, if not for Sturdy, it would have been a clean knockout. Aura Sphere, Ash answered without hesitation. It's a fighting-type move. Brock's brows furrowed. Aura Sphere, I've never heard of such a move, and even if it exists, shouldn't be able to learn it, not at that level anyway. Although Brock didn't have Ash's insight eye, as a gym leader, he had extensive experience and could roughly judge the opponent's level during battle. This level was intermediate. For a beginner, this level was already quite high, but an intermediate level should be completely unable to learn fighting-type energy-based moves. Brock shoved his doubts aside. This was still a gym challenge, and a leader had no business grilling a challenger mid-battle. Questions could wait until later. Still, it felt strange. Usually challengers peppered the leader with questions, not the other way around. What kind of upside-down battle was this? That can use a fighting-type move may be your ace, Brock said at last, his voice steady. But let's see if you can get past this stage. Go. He hurled his second ball. With a blinding flash, the ground trembled as a towering erupted onto the field. A serpentine giant of boulders coiled forward, its eyes gleaming like chips of granite. The very air seemed heavier under its presence. The rock snake, Ashes chimed. It tunnels through the ground at over 50 miles per hour, leaving behind winding tunnels. And compared to was a whole different beast. At the same level, outclassed its rocky cousin across the board, strength, size, endurance. And this wasn't equal level. Its aura shimmered with even more power. Ash grinned. A return. Pika Pie happily leapt back into its balls. Ash snapped out his next ball with a flourish. I choose you. Free. Fluttered onto the field, its patterned wings gleaming under the gym lights. Brock raised a brow. Again, don't think the same trick will work twice. If you're planning another sleep powder, you'd better think twice. I agree, Ash said smoothly, then he grinned. That's why string shot. fired a spray of glistening white silk straight toward the massive rock snake. A sandstorm, Brock countered instantly. He'd already predicted Ash's gambit. Sleep powder was too slow to be safe here. If Ash had dared to try it, Brock was ready to call for dig, then crush with a rock slide on the rebound. But String Shot was faster, harder to dodge. Brock had no choice but to shore up defenses. A whipping gale swirled across the arena, grains of sand spiraling upward into a storm. The harsh winds battered, while Spotty glowed faintly as the sandstorm bolstered its special defense. The thread struck true, thick white silk latched across rocky hide, but roared and thrashed, shattering most of the bindings. Yet not all of them. Webbing had caught between its stone segments, clinging stubbornly where even its raw power couldn't shake them loose. The sticky webbing clung stubbornly between rock segments. Each strand that held would sap just a bit of its speed and make it harder to coil or launch its attacks. Against a massive rock snake, every small restraint mattered. A use sandstorm. But then a chilling gust swept across the arena. The ground rumbled as whipped its body, conjuring up a furious gale. Grains of sand and pebbles surged into the air, engulfing the battlefield in a brown haze. The whirling vortex battered immediately. Sharp sand stung its wings and eyes, forcing it to flutter unsteadily. Ash shielded his face with one arm, grimacing. He'd studied like crazy these past few days with the help of the group chat, but this was new. He hadn't gotten to weather tactics yet. What does Sandstorm even do? Ash muttered through clenched teeth. He got his answer fast. Free. And cried out, buffeted by sand and stones. Its flight speed dropped, its vision blurred, and the powder it had used so effectively before would never carry straight in this gale. Still, Ash clenched a fist, used sleep powder. Misty nearly toppled over, idiot not now in this weather. Too late, scattered shimmering blue-green powder into the storm. But the moment it left its wings, the wind shredded it apart, scattering harmlessly into the swirling sand. Not a speck touched. Brock's eyes flashed, now rock slide. Roared, hurling jagged boulders from the storm. In the haze of sand, the stones blended perfectly, their trajectory almost invisible until the last instant. Ash's stomach dropped. No, I messed up. Dodge. His wings blurred desperately, and at the final second, it darted sideways. The boulders slammed down where it had been, smashing the arena floor into rubble. Ash exhaled sharply, his forehead damp with sweat and grit. That was too close. If that had hit, it'd be over. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to calm down. Sandstorm cancels out sleep powder, and rock slide nearly finished us, as expected of a gym leader. Behind him, Misty thumped her chest with both hands, trying to steady her pounding heart. Her lips pursed as she glared at Ash's back. Honestly, she didn't expect him to blunder like that. But then again, he was still a rookie. All the way through, Ash had shocked Misty so many times that she almost forgot he was just a rookie trainer. Most beginners in gym battles didn't even understand type matchups, let alone switching or using status conditions. They usually just yelled attack over and over. If they dealt enough damage, they won. If not, they lost. But Ash fought like someone far more experienced. At times, Misty even thought she saw the shadow of a future top trainer in him. And yet right now, his mistakes reminded her that he was still a rookie. It left Misty unsure, was Ash really battle smart or just lucky? On the field, Ash let out a breath of relief as barely swerved away from rock slide. Brock, however, raised his brows. Dodging rock slide in this storm, has sharp reflexes, but even so, the situation hasn't changed. With sleep powder sealed by the sandstorm, what can do? He was right. Without sleep powders, bug and flying type moves would hardly scratch rocky hide. Ash had only two paths forward. Switch to and somehow land another aura sphere, or stall until the sandstorm died down, then's accuracy boost from compound eyes could make sleep powder lethal again. But Brock wasn't about to give him that chance. One solid hit from and would be finished. Brock glanced at Ash, ready to give the command, and froze. Ash's eyes were burning with determination, not an ounce of doubt, not a flicker of fear. He's still fighting with spirit, even pinned like this, Brock thought. Could he be hiding a trump card? "I'll use supersonic," Ash shouted. His wings vibrated, unleashing a pulse of invisible sound. Over a heartbeat, Brock just stared, then his face tightened. A supersonic. That move was inaccurate, sure, but if it hit, the result was brutal. A confusion. A confused couldn't follow its trainer's orders properly, and worse, it might lash out at itself instead. Brock had already realized what he was up against. Ash's had the ability compound eyes. That meant Supersonic's accuracy was boosted. It wasn't a gamble anymore, it was a real threat. The safest counter was to dig underground before the could land. A dig now. Slammed its head into the battlefield with a rumble, tearing open a hole and beginning to tunnel. But almost immediately, Brock's brow furrowed. His dig was slower than it should been. Why's the burrow speed so sluggish? Then he spotted it, thin white strands clinging stubbornly between the cracks of his rocky body. A string shot. Had broken free earlier, but the sticky residue remained. With a body full of crevices, those threads snagged and dragged against the ground. For that was never quick to begin with, this was enough to slow it down even more. Brock's heart sank. At this pace, and with half its body still above the surface, was a sitting target. Sure enough, supersonic waves struck cleanly. Zarroar. Froze mid-burrow, then thrashed wildly, bursting back out of the hole and slamming against the rocky walls of the arena. Its serpentine body writhed, eyes clouded in dizziness, as if its head were splitting in pain. Nice work, that's enough, return. Ash recalled his bug at once, not wasting the precious window of confusion. He turned sharply to the little yellow partner at his side. You're up again. Pika-Pai bounded forward, landing on the stone floor with sparks dancing across his cheeks. His eyes flashed blue, entering the state of aura fusion once more. Each time he slipped into this state, the control came more naturally. The power no longer felt overwhelming, but like something he could grasp with steady paws. Let's go, Aura Sphere. Ash mirrored stance, closing his eyes and holding his hands to his core in perfect synchronization. Brock, his face tight with urgency, shouted desperately, snap out of it. But a confused doesn't obey so easily. Only let out another pained roar, flailing against the stone pillars in blind frenzy. Luck wasn't on Brock's side today. Meanwhile, between paws, a sphere of gleaming blue energy swelled larger and larger, humming with focused power. SDHU. Thrust his arms forward. The aura sphere shot out like a comet, cutting through the sandstorm in a streak of light. A whoosh. BOOOM. ROOOO88R. A violent bellow shook the entire gym. The impact rippled out in shockwaves, sending sand and loose stones clattering across the battlefield like scattered marbles. Brock's jaw tightened, fists clenched, his expression grew dark. Oh, hit again. First sleep powder, then supersonic, and now a fighting-type move from a that had no business knowing one. What kind of rookie trainer had a lineup of with this many infuriating tricks? But all was not lost. Even with the type disadvantage, still had the Sandstorm's special defense boost. One aura sphere alone wouldn't finish it. If Brock could just land a counterattack, there was still a path to victory. ONIX rock slide now, Brock bellowed, voice echoing through the gym. This was the moment. If this rock slide connected, tricks and aura wouldn't matter, could still turn the tide. Amidst the smoke and falling debris, seemed to snap to attention at its trainer's desperate cry. Boulders tore themselves free from the ground and hovered around its body. The haze cleared, Ash's eyes widened. Oh wait, the stones launched. straight into his own face. Boom. The massive rock snake reeled back, crashing against the arena walls, dazed and groaning in pain. Ash blinked, tilted his head, Misty's jaw dropped. Brock's face froze, his shout stuck halfway in his throat. You've gotta be kidding me. Self-destruction was something none of the three had seen coming. Ash had been bracing himself, watching the rocks form, already planning how could dodge once rock slide came crashing down. In the aura fusion state, speed and reflexes were boosted so much that dodging still looked possible, even with the smoke only just clearing. But then, bang, as rock slide came crashing down on itself. The heavy boulders slammed into its own rocky coils, and the mighty rock snake let out a pained roar before collapsing in a heap. That last self-inflicted blow had drained the last of its stamina. Ash and both twitched their faces in disbelief. This wasn't how they expected to win. Ash raised a hesitant finger toward the fainted. I guess that means I win. Brock stood frozen for a moment, then silently recalled into its ball. At last, he gave Ash a small nod. Yes is unable to battle. The winner of this gym battle is Ash. With that, the sandstorm faded, leaving the arena calm again. Brock walked across the field, his expression softening. He reached into his pocket and held out a shining badge shaped like a chunk of rock. Congratulations, Ash. This is the Boulder badge of the Pewter Gym. It's yours. Ash's eyes lit up as he accepted it. This is a gym badge, my first gym badge. We did it. Pika Pika cheered, leaping onto Ash's shoulder, both trainer and grinning ear to ear. Brock gave a wry smile. I'll admit, I didn't expect you to follow up sleep powder with confusion. For a rookie trainer, you've got some serious tactical instincts, but honestly, your strategy is kind of, well, disgusting. He chuckled despite himself. Most trainers tested strength first, trading blows before using tricks or tactics. Sleep powder right at the start, then supersonic the moment the first plan was countered. Brock had barely been able to play the match at all. Disgusting or not, it was undeniably effective. For a so-called rookie, Ash had commanded like a pro. Ash scratched his head with an awkward laugh. What else could I do? Most of your counter mine completely. If I wanted to win with the team I've got, this was the only way. Still, Brock said warmly, to earn a gym badge in less than 10 days as a trainer, that's no small feat. Honestly, Ash, I feel like I'm watching the rise of a future top trainer. Ash's grin stretched wider, his nose practically pointing at the ceiling in pride. Behind him, Misty jabbed him in the back with a finger. Hey, cut it out, don't get a big head just because Brock is buttering you up. And you, Brock, stop praising him. If you keep it up, his head won't even fit through the door. What does it matter? I haven't seen a rookie of this caliber in a long time, Brock admitted with a chuckle. The last rookie I battled was Gary. He was strong, sure, but most of his victory came from relying on type advantages. To be honest, in terms of tactics and even training, Ash, you're slightly ahead of him. That indirect praise lit Ash up even more than Brock's earlier compliments. Gary, his eternal rival. Ever since childhood, Ash had lived in that guy's shadow. Before setting off on his journey, Gary always seemed one step ahead, always cooler, always more confident. Even now, Gary's speed on the road was faster, but Ash suddenly realized he might have the edge in training. Next time they met, he had to battle Gary. No, he would battle Gary and show him once and for all who was truly Pallet Town's #1. Hey, Ash, don't get too full of yourself, Misty said, narrowing her eyes at his proud grin. Ash was great in many ways, but when he got smug, it was unbearable. Still, she knew from experience his smugness usually vanished overnight, whether truly gone or just buried deep down, who could say? Don't worry, Ash replied with a laugh, waving a hand. I know this is only the starting line. I have to stand on the final stage ahead of Gary. That's my real goal. His smile shifted, carrying not just pride but a burning determination. For any trainer, that final stage could only mean one thing: the leg. More specifically, the dream stage of the 8 Masters tournament. Defeating Pewter Jim was only step one of a long journey. And besides, every night in the chat group, Ash had been beaten down by the advice and scolding of seasoned experts. Being a little proud right now wasn't going to kill him. The final stage, huh? You mean the Indigo League finals? Brock asked curiously. Ash shook his head. No, I'm aiming for the 8 Masters tournament, but I know I'm still a long way off. The 8 Masters, that's an ambitious dream, Brock said, impressed. Then, as if remembering something, he reached into his jacket. Oh, right, take this, Ash. He pulled out a small, worn notebook and handed it over. Ash blinked, taking it without thinking. Huh, what's this? Wait, these are food recipes? There's so many. Misty immediately leaned over his shoulder, her eyes wide with surprise. No way, these don't look like the kind of recipes you find at marts. Indeed, the notebook was filled with detailed formulas. Beside each recipe were notes. Some dishes helped boost us stats with long-term use, others promoted faster growth, while some sped up recovery after tough training sessions. If this notebook was the real deal, its value was beyond imagination. Why do you, a gym leader, have something only a breeder would carry? Misty asked curiously, her eyes widening as she flipped through the notebook. In the world, trainers came in many forms: gym leaders, battlers, coordinators, and more. But there were also professions outside of battling, and among them, none was more respected than breeders. Breeders were specialists dedicated to raising and improving their health and condition. Behind many powerful trainers stood a breeder, or the trainer themselves might dabble in breeding. With their help, a could grow faster, recover quicker, and reach levels of strength that ordinary training alone couldn't achieve. But becoming a breeder wasn't easy. It wasn't enough to just make a nice meal or give a massage. True breeders had unique methods that let surpass their natural limits. Special food, for example, could heal a weakened partner to peak condition in an instant. If recipes like the ones Brock had were mass-produced, they'd be priceless treasures for both trainers and breeders. Brock gave a wry smile. Actually, my real dream is to become a breeder. He sighed and explained. Despite being only in his early 20s, Brock carried a heavy burden. With his father chasing a champion's dream and his mother gone traveling, the Pewter Gym and 9 younger siblings all fell to him to care for. That meant keeping the gym running while also raising his family, leaving no time to pursue his own dream. So I want to entrust this dream to you, Ash, Brock said, his voice firm despite the helpless smile. If it's you, I think you can balance being both a trainer and a breeder. These food recipes I've researched over the years can help you grow stronger, recover faster, and train more effectively. Even if you don't want to become a breeder yourself, this notebook will still support you on your journey. Ash stared at the notebook in his hands, silent for a moment. His eyes burned with determination. In truth, he had already been thinking about becoming a breeder. The insight eye that helped him see us abilities and potential that came from Breeder Ash in the chat group. That same mentor had patiently taught him about raising with care and precision. Ash clenched the notebook against his chest. All right, I'll take it and I'll live up to your trust. After all, if he was the only one in the group who could discuss breeding at a professional level, then he'd shoulder that responsibility too. To become a true master, he couldn't just battle, he had to understand how to raise his partners to their peak. Oh, just then, a bang. The heavy doors of the gym suddenly swung open, crashing against the walls. Wah, Misty yelped, startled by the noise. Without thinking, she leapt sideways and clung tightly to Ash's arm, pressing against him with wide, panicked eyes. Ash and Brock both turned at the sound of the heavy doors slamming open. I heard everything you just said, Brock. Go on, pursue your dream with everything you've got. I'll take over the gym. A deep, rough voice echoed from the doorway. The bright light spilling in from outside gradually dimmed, revealing the figure of a scruffy man. He wore a low-brimmed hat that shadowed his face, a fake beard covering his jaw, and a pair of stained work gloves that made him look like a miner or a laborer. Misty blinked. Who's this guy and why is he saying he'll run the gym? Brock froze, his expression shifted, surprise, then disbelief, then a flicker of hope. Wait, could it be? The man tugged off his hat and beard in one motion, his true face finally revealed. That's right, the man said, voice trembling now. I am your father, Flint. Ash and Misty's jaws dropped in unison. Their eyes darted between Brock and the man who looked almost identical to him, same sharp eyes, same rugged features. Father, Brock's voice cracked with shock. It's really you after all these years, why return now? Flint's shoulders slumped and his story poured out. Years ago, he'd left home chasing a dream to become an Elite Four member, maybe even a champion. He wanted to prove himself as more than just a gym leader's stand-in, so he set off with a few of the gyms. But the reality was harsh. The Indigo League wouldn't even let me enter, Flint admitted bitterly. Too old, too many restrictions, so I tried the other leagues. Their tournaments are fierce, far tougher than I ever imagined. Even the strongest gym leaders can't guarantee victory there, and me, I couldn't even reach the finals. His hands clenched into fists. In the end, I failed, no titles, no glory, nothing. When he finally dragged himself back to Pewter City, he discovered that Brock's mother had left too, leaving only young Brock to shoulder the gym and care for all 9 of his younger siblings. I couldn't face you, Flint confessed, voice breaking. I had no right, so instead I stayed close but from the shadows. I set up a small stall near the gym, selling the ore and stones I dug up. I watched you from afar, waiting for the day you might stumble so that I could step in and redeem myself by helping you. His eyes softened, filled with regret and pride all at once. But you never stumbled, Brock. You carried the gym. You raised your brothers and sisters. You grew stronger than I ever was. You didn't need saving. Brock's fists trembled at his sides. All this time you were right here, watching. Flint nodded. Yes, and when I heard you just now saying you wanted to chase your own dream, I knew it was finally time. Let me do what I should done from the start. Let me take back the gym, and you, Brock, go live the life you deserve. Flint's sudden return gave Brock a choice: remain tied down as Pewter City's gym leader or finally chase his true dream of becoming a breeder. After a few moments of silence, Brock stood firmly in front of his father. Dad, I'm entrusting and the others to you, but first you'd better listen carefully. I have a lot to say. Flint nodded solemnly. He had braced himself for scolding, knowing he deserved it after abandoning his family for so many years. If his son needed to vent, he would accept it all. But instead of yelling, Brock began firing off an endless list of his siblings' needs. Likes red miso, prefers white miso, and little Cindy loves mixed miso. Also. Wait, let me get a notebook. Flint panicked, fumbling in his pockets. Within minutes, he had filled page after page with dietary quirks, bedtime routines, school schedules, and all the little habits of Brock's 9 younger siblings. By the time Brock finished, Flint's notebook was stuffed with more than a dozen pages of notes. Ash and Misty exchanged a helpless glance. Flint had expected an angry outburst, but this list was heavier than any scolding. It also spoke volumes about Brock's burden. To remember so many details, every favorite dish, every tiny quirk, how much responsibility had Brock carried alone all these years? From the sidelines, Misty suddenly realized she was still clutching Ash's arm. Her cheeks flared scarlet. She quickly leapt away, twirling her hair in forced nonchalance while sneaking a sideways glance at Ash. Ash, however, hadn't even noticed. His full attention was still on Brock. Misty's pretty face twitched. The moment passed, and Brock, having finished his instructions, packed his bag and turned back to Ash. You've seen how things are, so would you be willing to let me travel with you? Of course, Ash answered instantly, grinning from ear to ear. Having a breeder on the team is amazing, and besides, you're a gym leader, you can teach me so much. As long as I'm not a burden. As for the gym leader part. Isn't it about time we headed for the next city? Misty cut him off in a panic. Ash blinked at her strange reaction, scratching his head. What's gotten into you? Only Brock understood. Misty was hiding her own gym leader identity. And so, after saying farewell to Flint, the three of them set off together. The group had grown from 2 to 3, but the change felt natural. If anything, things became easier. Brock wasn't a licensed breeder, but after years of raising siblings and managing the gym, he was second to none at caring for both people and. Thanks to him, Ash and Misty no longer had to choke down instant food, and they weren't stuck with bland, store-bought chow. It would take some time for Brock to craft customized recipes for and the others, but even the basics were a huge upgrade. On the road, Brock asked curiously where Ash had picked up tactics like sleep powder and supersonic. Ash puffed out his chest. Professor Oak taught me before I started my journey. Even Misty, who liked to tease Ash, knew Oak's reputation. Brock, of course, was no exception. Hearing that, his surprise faded. If it was guidance from the famous Professor Oak, then Ash's clever tactics weren't quite so unbelievable. Still, Brock silently thought, even with Oak's help, to pull them off this cleanly right after starting out, that takes talent. By the time they left Pewter City, it was already noon. Between Brock's careful packing and his endless instructions to Flint about the gym and his 9 siblings, they didn't actually hit the road until afternoon. The summer sun blazed down mercilessly. Even Misty, dressed in a vest and shorts, was drenched in sweat. Halfway along, she finally gave up and sent out, water gun straight up. A refreshing spray rained down, cooling the group instantly. Ash and spun in circles under the mist, laughing like kids at a water park. As they dried off, the three began discussing their next destination. There were 3 possible gyms nearby: Viridian City, Cerulean City, and Vermilion City. Viridian was an easy elimination. Ash had already passed through and missed his chance there. That left Cerulean and Vermilion. Ash immediately leaned towards Cerulean. It's perfect. First, it's a water-type gym, so has the advantage. Second, once we're done, Vermilion's right down the road. It's basically on the way. But Misty fidgeted, waving her hands. The Cerulean gym is way too easy, and the leaders are scary women. Yup, super scary. No matter how Misty tried to dissuade him, Ash stood firm. Unless she gave him a solid explanation, there was no way he was skipping Cerulean gym. Brock just shrugged. As long as it's not back in Pewter, I'm fine with anywhere. So Cerulean City it was. To get there, they needed to cross Moon, a much smaller trek than Viridian Forest. At a steady pace, it would take only 2 or 3 days. By evening, with the worst of the heat fatting, they stopped to camp at the mountain's base. Hiking into Moon at night was too risky, and there was no need to rush. That night, Ash and Misty finally tasted Brock's cooking for the first time. Oh, the verdict. Heavenly, Misty clasped her hands together. This is amazing, Brock. Compared to this, what we ate before was total garbage. Ash stuffed his cheeks like a mirrored him, sparks of joy dancing in its cheeks. It was no wonder Brock had managed to raise 9 siblings alone. His cooking was out of this world. Ash quickly begged, Brock, teach me how to cook. That way, if you ever have to go back to the gym, I won't be stuck with instant noodles. And the others won't have to choke down bland food anymore. Brock chuckled, of course, I'll be glad to pass on what I know. After dinner, the 3 played with their under the starlight, laughter echoing across the campsite. Eventually, one by one, they settled into their sleeping bags. But for Ash, the night was just beginning, because that was when he logged into the group chat. For Ash to enter the group chat, he had to close his eyes and focus on the glowing point in his mind. Doing this while awake would look strange, especially now that he wasn't traveling alone. With Misty and Brock by his side, Ash made sure never to log in during the day. Nighttime, when everyone else was asleep, was the perfect chance. Newbie Ash, everyone, I'm here. Champion Ash, if I remember right, you were challenging a gym today. Did you clear it? Newbie Ash, yeah, I won. The method Tactician Ash taught me really worked. Even when Compound Eye's sleep powder got countered, I could still disrupt with Supersonic. Then, with Aura Sphere for the finishing blow, I beat Brock without taking much damage. Tactician Ash had warned him early on, sleep powder wasn't perfect. Unlike hypnosis, powders could be blown away by wind, water, or fire. That's why he insisted Ash have a backup Supersonic. The real reason Tactician Ash told him to catch in the first place wasn't for raw strength, but for what could do later, layering status moves that drove opponents crazy. It was the most accessible support for a beginner. Like or way out of reach right now, but for Ash's current level was more than enough. Aura Warrior Ash, so how was it? Pretty amazing to use Aura Fusion Resonance, right? Newbie Ash, yeah, it feels endless. No matter how much I explore it, there's always more potential. Even though the group gave me instructions, I think I've barely scratched the surface. Aura Warrior Ash, hot of course. Aura is the pinnacle of human power in the world. Master it fully and you can even stand against Legendary Tier. A Legendary Tier. Ash immediately thought of Ho-Oh. That vast, ocean-like aura he had glimpsed when he first saw it, his own strength wasn't even a ripple compared to that. Could a human really reach such a level? Champion Ash, by the way, have you run into 3 weirdos yet? You'll know them, they've got a talking and won't stop calling themselves the cute and charming villains. Newbie Ash, I have blasted them off. That was also the first time I tried Aura Fusion. Aura Warrior Ash, good grief. Looks like you can't escape them in your timeline either. Be careful, they've got their eyes on. Newbie Ash, huh, what do you mean? Tactician Ash, you'll understand later, they're an unbelievably persistent bunch. Champion Ash, haha, but to be fair, they're not truly evil, just misguided. In some timelines, they even reform. Anyway, newbie, haven't you gone a while without drawing? You should check your prize chances. Drawing chances. Ash blinked, he'd nearly forgotten about the group's mysterious lottery. Ash froze for a second, then suddenly remembered he'd already cleared his first gym. The veterans in the group had mentioned before that certain firsts acted like achievements, each granting a drawing chance. Surely defeating a gym for the very first time would qualify. Opening the chat group's notification bar, 3 new messages popped up. First encounter with Team Rocket Trio, drawing chance 1. First time blasting off Team Rocket Trio, drawing chance 1. First time clearing a gym, drawing chance 1. 3 drawing chances. Ash blinked hard, his clear eyes full of disbelief. He hadn't expected that run-in with Team Rocket to count for 2. Just bumping into them and then blasting them off each gave a draw. What kind of people are those 3 anyway? Even achievements get weird around them. Remembering what the veterans said, that Team Rocket would keep coming back like a bad penny, Ash felt an ominous shiver run through him. Still, that was for the future. Right now, he had a lottery to spin. With a deep breath, Ash tapped for a triple draw. The turntable's 3 golden pointers whirled at dizzying speed. At Ash's mental command, they slowed and stopped one by one. Congratulations, you drew A-rank ability, Special Attack Limit Boost. Congratulations, you drew C-rank ability, Beginner Breeder. Congratulations, you drew S-rank one-time ability, Chosen One's Radiance. Ash's jaw dropped, a rank C-rank and an S-rank again. An S-rank once again. That tiny sliver on the wheel where the S-rank sat, barely visible to the naked eye, was where his pointer had landed. Twice now. Out of 6 total draws, he had 2 S-ranks, 2 A-ranks, and 2 C-ranks. That wasn't good luck, that was broken. The veterans had explained before, out of tens of thousands of draws, maybe 1 or 2 would ever land on an S-rank. That was how rare they were, and yet Ash had pulled 2 before his journey had even properly begun. With Aura alone, he'd gone from slightly above average kid to superhero in the making. Once he mastered it, he'd be able to challenge champion level head-on. Wasn't that already heaven-defying enough? And now this chosen one's radiance thing, what even was that supposed to mean? Ash quickly typed into the chats. Newbie Ash, guys, I just finished drawing, but I don't understand one of the rewards. Fishing enthusiastic Ash, you didn't just pull another A rank or B rank, did you? Newbie Ash, why couldn't it be D rank or E ranks? Fishing enthusiastic Ash, because D and E ranks are garbage. E ranks are like basic farm chores, hoeing the ground, useless in battle. D ranks give tiny stuff like beginner computer skills or driving practice. Better than nothing, but hardly worth bragging about. Fishing enthusiastic Ash, C rank and above are where it gets interesting. That's why your previous draw mattered, so what rank this time? Newbie Ash S rank. Fishing enthusiastic Ash. Fishing enthusiastic Ash. You and Dan percent at if he could crawl through an internet cable, fishing enthusiast Ash would have done it already just to throttle newbie Ash on the other end. He was the one who asked, and yet watching someone else flaunt that kind of insane luck, that sting in the chest was something only he could understand. And this wasn't ordinary flaunting, this was S rank. S rank. What kind of concept was that? There were hundreds of Ashes in the group. Each had drawn hundreds of times, some even as many as 300. Across all of them, only 1 or 2 S ranks had ever appeared. Meanwhile, this newcomer, how many draws had he done in totals? Maybe 3 the first time, a few more now in total, not even 10s. And in fewer than 10 pulls, he had already hit 2 S ranks. His luck wasn't just good, it was invincible. You shouldn't even be called Newbie Ash anymore, fishing enthusiast Ash groaned. You should be called the Chosen One. Champion Ash, another S rank, that probability is absurd. Honestly, you're the total opposite of fishing enthusiast Ash. I feel like you should change your name to European Emperor. Newbie Ash, let's not. I'm afraid the veterans will beat me up if I brag too much. Aura Ash, so what's the S rank ability called and how many draws total? Newbie Ash, it's listed as a one-time ability, chosen one's radiance. I drew 3 times this round, got 1 A rank special attack limit boost, 1 C rank beginner breeder, and then this. Fishing enthusiast Ash. Fishing enthusiast Ash's whole soul deflated. He already knew life wasn't fair, but unfair to this degree, it was outrageous. At this point, he couldn't shake the feeling the newcomer had joined the group purely to torment him. Surely this wasn't an illusion, right? Leaving aside his complete mental collapse, the results of newbie Ash's draw still shocked the rest of the group. None of them really needed abilities from the lottery anymore. They were already peak trainers in their own timelines. For them, new abilities were just icing on the cake. But luck like this was on a whole other level. Even if newbie Ash only drew garbage D and E ranks from now on, he would still hold the record as the group's luckiest member. After all, no one had ever drawn more than 1 S rank before. In terms of sheer luck, newbie Ash had already become the group's strongest. Champion Ash, chosen one's radiance, never heard of it but S rank plus one-time use, it's gotta be powerful. S ranks always come with an instruction guide from the chat group. Check the light spot in your mind. Breeder Ash, let's not skip over the C rank ability either, that beginner breeder is really good. It gives you a full foundation, flavor preferences for different massage points that help them relax, that sort of thing, very practical. Breeder Ash, with this ability, you can save a lot of time memorizing knowledge and directly start learning advanced breeder training from me. The one most delighted with Ash drawing this C rank ability was, of course, Breeder Ash. For him, this meant newbie Ash had taken another step closer down the path of a breeder. In the future, newbie Ash would inevitably become more invested in breeding, and Breeder Ash could finally enjoy the feeling of having an apprentice. He'd always wanted someone in the group who could properly discuss breeding with him. So far, it had always been one-sided teaching, but for Breeder Ash, even that was satisfying. Harem King Ash, what a pity. If you'd drawn an ability related to me, I could finally teach you properly, and the others wouldn't have any excuse to stop me. Another figure who wanted to spread the faith was Harem King Ash. But unlike breeding knowledge, nobody in the group wanted to learn his particular techniques. Why? Because almost no Ash cared about building a harem. Some had partners already, but only Harem King Ash had many partners, and everyone else was focused on their not romance. So every time he tried to push his curriculum, the group shut him down. And now that a blank slate like newbie Ash had arrived, the others still blocked him, saying he needed to focus on becoming a proper trainer first. That's why Harem King Ash felt so bitter. If only newbie Ash had drawn a girl-chasing skill, then he'd have had a legitimate reason to proselytize just like breeder Ash. Minor Ash, don't come out here harming people. Instead of wasting time on pickup lessons, it's better to learn mining from me. Those shining ores are worth risking your life for. Harem King Ash, huh? You crazy miner, now you're trying to proselytize about mining? Don't mislead the kid. Minor Ash, you're the one misleading people. Champion Ash, enough bickering. The newcomer's priority right now is still breeding and training. You two can keep your recruitment pitches to yourselves. Newbie, you should check the details of your new ability. This chat won't quiet down anytime soon. Newbie Ash, okay. Ash quickly realized staying any longer would only drag him deeper into their squabbles. Best to log out before it got worse. He decisively followed Champion Ash's advice and left the chat group. Back in the real world, Ash opened his eyes to a night sky filled with glittering stars, a crescent moon hanging high above. It was already past midnight. Everyone, including, was fast asleep, so no one noticed him awake. Ash glanced around, then closed his eyes again, sinking inward. Inside his mind, besides the chat group's glow, there was indeed another light spot waiting for him. When Ash tapped it, a surge of information poured into his thoughts. Chosen One's radiance. Every chosen one possesses immense luck. This powerful luck allows them to encounter rare and even legendary, but only with time and chance. Normally, this is an unstable passive ability. However, the one-time version, Chosen One's Radiance, guarantees that within 3 days, the user will encounter an extremely rare with a high probability of capture. Once the light spot is clicked, the ability is considered activated. When Ash had previously drawn the S-rank ability Aura, the power had been infused straight into his body. Even without opening the instruction manual, he had immediately gained overwhelming strength. But back then, Ash didn't know how to properly control it or how to tap into its many uses. This time, though, things were different. After drawing another S-rank ability, he felt no change in his body at all. By contrast, the C-rank breeder ability took effect immediately. The moment Ash returned to himself, it was as if countless fragments of knowledge had been slotted into his mind. When his eyes fell on, thoughts about easing its fatigue sprang into his head, specific massage techniques, simple recipe ideas, all matching needs. This was the power of beginner breeder. Just as breeder Ash had said, it might only be basic knowledge, but for a rookie like him, it was an incredible aid. But if the C-rank ability had manifested so clearly, where was the S-rank one? Without hesitation, Ash focused on the other glowing spot in his mind. The moment he clicked it, a flood of instructions appeared, and at the same time, the one-time ability was triggered. Chosen One's Radiance guarantees that within 3 days the user will encounter an extremely rare with a high probability of capturing it. Ash frowned. Extremely rare? How rare? Could it even mean a legendary? But even if it was legendary, how could he possibly capture it? His brief encounter with Ho-Oh had taught him a harsh truth. Legendary weren't opponents ordinary trainers could ever hope to challenge. Even champions would struggle. As Tactician Ash had explained, 6 Elite 4 levels could sweep champions, but 6 champions couldn't topple a single god divine realm. That was the gulf between champions and the divine. So if a legendary did appear, Ash knew there was no way he could capture it. Then what else counted as extremely rare? He almost wanted to re-enter the chat group and ask the others, but the thought of stumbling back into another heated argument between the big shots made him shake his head. Better to wait until tomorrow. Instead, he turned his attention to the A-rank ability, Special Attack Limit Boost. He applied it to. At first glance, aptitude cap didn't change, but the fluctuations in its stats smoothed out, stabilizing at B. Normally, ability values weren't constant. As its level rose, its stats could dip, requiring training to restore them. For example, if a speed sat at a solid B rank during the normal stage, upon advancing to the next grade it might slip to B or even C otherwise. Leveling would mean instant maximum stats every time, which was obviously impossible. If levels were like a water bottle, then ability values were the water inside. Raise the bottle's height, and you had to pour more water to fill it again. But was different, even after leveling up, its stat values didn't fluctuate at all. At the normal grade, its ability values fluctuated between D and B, and it remained the same at the advanced grade. Even's enhanced speed stat still fluctuated only between C and B. In other words, ability values didn't drop with level progression at all, an unbelievable phenomenon for any. Normally, stat fluctuations were minor. A B rank might vary from B to B+, but it would never sink to C, let alone D. Ash had used his insight eye to observe many, and only his behaved this way. Perhaps that was the trade-off. Stats fluctuated wildly, but in exchange, they didn't degrade when it leveled up. Now, thanks to the abilities Ash had drawn from the chat group, even that drawback was gradually being corrected. The fluctuations were shrinking, leaving only the advantages. If stats could one day stabilize at A rank, Ash thought with a grin, then no matter how much it levels up, they'll stay fixed at A. That would save us so much training effort. The thought made him smile in satisfaction. The next morning, Brock was already up early preparing breakfast. Ash was the second to wake. Spotting Brock at work, he immediately went over to help. With Ash lending a hand, the cooking went noticeably faster. Brock raised an eyebrow. Ash, have you cooked before? I know, but... Really? That's strange. Your fundamentals are solid. Your knife skills, your control of the fire, even the way you gauge ingredients, it doesn't look like you're a beginner at all. Maybe I'm just a natural-born chef, Ash laughed, trying to gloss it over. In truth, his sudden cooking ability came from the beginner breeder skill he had drawn the night before. The ability covered all the basics of a breeder, including how to cook for. That's why Ash's hands now moved with practiced ease. Soon, a delicious breakfast was ready. The rich aroma wafted through the campsite, stirring Misty from her sleeping bag. She staggered out, washed up quickly, then sat down at their makeshift table. Her eyes widened at the spread in front of her, and she nearly teared up. How long had it been since she'd eaten a proper breakfast while traveling? No, had she ever eaten a feast like this in the wild? Ever since leaving Cerulean City, mornings had meant dry biscuits, or nothing at all, pedaling to the nearest town to find a diner. Traveling with Ash hadn't improved things either, neither of them could cook. But now, finally, they had a chef on their teams. Thank you, heavens. What, Choo-Choo, you're saying Ash helped too? Choo-Choo, that's impossible. Yesterday he didn't lift a finger, Misty said through a mouthful of. I was just observing Brock's cooking yesterday so I could help out today, Ash replied quickly. Really? Then why did you eat nothing but instant rations with me every single day before this? I only knew how to make super basic stuff, and cooking outdoors is such a hassle, so, I just ate the instant food. Misty gave him a long stare, but Ash managed to bluff his way through. After breakfast, the three packed up camp and set off toward Moon. Nun Moon lay between Pewter City and Cerulean City. For years it had been just another nameless mountain until someone discovered moonstones there. Overnight, Moon became famous. And compared to other evolutionary stones, moonstones weren't the rarest, but that didn't make them cheap. Even a chipped, low-grade moonstone could fetch at least 10,000 poke dollars. A flawless one, priceless. Trainers whispered about their hidden power. Us natural potential or aptitude was notoriously hard to change, but evolution sometimes worked wonders. In rare cases, when evolved, its aptitude improved. Some species evolved by leveling up. Others required special conditions like evolutionary stones. And the higher the quality of the stone, the greater the boost after evolving. Some even claimed a perfect stone could rewrite its very potential. But most of that is just rumor, Brock explained seriously as they hiked along the rocky path. As aptitude can't be seen with the naked eye, you need special machines to test it, and every test costs tens of thousands of dollars. Ash's jaw dropped, tens of thousands just to check his aptitude. Of course, Brock nodded. The actual cost isn't that high, but if aptitude testing were cheap, every trainer would just catch, test them, and dump the ones that didn't make the cut. The league made it expensive on purpose to stop people from treating like disposable tools. Misty added, "That's right. The price keeps people from mass catching and tossing out the ones with lower potential. It's about protecting welfare." Ash tilted his head. But if they didn't want trainers to do that, why invent the test in the first place? Misty shrugged. Who knows, maybe it was an accident, or maybe some professor got carried away with their research. The three chatted as they trekked deeper into the cave. Moon's tunnels seemed endless, and by the time they stopped for dinner, the evening shadows were already stretching across the rocks. That was when it appeared. A playful pink bounced into view, round eyes sparkling under the starlight filtering through a crack in the cave ceiling. Misty's eyes instantly lit up. It's a moon really does have. According to rumor, moonstones weren't the only treasures of Moon. Lived here too, though they were rarely seen. They weren't particularly strong, but their incredible cuteness made them one of the most beloved among female trainers. Misty was no exception. She'd sworn to herself she'd only catch water types during her journey, but the moment she saw, her heart wavered. Just one wouldn't hurt, right? So it is pretty cute. Ash pulled out his, flipping it open. His inside eye could gauge his aptitude, but it couldn't tell him species details or typing. For that, he still had to rely on the CLEFARY. Because of its adorable appearance, it is highly popular as a pet. However, it is rarely seen in the wild. It is said to have come from the moon. Ash blinked. Wait, from the moon? Seriously? Might be rare, but to say they came from the moon, that sounded a little far-fetched. There really is such a rumor, Brock admitted with a nod, but proving it, that's another story. Why don't we have the tech to reach the moon yet? Ash crouched down in front of the curiosity written all over his face. He poked its round pink cheek with a finger. Instead of running away, the giggled, swaying side to side as if enjoying the attention. Brock sighed. It's not that simple. Human technology is advanced enough to reach outer space, but whenever we try to go beyond the ozone layer, something mysterious stops us. To this day, no one has ever made it off the planet. Ash tilted his head. Ozone layer, what's that? Brock and Misty nearly tripped over their own feet. Sometimes Ash seemed like a genius. Other times, he didn't know the most basic things. Misty threw her hands up. It's like Earth's shield. It keeps us from being roasted by the sun. That's all you need to know. Brock added, and legend has it that itself hunts down anything living that tries to pass through, which is why satellites are fine, but trainers or can't leave Earth. Ash's eyes widened in awe, so that's why. Anyway, Brock continued with a sharp look, this isn't the time for science class. You've got her right in front of you. Don't you two want to catch her before she runs off? Both Ash and Misty snapped their heads around, just in time to see happily skipping deeper into the cave, clutching a sparkling moonstone in her little arms. Oh wait, Misty cried, dashing after it. But before she could take 3 steps, shadows loomed ahead of them. 3 figures blocked the path, and with a whoosh, a net shot out, scooping up along with the glittering stone. What the? Ash skidded to a stop, eyes widening as the netted struggled and squealed. The cave suddenly lit with a harsh spotlight, shining down on the trio standing smugly in the center. Since you asked so sincerely, we'll answer you cheerfully. And make it double. Ash and Misty's jaws dropped. No way. That's right, James flipped his hair dramatically. Jessie struck a pose, one hand on her hip, the other pointing forward. And don't forget. Team Rocket, Ash shouted, pointing an accusing finger. How did you 3 even get here? Team Rocket tugged the net tight around the squirming, grinning ear to ear. Of course we followed you here, Jessie sneered. You really made us search all over. At first our target was just that of yours. James leaned in with a smirk. But then you showed us this rare little cutie. Naturally, we'll be taking it to the boss too. And don't forget, chimed in, pressing a button. From his paw shot a mechanical claw, whirring through the air straight toward like a giant arcade grabber. Ash's instincts kicked in. He twisted, swung. Oh, crack. The steel claw shattered midair, snapping off the rod and clattering uselessly to the ground. Froze, his grin turning to a horrified gape. He broke solid steel with one punch. Is this kid Superman? Jessie and James' jaws hit the floor. Even Brock, usually composed, blinked hard behind his narrow eyes. A bare-handed punch snapping reinforced steel. That wasn't normal strength. Ash calmly lowered his fist. He'd added aura to the strike, nothing strange about the result to him. What mattered wasn't the claw, but the fact that Team Rocket had followed him all this way. So this is what the group meant by bad karma, huh? He muttered under his breath. They'd blasted off in Viridian City, yet somehow still tracked him here. Was huge, and these 3 still managed to find him. Ridiculous. Aloud he shouted, you 3 let go. Jessie stuck out her tongue, as if villains would ever listen. James gave a mocking shrug. Right, if we told you to hand over, would you do it? Ash's eyes narrowed. He crouched, hands flat to the ground, leapt up, landing neatly in his palm. With a swift motion, Ash hurled forward like a javelin. You wanted, right? Then take him. Team Rocket froze mid-pose. He's really throwing it at us. Thunderbolt. Before Jessie or James could even fumble for a ball, a blinding surge of electricity exploded point-blank. On ZZZIAP. Golden lightning engulfed the trio, their screams echoing through the cave before a deafening boom, launched them skyward straight out of Moon's entrance. You rotten brat will be. I didn't even get to send out wheezing. My beautiful machine, he busted it barehanded. What a nasty feeling. Their cries faded into the night as a twinkle shot across the sky. Ash exhaled and sprinted to the trapped. With a tug, he ripped apart the net. You okay? The pink twirled happily, nodding to show it hadn't been hurt at all. Team Rocket's net only had a restraining effect and wouldn't actually harm. That's good. Be careful next time. Don't get caught by bad guys. Ash stroked small head. His eyes narrowed, clearly enjoying the gentle touch of his hand. Hey, Ash, you're really popular with, aren't you? When you touched it just now, it didn't run away, and now it's letting you pet it. Misty walked up with a hint of envy in her voice. This must be really friendly to people. Misty, you should try too, Ash said, stepping aside as hopped back onto his shoulder. Really? Misty, half believing, approached and carefully extended her hand. To her surprise, didn't flinch or try to escape. Encouraged, she placed her palm on his head. The soft, velvety texture made her smile with satisfaction. After a while of interaction, raised the moonstone in its hand and pointed toward the depths of the cave, gesturing urgently. Misty glanced at Ash, confused. She didn't understand what meant, but Ash should. It wants us to follow. Its tribe is holding a ritual to pray to the gods, Ash translated, though he couldn't help but feel puzzled himself. What kind of ritual could this be? A ritual to pray to the gods. Ash, you can actually understand what are saying. Misty and Brock both spoke at once, though their focus was on different things. Brock especially looked shocked. He hadn't known about this side of Ash. Yeah, I forgot to mention. Because I have aura, I can understand, and my body's a bit stronger than normal too. But now isn't the time for that. Let's follow and see what it wants to show us. As Ash spoke, was already heading deeper into Moon, glancing back every few steps to make sure the group was following. Brock put aside his questions for now, and together with Ash and Misty, trailed behind into the cave's depths. 10 minutes later, the tunnel opened into a vast chamber. The group froze in awe. Dozens of, each clutching a moonstone, danced in circles around a massive, glowing moonstone in the center. Their high-pitched voices echoed in unison, and their movements seemed to form a sacred pattern. What is this? Is this the ritual to pray to the gods that mentioned? Ash whispered, swallowing hard. So rare in the outside world, we're here in numbers beyond counting. And moonstones, normally priceless treasures, were scattered everywhere, glittering like stars across the cavern floor. What was this place? A sanctuary? Their secret base that danced around the giant moonstone in the center, and the one who had led them there happily leapt into the circle, joining the ritual. Although this was deep inside Moon, the chamber's ceiling opened to the sky. Through the gap, the stars shimmered brightly, and a crescent moon cast down its soft, gentle glow. As they continued their ritual dance, the moonstones in their hands began to shine even brighter, as though answering the moonlight itself. Then in the next moment, a dazzling column of light poured down from above, bathing the enormous moonstone at the center of the chamber. They stopped mid-dance and turned their eyes toward the glowing stone in reverence. Ash, Misty, and Brock stared wide-eyed. From where they stood, it looked as if the light itself had come directly from the moon. Could it be, had prayer truly worked, had a god answered their call? In the world, gods usually referred to legendary, but as for a legendary connected to the moon, neither Ash nor his friends had any idea. Even Brock and Misty, who had gym experience, weren't walking encyclopedias. They'd never seen anything like this before. The radiant light lasted for nearly half a minute before it slowly dimmed. The giant moonstone looked unchanged, at least at first glance. But Ash, with his sharp eyes, suddenly pointed forward. Brock, Misty, look, isn't that a egg? Following Ash's gaze, the others spotted it too. Resting on top of the massive moonstone was a round, greenish-white egg. It was impossible to tell what it belonged to from appearance alone. Most eggs looked similar. But why had it appeared there of all places? Could this egg be connected to the light just now? Was it possible this truly came from the moon? The three slowly approached, questions piling in their minds. Maybe it was the peaceful aura Ash carried with his aura, or maybe it was the who had guided them here vouching for them. Whatever the case, the others showed no hostility, allowing the group to come closer. But just as they reached the base of the giant moonstone, it suddenly erupted in a blinding flash. The cavern lit up brighter than noon, forcing Ash and the others to shield their eyes. A few seconds later, the glow faded. Yet this time, the giant moonstone did not return to normal. Its luster was gone, and thin cracks had begun to spread across its surface. Then, under their stunned gazes, the moonstone split apart with a sharp, echoing crash. "What's going on? Why did the moonstone just break apart?" Ash exclaimed. "The radiance fading means its energy was completely drained," Brock explained quickly, his voice filled with awe. "When the energy inside a moonstone is used up, it shatters on its own." But Ash wasn't even listening anymore. His focus was fixed on the egg perched where the stone had broken apart. Without hesitation, he dashed forward. As the moonstone shattered, the egg perched on top tumbled downward. Thankfully, Ash reacted instantly, catching the egg safely in his arms. He exhaled in relief, disaster averted. But before he could even speak, the egg let out a faint crack. Under the stunned gazes of Ash, Misty, Brock, and the surrounding fine fractures spread quickly across its shell. Why is it cracking? Did it get damaged when it fell? Brock, Misty, should we head back to the center in Pewter City right now? Ash asked anxiously, clutching the fragile egg. Oh, wait, Ash, this doesn't look like it's breaking. Misty started to reassure him, but she didn't get to finish. The egg burst into dazzling light once more, brighter than anything they'd seen so far. In less than 10 minutes, the night sky had already been lit 3 separate times. If not for their strong eyes, they might have been blinded by the brilliance. Ash squeezed his eyes shut. Beside him, Misty and Brock all raised their hands to shield their faces. Ash couldn't, he needed both hands to hold the egg. Then the light finally faded. Ash carefully peeked, slowly opening his eyes only to see a tiny blue mushroom cap poking out of the egg. A small fragment of shell clung to the top of the newborn's head. When the glow faded completely, this full form was revealed. A small with a blue head shaped like a helmet, 2 red horns pointing forward and back to part its hair, and no visible eyes beneath the fringe. Its mouth opened slightly as it breathed, tiny pink body shifting clumsily. Bits of shell clung to its head and feet, giving it a comical yet adorable look. A species. Gender female. Level novice beginner. Ability synchronize. Moves tackle XXXX. Base stat potential, attack ES, special attack ES, defense ES, special defense ES, HP ES, speed ES. Alash. He froze, unable to believe what he was seeing. His insight eye isn't broken, is it? 6 S rank limits. He remembered what the Ashes in the chat group had said. A single S rank stat limit was already a 1 in 10,000 chance among ordinary, but 6 perfect S rank limits? That wasn't luck, it was something else entirely. They had hinted at a greater meaning behind it, something beyond mere talent, but none of them had gone into detail. They only said, ask when you meet an S-ranked yourself. But surely they never imagined that in less than half a month after leaving Pallet, he'd not only meet one, but an all-S. This wasn't just luck anymore, this was absurd. The newborn tilted her head, finally turning toward Ash. Though her eyes were hidden, Ash felt her gaze meet his. Hello, Ash blurted, giving a sheepish grin. It wasn't exactly the perfect greeting for a miracle. Without hesitation, the little psychic type hopped from the remains of her egg and flung herself forward. Her tiny arms wrapped snugly around Ash's neck, her body pressing against his chest. She was so light that Ash hardly felt her weight, leapt onto Ash, causing the fragment of eggshell still clinging to her head to tumble to the ground. The other half remained in Ash's hand, but at that moment nobody paid it any attention. Misty, Brock, and even were staring in awe at the tiny clinging to Ash. For a long moment the group was silent until Misty finally let out a squeal. Oh, so cute. His tiny frame, light pink skin, and helmet-like blue head gave her a charm entirely different from. Even without her eyes visible, her little form radiated an innocence that made it impossible not to find her adorable. Especially for girls, a like was irresistible. She seems really attached to me, huh? Ash said awkwardly as he crouched down, gently setting aside the eggshell in his hand. He carefully adjusted so she could hug him more comfortably. He had no idea why clung to him so tightly, nor what kind of she really was. In all his time catching up through the group chat, Ash had learned about nearly every inn, yet he had never seen one like this. Could she be from another region? And if her egg truly came down with that beam of moonlight, could she even be from the moon itself? Ash, can I hold her? Misty asked softly, eyes wide and hopeful. She leaned closer, her longing clear. Even when she first saw, Misty hadn't looked so desperate. This was different, this was a she truly wanted to cradle in her arms. You can try, but she isn't mine. You'll have to ask her yourself, Ash said carefully. This time he avoided blurting out her species name. After Ho-Oh, he'd realized it was better not to raise suspicion by knowing names he shouldn't. Misty crouched down at Ash's side, speaking gently. What's your name? Can I hold you for a little whiles? At the sound of her voice, tilted her head. After a pause, her small figure suddenly vanished. Ash and Misty both flinched in surprise. Ash even tried to sense her presence with aura. The next moment, he felt a light weight settle on his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw perched there like her tiny hand tangled playfully in his hair. The message was clear, didn't want to be held by Misty. Misty's face fell. Even had accepted her quickly after they first met, but showed no such openness. From the moment she hatched, her affection seemed entirely reserved for Ash. Why is she so attached to Ash? Is it just because he caught her when she fell? Misty asked, torn between disappointment and curiosity. She's a newborn, Brock explained calmly. Some naturally bond with the first person they see when they hatch. They treat them as family or even as their trainer. Happens to be that kind of. So that's her name, Misty repeated, frowning slightly. Even with her broader knowledge compared to Ash, she had never heard of before. That's right, Brock nodded. Is a species from the region. You'll never find them in, not naturally. Even in, they're considered extremely rare. I only know about them because I studied from other regions in my free time. Is that your name? Ash repeated softly, pretending as though he had just learned it himself. He reached out with one hand and gently stroked tiny head. Wriggled happily, her little body leaning into his touch. Even without seeing her eyes, the joy on her face was obvious. Such a small gesture from Ash was enough to fill her with contentment. Brock leaned in a little too close, his face peering toward. The sudden uncle-like move made the newborn shy away at once, darting behind Ash's neck and timidly peeking out from behind him. That sight almost melted Misty's heart on the spot. Brock, what are you doing? You're scaring her, she snapped. Sorry, Brock said quickly, holding up his hands in apology. I just wanted to confirm something. Confirm what? Misty asked, raising a brow. Whether or not she's a shiny. Shiny, Misty exclaimed in shock while Ash blinked in total confusion. What's a shiny? He asked, tilting his head. Shiny are also called variants, Brock explained patiently. They look different from others of their species and they're extremely rare. Out of thousands, sometimes tens of thousands of the same kind, you might not even find a single shiny. Since they stand out in a group like a shining light in the dark, people call them shiny. This time, Misty didn't mock Ash for not knowing. The truth was, even among trainers, knowledge about shiny wasn't very common. Plenty of people lived their whole lives without ever seeing one, much less capturing one. Ash looked at who clung to him with absolute devotion. He hadn't done a thing, yet she had chosen him, and now Brock was saying she was a shiny too. So you're that amazing, huh? Ash said warmly. But what no one else knew was that wasn't just a shiny, and she wasn't just rare. Her true value lay in her potential. Every stat of hers was S-ranked. And all S was something people might never encounter in millions of captures, talent so high it bordered on the divine. A shiny combined with all S aptitude. Most trainers wouldn't find such a even if they used up a lifetime of luck. Ash's thoughts raced. This wasn't just fortune, it was practically a blessing from the heavens. He suddenly remembered. Last night, he had drawn an S-rank one-time ability, chosen one's radiance. That ability promised he would encounter an extremely rare within 3 days, with a high chance of capturing it. He had assumed it meant a legendary, which he couldn't possibly hope to catch. But now, looking at the in his hands, Ash realized the truth. Wasn't this newborn shiny, with her all-S potential, even rarer than most legendary earlier? Brock had mentioned that was a native to the region, and even there, it was considered extremely rare. Now seeing this newborn shiny with all S-rank aptitude, Ash could hardly believe it. This wasn't just rare, it was rarer than encountering most legendary. To meet such a herein, under such specific circumstances, could only be the result of his chosen one's radiance. This truly is a bestowed upon me by the heavens, Ash murmured under his breath. What did you say, Ash? Misty tilted her head, not quite catching his words. Nothing. I was just wondering if needed formula or something. She's just been born after all, and Bobbies usually need nutritional supplements. Aren't like human children, Brock explained calmly. Even newborns already have some level of compatibility. Their best source of nutrition after hatching is this. He pointed down at the eggshell pieces scattered on the ground. Ash carefully placed back on his shoulder, then bent down to pick up the eggshell. He rinsed it clean with his water bottle before holding it out. Blinked up at him, then opened her tiny mouth. A crunch crunch. As she chewed off a large piece at once. Ash broke the rest into smaller chunks and fed them to her bit by bit. Soon, the entire eggshell had been devoured. Almost instantly, Ash noticed her level jump from novice junior to novice senior. He couldn't tell if it was the eggshell's effect or natural talent, but either way, it was astonishing. She had only just been born, yet already surpassed the he had caught days earlier. Her ability values still showed as E, but that could be raised with training over time. Ash then crouched down, holding out a ball. Would you like to become my? Even though clung to him affectionately, Ash wanted to respect her wishes. He wouldn't capture her unless she agreed. It was different from wild. Wild ones followed the law of strength, defeat them and you could claim them. But this newborn had no such instincts yet. With her, consent mattered. Misty and Brock held their breaths. If rejected him, Ash really would let her go, and that thought made their hearts ache. This was a shiny, any other trainer would thrown the ball without hesitation. But Ash was Ash, his first thought was always respecting us will. The little tilted her head, clearly not understanding his words. Upika hopped down, pointing at Ash while squeaking earnestly. Ash is asking if you're willing to stay with him forever. Ash, that's his name. Misty and Brock, of course, couldn't understand a word. From their perspective, was bouncing around with wild gestures, looking like he'd suddenly gone into a fit. However, Misty and Brock also knew was likely trying to persuade to accept Ash as her trainer. They just didn't know how would respond. Although, under squeaky explanation, finally understood Ash's earlier question. Her tiny head bobbed up and down like a hammer pounding garlic, nodding furiously as if afraid that if she hesitated even a second, Ash might misunderstand. That's great, Ash agreed, Misty said, her face lighting up. Congratulations, Ash, Brock added warmly. You've caught a that literally fell from the sky. This feels like something out of a dream. In truth, Brock and Misty were almost more excited than Ash himself. That many trainers could search the whole world for and never find had appeared here and had willingly chosen Ash. This was far beyond dumb luck. Ash smiled and crouched down slightly, holding out the ball. Then, please take care of me. He tapped the ball gently against her. A flash of red light enveloped, and in the blink of an eye, she was drawn inside. The ball didn't even wobble once. With a crisp click, it sealed. I caught, Ash cheered, raising the ball. It chimed, throwing his little paws into the air. Ash had gained another shining star for his team. Without question, he was the biggest winner of their journey through Moon. Clap, clap, clap. Sudden applause echoed around them. Ash and froze mid-pose and turned their heads. They had completely forgotten about the whole group of them was gathered, clapping their tiny hands in delight. It seems they were also moved by your sincerity toward Ash, Brock said with a smile, folding his arms. Ash scratched his cheek sheepishly, then he turned to Misty. By the way, weren't you going to catch a? Misty shook her head, her expression soft. Forget it. At first I thought lived alone, but now that I know she has a whole tribe, it wouldn't feel right to separate her from her family. Unless one of them wanted to come with me on her own, I don't think I should. She wasn't stubborn about it. If they had been alone, Misty would caught her without hesitation. but seeing so many together, happily united, she couldn't bring herself to break that bond. Ash, respecting Misty's wish, helped ask the tribe directly. As expected, they preferred to stay with their kin rather than leave with the humans they had just met. Misty nodded in understanding, fully letting go of the idea. Before they left, however, they showed their gratitude. Each of the three companions received a moonstone, stones that Brock, with his expertise in rocks and minerals, quickly recognized as top-grade quality. "These are incredible," he said in awe. "Each one of these could sell for at least 7 figures." Misty and Ash gaped at the stones in their hands, unable to close their mouths for a moment. Then, realizing just how valuable they were, they quickly tucked them away with the utmost care. After bidding farewell to the tribe, Ash and his friends continued down the tunnel. To their surprise, they soon found themselves at the cave's exit. Originally, they had expected crossing Moon to take at least 3 days, yet the hidden path that had shown them turned out to be a shortcut. When they emerged, they realized they were already halfway down the mountain's slope. If they followed this trail, they could be out of Moon by the following noon and reach Cerulean City shortly afterward. The kindness had shown them was immeasurable. They had guided the group through a safe shortcut, allowed Ash to witness their mysterious ritual, given them each a precious moonstone, and most unbelievably led Ash to what was supposed to be a long and ordinary trek had turned into an unforgettable stroke of fortune. "Speaking of which," Misty said thoughtfully as the three of them sat around the campfire that evening, "probably never intended to take us to their ceremony in the first place. Even if it wasn't too shy around you, Ash, that was still a sacred place for their tribe. Outsiders shouldn't have been allowed. If not for those 3 troublemakers showing up, might not have brought us in at all." As she spoke, all 3 of them recalled Jesse, James, and realized, somewhat reluctantly, that they owed today's blessings to Team Rocket's meddling. Brock chuckled, arms crossed. "Sometimes a fool's blunder works out better than a schemer's plan. Team Rocket are the type who are both bad and stupid, so all their attempts at evil ended up backfiring and helping us instead." He couldn't hide his grin. The moonstone he'd received wasn't just a treasure, it was worth millions. Even if he didn't use it, selling it would give him enough money to pursue his breeder dream without worrying about expenses for a long while. "But bad guys are still bad guys," Misty said firmly, feeding a morsel of food to the newborn sitting on Ash's lap. "We can't just forgive them because their plan backfired and ended up helping us." To win the little's favor, Misty had been extra attentive, gently offering food and playing with to make her laugh. After some effort, the tiny psychic type finally began to accept her touch. As for Brock, after scaring earlier with his sudden inspection, the little one still kept her distance. No matter how he tried, she wouldn't come near him, leaving him sulking in exclusion. "That's not fair," Brock sighed enviously, watching Misty happily feed. "I want to feed her too." Meanwhile, had lost his position as the group's darling, but he didn't mind at all. His round cheeks sparked happily as he leaned closer, eyes shining. After all, he was a fan now too. Who wouldn't want to cradle such a little sister like? Still naturally remained closest to Ash, after all, he was her trainer. After playing with for a while and learning some basic psychic-type breeding techniques from Brock, everyone slipped into their sleeping bags for the night. And curled up on either side of Ash, now like had become another who preferred to stay outside her ball. Ash looked as though he had fallen asleep, but in reality, his mind had already drifted into the chat group, eager to share his incredible good fortune. "Newbie Ash, I finally know what Chosen One's radiance does." "Champion Ash, oh, it already activated. I've been wondering myself what a one-time S-rank ability could do." Even Champion Ash, a long-time veteran of the group, had never seen a one-time S-rank ability before. Since none of the other members had either, everyone was curious to hear its effects. "Newbie Ash, the description said it would let me encounter an extremely rare within 3 days with a high chance of capture. And today, I met one that literally fell from the sky." Newbie Ash went on to recount his entire adventure. Team Rocket's interference, this ritual, the collapse of the giant moon's stone, and finally his capture of the newly hatched. The group fell into a stunned silence before the chat buzzed with replies. Aura Hero Ash, as expected of an S-rank one-time skill, to meet such a 1 in a million, that's not chosen one's radiance, that's Destiny's luck king. Champion Ash, your luck is outrageous. Among all of us, you might actually be the strongest in terms of pure fortune. Newbie Ash, I didn't think I was this lucky. By the way, before, you big shots mentioned that S-rank aptitude had special traits beyond just higher stat limits. What exactly did you mean? Champion Ash, honestly, I thought it would take you years to encounter a with S-rank aptitude, much less a full 6-stat S, yet here you are, just 10 days into your journey, already holding one. But the truth is that special trait is far beyond what you need to worry about right now. Tactical Master Ash, still, it doesn't hurt to explain. Normally, while this level progression can vary depending on aptitude, some level faster, some slower, it doesn't lock the way stats do. The one exception is the God Divine Realm. Tactical Master Ash, to advance from Champion Peak to Divine Realm, must meet a qualification. Specifically, at Champion Peak, at least 3 of its stats must have S-rank aptitude. Only then is Divine Realm possible. That's the conventional requirement for entry. The Divine Realm, the pinnacle tier of strength in the world, was unique among levels. Unlike other stages, which could theoretically be reached with enough time, training, and perseverance, the Divine Realm demanded a literal entry ticket, S-rank aptitude. Even champion level, the highest most could ever dream of, was still theoretically achievable given enough time and the right training. But the Divine Realm, without 3 S-rank stats at minimum, no amount of effort, no sacrifice, no lifetime of training could ever bridge that gap. Breeder Ash, in summary, to achieve the Divine Realm, must meet 2 conditions. It needs at least 3 S-rank aptitudes, and at champion level peak, at least 3 of its stats must actually be trained up to S-rank. Only then can it qualify for Divine Realms. Newbie Ash, my head's spinning. This sounds way too complicated. Fishing Enthusiast Ash, of course it's complicated. That's the highest peak in the world. If just anyone could reach it, everyone would be walking around with world-ending power. The world would be total chaos. Champion Ash, exactly. A trainer with a divine realm can rival first-class legends, those gods of the world who also stand in the divine realm. If villains could reach that level, their first targets would be the legendary themselves. Champion Ash, and every first-class legend has a divine duty tied to the balance of the world. If villains captured even a handful of them, the entire world order would collapse. That's why the requirements are so strict. It's like the world built in a form of self-protection. The group's words left Newbie Ash a little dizzy. He didn't understand all the fine details, but he grasped one key truth. To reach Divine Realm, S-rank aptitude wasn't optional, it was the entry ticket. Without at least 3 S-rank aptitudes, there was no chance, no matter how hard it trained. For most people, though, this hardly mattered. Even reaching Elite 4 or Champion level was already beyond the reach of nearly everyone. Divine Realm was so distant it may as well not exist. Newbie Ash, so does that mean my already has the basic conditions to one day reach Divine Realm? Champion Ash, that's a long road off for you. Focus on the present first. Fishing Enthusiast Ash, wait, what RALTS? Hold on, scrolling back. A few seconds later. Fishing Enthusiast Ash, holy crap, you've got to be kidding me, a shiny with 6 S-rank aptitudes. New guy, are you cursed with god-tier luck or something? I swear I'm gonna throw up. Fishing Enthusiast Ash had only just joined the conversation and hadn't seen the earlier messages. He thought the others were just speaking in hypotheticals about S-ranks and Divine Realm. But when he scrolled back and saw the whole story, his face practically turned green with jealousy. A shiny was already rare beyond belief. But shiny with 6 S ranks, that wasn't just rare, it was unheard of. Across countless parallel worlds, no ordinary had ever naturally reached full S aptitude. Yet this newbie, barely 10 days into his journey, had casually stumbled into one. It was enough to make anyone want to scream. Newbie Ash, cough cough, anyway, I'll sign off for now, seniors. Time for me to keep studying the breeding techniques breeder Ash gave me. Bye. Before the furious fishing enthusiast could explode further, Ash quickly logged out. Sure, nobody could literally crawl through the network to beat him up, but seeing someone rage on his account still felt a little awkward. Back in the real world, Ash cracked one eye open and looked at the tiny curled up beside him. A warmth rose in his chest. Thanks to the senior's explanations, he now understood just how impossibly rare the little one at his side really was. In terms of sheer rarity, perhaps only first-class legends could compare to her. And when it came to potential, this newborn was no less than the greatest of the legendary. Why would such a miraculous appear here, falling from the sky onto moon no less? And in the form of an egg, only to drain the colossal moon's stone the moment she appeared. The seniors in the group had speculated that without drawing out that immense reservoir of energy, might have remained dormant for who knew how long. It was only by consuming the stone's power that she had been born immediately. Otherwise, her arrival in this world could have taken years or perhaps centuries. Ash didn't know if this was the absolute truth, but the sight of the moon's stone cracking and fatting away still lingered vividly in his mind. It was hard not to believe their prediction. Clutching those questions in his heart, Ash finally drifted into sleep. The next morning passed in a blur. After waking around 8, they ate a quick breakfast, packed up, and pressed on. By early afternoon, they reached the gates of Cerulean City. The journey from Pewter to Cerulean wasn't long, barely a day and a half, but Moon had been full of encounters. Yet Ash had battled them all, steadily polishing his team's strength. Still, growth was never instant. Once reached the advanced stage, progress slowed. Had stabilized at advanced intermediate, was still holding at advanced junior, and had only just edged up to normal peak. As for the little one, only knew 3 moves so far: teleport, tackle, and confusion. Her potential was undeniable, but her battles were limited, partly because she had only just been born and partly because Ash simply couldn't bring himself to push her too hard. Instead, he had her train calm mind each day as they walked, slowly cultivating her inner strength. For now, she remained at Novice Senior. All things considered, their overall growth on the road wasn't dramatic, but it was enough. The Cerulean gym wasn't a threat like Pewter had been. This time, the type advantage was in Ash's favor. Upon arrival, Ash and the others headed straight for the center. After checking in with his mom and Professor Oak and restoring his team's stamina, Ash was eager to face the gym. Just then, Misty mentioned she had something to do and slipped away, leaving Ash and Brock standing in front of the center's sliding doors. Why would Misty go shopping now of all times? I'm about to challenge the gym, Ash grumbled, clearly annoyed as he marched towards Cerulean Gym. At such an important moment, when he should had her support or at least a word of encouragement, she suddenly ran off. If she wanted to buy things, couldn't she wait until after the gym battle? You'll probably find out soon enough, Brock said with a knowing chuckle. His cryptic words only left Ash more confused. Before long, the two stood before the Cerulean Gym. Unlike the rugged, stone-hewn Pewter gym, Cerulean's exterior gleamed with lavish decoration and elegant design. The difference was night and day. One looked like a humble countryside dojo, while the other resembled a grand city mansion. Ash glanced at Brock, his eyes practically saying, "Why is your gym so plain compared to this?" Brock's mouth twitched as he sighed helplessly. "What do you expect? Every bit of Pewter Gym's public funds goes into raising my younger siblings, covering gym expenses, and feeding the... Without my side jobs, Pewter Gym would gone bankrupt long ago." Is it really that bad? Cerulean Gym looks loaded. They also raise, right? Their expenses shouldn't be much less than yours. In the world, there were 2 main expenses: daily living costs and upkeep. The former was relatively cheap, A family of 3 could eat for around 100 or 2 a day, but were another matter entirely. Food alone could cost hundreds or thousands per each day, and rare items like moonstones could skyrocket into the tens or hundreds of thousands. Raising was the true financial burden. Even Brock's 9 younger siblings didn't cost as much as raising a few extra. So why was the difference between pewter and cerulean so huge? Because cerulean gym has another source of income, look there. Brock pointed at a colorful poster by the entrance. In bold letters it read, Cerulean Water Ballet now showing. When Ash and Brock asked a staff member about entering, they were told a performance was still in progress and that tickets were required. A 150 each, please. Ash nearly choked. Compared to the cost of training, it wasn't much, but for a stage ticket, it felt outrageous. So this is what you meant by extra income. This is too expensive, and I have to buy a ticket just to challenge a gym? That's ridiculous. Ash complained bitterly as he pulled the money from his pocket. Brock paid without fuss and calmly explained, technically you're buying a ticket for the ballet, not for the battle. Cerulean's just creative about mixing business with gym operations. And honestly, a lot of gyms have their own side businesses. Pewter isn't the only one struggling. Ash blinked. Wait, so gym leaders' salaries are really that low? No wonder they're all moonlighting. Once inside, Ash's complaints faded into wide-eyed surprise. The performance had already reached its climax. On the vast pool stage, 3 elegant figures in swimsuits dove and twirled with dazzling synchronization, their legs gliding gracefully through the water as the audience erupted in cheers. The 3 beautiful young women, each with her own distinct charm, danced gracefully across the shimmering pool. Their one-piece swimsuits accentuated fair, delicate arms and legs that moved with fluid elegance. Under the stage lights, their skins seemed to glow softly, radiating a faint warmth that captivated the audience. Lola, perched on Ash's shoulder, let out a cheerful cry, her large eyes beneath her aqua-blue hair glowing with delight. She was clearly enchanted by the water ballet, her tiny body swaying along with the rhythm. Brock, meanwhile, was utterly spellbound. In the small, stone-bound world of Pewter City, where could he have ever seen women of this caliber, let alone a dazzling water ballet performed in swimsuits? His mouth practically hung open. In that moment, the 150 for the ticket suddenly felt like the greatest bargain of his life. If he'd known what the performance entailed, Brock thought he would paid $1,500 without hesitation. Ash, for his part, admitted the 3 women were graceful, but he hadn't forgotten why he'd come here in the first place, to challenge the gym. Leaning toward a man seated nearby, Ash asked, "Hey, how much longer until this ends?" The man shot him a look like he'd just grown 2 heads. 95% of the audience were men, most of whom wished the show would go on forever. Who in the world asked when it would end? Still, the man muttered back, "About 20 minutes." Ash and Brock found an empty spot to sit. Most of the good seats were long gone, but Ash wasn't there to enjoy the ballet anyway. Brock, however, stared so hard his eyes might as well have turned into spotlights. He nestled in Ash's arms, also gazed intently at the 3 women performing. Though her eyes were hidden behind her hair, Ash could sense her quiet curiosity, as if she were wondering whether she too could one day dance as gracefully as them. 20 minutes later, the performance ended. The audience began filing out in neat rows under the guidance of staff. A few enthusiastic fans tried to approach the famous sensational sisters for autographs, only to be firmly turned away. Ash, however, walked directly against the flow of people toward the 3 sisters. A staff member immediately stepped forward to block him, about to explain that autographs and photos weren't allowed. But Ash quickly produced his, flashing his trainer ID, and declared, "I'm here to challenge the gym." That changed everything. The staff nodded, allowing Ash and Brock through. Other spectators noticed the exception and murmured in confusion, why could those 2 pass while everyone else was pushed back? The staff gave no explanation, simply continuing to usher the crowd out. Soon, a young attendant appeared and guided Ash and Brock toward the back of the gym. Along the way, she explained details about Cerulean Gym's operations and the sisters' duties. As for happily clinging to Ash, very few people even recognized what kind of she was. On the way, the attendant explained the situation of the Cerulean Gym to Ash and Brock. She didn't mention their lineup, but instead answered the question many trainers had: why was Cerulean Gym often called the weakest gym in? Normally, for any city to be granted gym status, it has to undergo strict evaluation by the league. Even the lowest-ranked gyms are expected to field at least at the professional level. That's the minimum qualification for being recognized as a gym. But gyms are also hereditary, passed down through generations. When a new generation of gym leaders takes over, they aren't always strong enough right away. There might only be at the advanced stage, sometimes not even that. In those cases, the parents usually act as stabilizers, keeping the gym afloat until their children grow into capable leaders. Against weaker challengers, the kids battle. Against strong opponents, the parents step in. This gradual handoff is what keeps most gyms stable. Gyms are also regularly evaluated, and if they fail to meet league standards, their license can be revoked. It doesn't happen often, but it's not unheard of. Being a gym leader isn't just about handing out badges and living comfortably. If you don't train hard, the league will strip you of your title. Take Brock's pewter gym, for example. If Brock hadn't proven himself talented enough to keep things together when his parents disappeared, Pewter's gym status might have been revoked. Brock is already 20 and he's trained up to the peak professional level, stronger than even his parents' generation. But those are left at the gym, used by Flint as backup. When Ash battled him, Brock only brought and his current travel partners plus a he caught recently on Moon. Compared to Pewter Gym, Cerulean Gym wasn't so lucky. Cerulean Gym is inherited by 4 sisters. In theory, at least one of them should have shown enough skill to carry on as leader, and in fact, one of them did, the youngest sister. From an early age, their parents secretly entrusted her with battle training and gym management knowledge. She showed astonishing talent as a trainer, far surpassing her 3 older sisters. But tragedy struck before she had the chance to grow. Their parents passed away unexpectedly, leaving the gym entirely in the hands of the sisters. Without the parental generation to stabilize things, and with the older sisters being little more than performers rather than serious trainers, Cerulean Gym quickly plummeted to the bottom of rankings. The youngest sister struggled to hold the gym together. She could easily defeat rookie trainers who had just set out on their journeys, but against challengers with half a year or more of experience, she almost always lost. This weakness wasn't just about the strength of it also came from the youngest sister's lack of experience. She had always trained in isolation, never once leaving Cerulean City. Without seeing the wider world, how could she understand its vastness? How could she prepare for challengers arriving from all over and beyond? As a gym leader, her knowledge and battle experience were inferior to those of the very trainers challenging her. Aside from handing out badges, she offered no real guidance to challengers. A leader that was bound to fail the league's regular evaluations, with the very real risk of having the gym's license revoked. The youngest sister argued with her siblings over this, insisting she shouldn't be the only one bearing the gym's responsibility. She wanted her sisters to train too. Her older sisters pushed back. They performed water ballet every day, and the revenue they earned went straight into the youngest's training. "We don't have the money or the time to train our own," they told her. Frustrated, the youngest sister finally left Cerulean Gym. She declared that she didn't need her sister's financial support, that she would train her by herself, and when she returned, she would be a trainer even stronger than their late parents. With the youngest miss gone, Cerulean Gym has grown weaker than ever, the attendant sighed. Before, her could still hold the line against challengers, but now with her gone, the strongest we have left is only at the advanced stage. And my 3 mistresses, they're wonderful performers, but in battle, even beginner trainers can defeat them. I don't know when the youngest miss will return. Ash and Brock exchanged a look. Neither had expected such a story behind Cerulean Gym's reputation. Ash hadn't even known about the weakest gym label until she explained. Brock had heard the nickname before, but he'd never known the painful truth behind it. At the same time, Brock realized why Misty had left Cerulean City in the first place. She had been frustrated with her sisters, and she had been right to go. If she had stayed cloistered in the gym, she never would have grown. No matter how much talent she had, without seeing the outside world, she would have stagnated. Even Brock had traveled at 15 before returning home. That was why, when his parents left, he was strong enough to raise 9 siblings alone and still hold Pewter Gym's license. By then, the 3 of them had reached the backstage door. The attendant knocked, and after hearing a "please come in," led Ash and Brock inside. The Cerulean sisters had already changed out of their swimsuits and were toweling off their wet hair. The woman seated in front of the mirror looked up and, after a moment of surprise, quickly understood. "You're here to challenge the gym, right?" "That's right, I'm Ash from Pallet Town, and I'm here to challenge Cerulean Gym." "I'm Daisy, the acting leader here, but battling right now may not be convenient." "Not convenient?" Ash asked, frowning. Actually," Daisy explained the situation. The gym's official leader was their youngest sister, Misty, but with her gone, the 3 older sisters had been left to manage things. None of them had strong trainer instincts, and years of focusing on water ballet had left their battle skills rusty. As a result, they were weaker than even many rookie trainers. "Just yesterday, another Pallet Town trainer defeated us easily. Are still recovering at the center. They won't be back until tonight, so if you want a proper gym battle, you'll have to wait until tomorrow." "A trainer from Pallet Town?" Ash asked sharply. Spiky hair, smug face, really annoying. Daisy nodded. "That's the one." "That Gary always one step ahead of me." Ash clenched his fists, teeth grinding. "Anyway," Daisy continued, "although you look a bit like a greenhorn, since you're also from Pallet, you must be strong too, right? Honestly, if you don't mind, we could just give you the Cascade badge." Her sister Violet, with pale blue hair, opened the badge case and held out the water drop badge. Lily, with red hair, nodded her agreement. "Alash, Brock." Was this really a gym leader, giving out badges like candy, and what was with calling him a greenhorn? Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.